Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to North Kira Beach. We're here for the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. The surf boats are back in action. I'm joined by Natasha Tunney. Good morning, Tash.
Good morning, Phil. How are you?
I'm very excited today. Day 2 of racing for the Open competition. We have the Open division and the Under-19s division, and then later on in the day, the relays. Yep. Yesterday was a really great day of racing.
Yeah, some really tight racing yesterday.
Yeah, it was a tough day in a lot of ways. The surf wasn't massive, and but there was plenty of movement on the ocean. We see the beautiful Gold Coast there in the background, and pretty much looks to be the same surf today.
Yeah, probably even dropped out a little bit more. So I think those runners that we were seeing coming through from the back of the cans is less today. So
okay, well,
yeah, a bit more harder racing for those Open crews and 19s.
Just what they want to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're just waiting on the live feeds to come up, but you can follow us on the Aussies on the YouTube SLSA website Australia at a Surf Life Saving Australia for the Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we've got a big weekend still to come. Just shout out to our sponsors. While we get an early opportunity, Tash, we can't do it without the sponsors, and appreciate their support. Tourism and Events Queensland.
Yep, we've got Experience Gold Coast, so obviously lots of accommodation and a beautiful spot to stay and enjoy. Kellogg's Nutrigrain, so we saw them in supporting the Youth Championships. BRP, we've got Nah Brewing, really good with their 0% alcohol, so they've got some nice brews there. Fins, Triple M Gold, 92.5, the Australian Federal Government via the Sports Commission, and SLSA's major national partners, DHL, Isuzu Ute Australia, Qantas and Westpac.
That is a mouthful, but
first, that's a lot of support
event,
here.
The big dance. Oh, look at who we've got on screen.
Yes.
Current three-time champions, Bulleye Gold. Looks like we're starting with the men's A grade, and looks to be in the northern area. That's Boff with the North Cronulla guys. Looks like Point Leo is in the background there. We've seen Bulleye on the start line. Unsure that we've heard there's 4 boat races, so we're just waiting for the widest shot there. We've got Mermaid Beach on this race as well, so you see very flat conditions. Looks tough there, looking down the southern end of the course. They're not quite ready on the line. So you see the Towers judges in the middle and the start-finish line yesterday. Tash, it was a bit controversial, but the flags ready, and they're away. North Cronulla A's, unsure of their crew name. There's the Mermaid team, Marty Fletcher, and they're going to take a little bit on the nose. And then you got
that was so Point Leo, but it is formerly Lawn Crew.
Okay, they've shifted clubs.
Yep.
And they're off to a flying start, Point Leo boys, and they're bouncing through the break, and you see there the widest shot, and it is Point Leo in alley 3 taking away the early lead off the beach, followed by Bulleye, probably all in a line. Mermaid, North Cronulla. What a hot race. A grade men, take us away, fellas, and we'll see the fastest of the fast here. Get a good idea for the course. We know these crews are the most powerful in the sport, so any little runner taking advantage of that at the right time is going to be imperative today.
Yeah, so they've reduced all of the Open men's heats down to 4 boats. Particularly in that southern racing area, there was some challenges getting off the beach with a fair start, so that's why these races are so small. So there were 6 boaters, they've been reduced down to 4.
Well, that's a good idea, and it's all in fairness. And for the national titles, you see Point Leo there using cleaver blades. Lawn famous for the cleavers. As they head out to sea, and it would be Point Leo in alley 3 in this first race round 1 of the Open Men Northern Area. Probably just squeezing up on the back of them would be Bulli in Alley 2. We'll see this at the Cairns, and then North Cronulla, but it might be... Well, Bulli's not far out of this on the turn.
3 in.
There's the first 2, not far, followed by Mayhem in Alley 2 in 3rd position, and then North Cronulla just getting around the yellow now. So it's Bulli and Point Leo in Alley 1 and Alley 3. First to head back to the beach. And that's Point Leo there, Tash. And who's
So Tullabudra, after looking good for at least 2nd position there, drop back into 3rd. They've still managed to get over the line in front of Surfers Paradise. And that concludes the Open Men in this division. We'll now be going on to the Open Women, Tash.
Ooh, that was fast and furious, wasn't it?
Yep.
So Open Females. Got 2 heats here.
We've only got round robin here today. There's no elimination racing. These crews are qualified through here today. The hinterland of the Gold Coast, the green behind the gold.
Yep.
And O'Reilly's, on your way up the mount to O'Reilly's Resort, you'll go past their winery there. But there are other wineries up at Mount Tambourine as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so, but not the best grape growing region,
obviously.
obviously.
It was like mouldy mildew sort of things.
Yeah.
With the humidity, yeah.
Too much humidity.
Too wet.
Yeah. Grapes that they do grow here, not that style. Oh, you brought me a coffee.
Yeah, well, I sent for young Tom earlier, and I was still aware of the pecking order, Don. Wouldn't forget you.
Thanks, mate.
So as we go on with the Open Women, so
we've got Sneaky Nuts in the background there getting 1st place. Sorry, Tash, and
yes.
North Cronulla getting 2nd place in that last race. So you see that finish line. There's the Myths from Tally, slewed on the line, cost themselves a place perhaps, and 4th place was the Stormers with Matty Silka. So all of those crews are good, and it's going to just depend on the day, on the alley, and who's where when you need to be in the right spot in A grade.
Yeah, over to that.
Where's his priorities?
That's ridiculous.
Taken that crew unfortunately out of competition. So
that's ridiculous.
So the Moose are here and competing.
The Saints I believe they're called. They're very good crews. So
yeah,
back on screen. So we've got Gus Spiteri with the South Kilco Shakers in Alley 5, leading the way from North Cottesloe Chin Chin, and then it's probably back to Avalon from Avoca, and then up in Alley 1 Dicky Beach.
Good to see Avalon in the Open Division. I didn't think they raced it.
Different crew.
Bit. Wow. Tony with his pot getting stirred. So the Shakers now. Watch this turn. Girls are strong. 1, 2. Just getting around now, and here they go.
Yeah, that's a nice turn there from South Curl. You don't have the drone in the air just to see what they did on that turn, but I would have thought that South Curly, that was a great turn, might have just got a bit of advantage out of that.
Avalon taking a wide one.
Cottesloe look like they might have a little bit ahead on them. They've just got that run of South Curly now. But very even. Cottesloe really taking a fight to them.
There's our drone. There she is.
Asking you shall receive.
Absolutely. How good
these
are these
crews
blokes?
Coming back to sea now. From sea, beg your pardon. And it's Spiteri with the South Curl Shakers. They're here to win, Don. They are serious. They're 2nd in the good job here in 3rd place. Not far off the Bateman's boys, and Noosa just on their tuck. So, first junior boys, what an exciting race already.
Just for the people at home, if you're not seeing your club, we're in 2 areas here, north and south area. We will switch back to the south area in round 2 just to get coverage of all clubs. But at the moment, we are riding with the northern area, and this is the first of our under-19 males, and we've got the funky man himself out in front there from North Cronulla.
The tickle's working up to those guys, Tash, and going into these turns, we'll see how it's all placed.
Wow, South Curly right there. The sweep leans over, grabs hold of the stroke, or nice turn there by North Cronulla.
Funky had to pull a tight one there with Noosa coming in wide, so that they're up and away. Kyten doing a good job of getting out of there, Tash.
Yeah, they're doing well. They've had a bit of an off-season in the middle, and then they've really regrouped and got back together. And if you are not seeing your crews and you want to see the results, jump onto Live Heats. So if you just go to Live Heats, Google Live Heats SLSA, and then there's the north and south areas. So just have a look through the south area if that's where your crews and clubs are racing.
Now the angle can be deceiving here, but it looks to us as if South Curl might have just edged in front on the way home. They had a pretty good turn. North Cronulla had to avoid Noosa as they came around. Oh no, through the gate cans, they're pretty even here.
Kyneton in third there, Bateman's Bay, and then we'll see Noosa Tui's just not on screen at the moment, but bringing up the rear of the field. So nothing yet for these boys to chase, so they're going to have to row at home.
So, South Curl tickles.
Yeah, we haven't seen a win out of the top lane yet this morning. This could be the one. And they are running the top of a small swell there. And look at them go. They have held onto that one for a good 6 or 7 strokes. And that has moved them into the wave zone now. And that's building up behind them. This is good to see. We want to see fair racing. We want to see winners coming out of each end. And here's the first one today for Ali 1.
I think he might just sit in this little one here in the back of little double.
Yep, he's going to get sucked along there by the wave in front, and North Cronulla are going to secure second place.
Really spread out towards the end there. It was quite, the cans, they were all around together. But
Right.
third here.
Stevano's caught up with live heats.
Good
Ready
man.
to go. It's going to be a big day of racing, and see Kyneton there, Tash pushing for the third place. All important points. There's the Noosa boys.
Tui's.
They're swept by Stewie Cooper.
Yeah, they've got Oscar Hammersley sitting there in the 3-seater, I reckon, big Aussie. He's Grandpa's brother, one of our officials, just passed away a week or so ago, so down in the Bulleye Club, so...
Shout out to the family.
So yeah,
Sad time.
Pete Hammersley's...
So, getting back onto this junior racing here, Heat 2, Round 1, in Alley 1, the mighty South Maroubra Salmons. In Alley 2, Chugan A. In Alley 3, the Alexandra Headland Crew, the Rustlers. In Alley 4, Collaroy Black. So, Salmons, with young Nick sweeping the Salmons. So
yes.
Here he goes, Malik at the back of that one. A new sweep, only been sweeping for a little bit of time, and Salmons are doing well. He's taught those boys pretty well.
In his second year of sweeping, I think we started at the sweep school together in the same boat. So
there you go.
Yeah, he's done really well.
Yep.
He was rowing yesterday.
Yeah, he rowed yesterday.
Yep.
They got knocked out, unfortunately, but not through lack of trying. It was tough for everyone. You see that start line, Tash. I'll be pulling Chugan back at least a little bit there. Like South Maroubra giving away half. He has to get a bit further out, but it's a bit of nerves there. There's Kai in the stroke seat.
Bit tough there for Chugan. They don't want to pull it back too far. They're in ankle-deep water. It's just the shape of the beach as the tide fills in. As the morning goes on, it should even out a bit. But at the moment, just coming off low tide. Phil, is that correct? Are we there?
Yeah, I reckon we're there. First, so...
Yeah, there's no way Chugan could pull it back. They'd be on the sand.
Yep, we're on the way back up. So away we go. Malik in quickly in South Maroubra, but they're a length off the pace. And one of these Alexandra Headland and Collaroy crews I know have been performing in the junior division across each of their states. Collaroy having a very strong season this season already. So you see they're going hammer and tong here up this end in Alley 3 and 4.
Justin Stewart at the back of the Alexandra Headlands boat. And they've always performed well in the age categories. Have Alexandra Headlands, Steve Davies, the senior suite there. Justin not far behind him, though.
Sir Steve Davies, so Hall of Fame member going stroke for stroke, and there's Rob on the back of the Collaroy boat.
Yeah, and I think these Collaroy boys, off the top of my head, they won the Collaroy Young Guns in the 19s as well, so good form crew.
Home beach.
Have a look at beautiful Tullabudgera there
Oh,
on
the
your
New
right-hand
South-
side screen.
Oh, I'm so jealous of the conditions you get to train in.
Yeah.
So, going through now, you see, I think Collaroy, the New South Wales state team this year too, all conquering. So, they're right there, and there's just a length. South Maroubra just working to the back of the tuck of that Alexandra Headland crew in one. Malik's done a good job with the boys. They look strong and long together. You see young Pete Shaw in the bow there. He's one of the senior citizens of that junior crew. I had him started when he was 14.
Yeah.
He's a frother for boats, so that's great to see them going well with Malik. And you see Collaroy though and Alex Headlands.
Rowing pretty good technique too, these two crews at the bottom of your screen. They're finishing the blades under. Coleroy. Oh, yeah, okay.
Good turn.
Yeah,
Jeez, he
boy,
hit that well.
That was sharp.
Whew.
Round they go. Alley 3 and 4, then to Melick in South Maroubra in alley 1. Getting bogged down was the Tugan team.
Look at Melick with that left-handed turn. Jeez, it's such an advantage, isn't it, to have a left-handed sweep?
Well, I say so, Tash, and you've picked it up recently on the left, so
yep.
There's lefties before us that'll say we're doing the right thing, but these guys are going all right with their technique. You see Davies looking over going, where did South Maroubra come from? And you see Coleroy skipping away from the field on a little run up this end. So the Salmons from South Maroubra have rode themselves right back into the picture. And young Melick there, he'll be barking instructions. He's just got to stay calm. There's Rob, though, with the powerful Coleroy crew.
There's a little lift coming, I think.
Through the gate cans here, we see it. Coleroy a length ahead of Alexandra Headland.
Oh.
Probably
Tugan
half a boat
flying.
ahead of South Maroubra.
Here's the lift here.
Yeah, it fattens out when it drops into this gutter, builds up a little bit on the back bank, and then it comes through this wide gutter that we have here at North Kira and disappears.
I can see Alex really bums off the seats there for a couple of strokes, just trying to get that push, that extra drive.
Here goes the Salmon, still in one on the top of one, and Coleroy still there in front. Need this little bubble behind them now to turn into a wave to get the maximum points. But here comes the field. If they're good enough, they'll all get it.
South Maroubra just got their nose in the
Come on,
air.
Pete. There it is. Good boy. Hold it straight
nice
now.
Work.
Keep rowing,
That's
Melick.
great rowing.
Just see Alexandra Headlands just getting sucked back there in the shallow of the water. And let's see what they can do here. Will they get the push out? To me, there's better water down here in alley 4. The crew at the bottom of your screen.
Great road from South Maroubra coming back over the top on the finish line, and we'll have to leave that one to the judges because Coleroy led from start to finish, but looking at that finish, it was closer than we think, and we'll wait for the official judges on that one.
That was a great row by South Maroubra. You know, considering they were off from the start, they were behind.
Yeah.
To then they got checked a bit, and then they've really come into it. That can turn just set them up for that run home.
Two of the boys pretty new to the sport, and they've picked it up well down there, so having a good time.
Ran into Simon Patterson yesterday. I understand that his son is rowing in one of the South Maroubra crews.
Yeah, they got eliminated, unfortunately, yesterday in the Colts. They tried hard with Moe sweeping. A newly formed crew, but they had a go, and they sort of they got better as the season went on, and were flying this weekend. But as we know, that's tough racing, and it's just points, and third or a fourth place might be enough to cost you to get through the cut. So,
Audis. Some good junior crews coming out of Avoca. Good numbers.
Really good numbers in the junior divisions. Like, we've really seen the 19 boys and girls lift in the last 2 seasons. ASRL Open's currently got slightly more crews in these divisions, but it's fantastic. They're both up above 30 in each division, which is really good.
It's good to be here for the National Championships of the SLSA 2025 Championships here at hosted by Tugan Beach Racing Akira. All getting a little check there. It's a familiar sight. This Coleroy boat seems stuck in alley 4.
Oh, South Curly copping a bit down the other end. Had to push through one.
Nathan Wilson. There's the Avoca boat with Matty Mitchell.
Beautiful looking boat, this one.
The Mike Tamlin boat, the boat there in the centre of the greens, being named after one of our co-commentators, Mike Tamlin. The Peas, don't know where that comes from, but I'm sure Mike will let us know.
But there's Reese on the back of Mark Reese on the back of Coleroy. He would have dried off from yesterday's swim. Got stuck under the sweep hole, which occasionally can happen, and then when you're on the wrong side of it, balance was off and he went for a dive. So they're going all right now, though, the Reese's crew.
Probably didn't need you to remind him of that, mate.
That's why, Donnie, that's why we're here, keeping up with the facts, keeping the viewers entertained at home.
And he's got a red-hot 19 female crew too.
Current state champions.
ASRL Open champions and silver medal at Aussies last year, so...
And they won the state team there too, Tash. The
Yes.
New South Wales
Yep.
team. They were part of that all-conquering New South Wales team to knock off Queensland and retain the trophy. So you'll hear that a few times today.
You didn't retain it.
We got it back.
Thank you.
Thanks for
It
having
went missing for a couple of years up north, mate. Queensland had you. And only for some bad tactics, we would have had it again.
Do all right for a bunch of volunteer battlers down in the New South Wales clubs. Those powerhouse Queensland clubs. All pretty even though. Yep. Reece getting out of it. Avoca in the green boat doing a good job. And Mitch Renoff in the white Avoca boat doing a good job.
He's taken off there, the boys, haven't they?
Matty Mitchell down low and his crew in the green boat have lifted on the run and they found something that the others haven't and they're still in there, something pushing ahead.
Good length. Have a look at them come forward there. They've got a good catch, good length, long and strong.
Long. Really long at the catch, aren't they?
I think, are they rowing with round Rolex?
Yeah.
It looks like rounds by the way they're sort of over-feathering the oar at the catch.
I know Mitch is a round Rolex guy, so let's see if we can pick it up there. Looks like rounds. Full of grease, grot, disgusting. WD-40 everywhere. So, lifting those, the Avoca team, going through the gate cans now, making sure they're on the correct colour of their can.
There's a few lifts here. Just going to hit those back boats now.
You see the swell sort of pushing across the course, not exactly pushing square to the finish line. So you've got to run your boat, try and get the best out of it. And Avoca are going to get another one here, Don.
Yeah, they are. This is a super bank effect where the swells don't come evenly or square onto this beach. It's always going to hit down in alleys 4, the southern end, before it hits up the other end. As the swell wraps around Point Danger. But there you go, Avoca in the Mike Tamlin boat. They have let her run. Matty Mitchell's looks like he's secured maximum points here in this round robin. Can Coleroy hang on here? They're just in a bit of dead water rowing behind that swell. Yeah, they've dropped down that second wave that we talk about here all day. These two waves close together.
It's literally a boat length in it.
And well done to the Avoca Beach crew.
Yeah, that's the Wolf Pack.
Coleroy coming across in second there. Second of the Avoca crews over the line now. And South Curly unable to recover from that check, a decent check they got at the start. I thought they came back into it at the turning cans, but unfortunately they're going to take minimum points out of that round.
Right, so we've got one more heat to go in this division of under 19 boys, and then we'll be on to the 19 females. So just go back to the results. I'm just going to see if we've got results for heat 2. We haven't yet.
So we see round run, heat 4, about to go into the water. We're going to have Alley 1, the Marcoola Mad Hatters. In Alley 2, the Bateman's Bay Albacores, swept by Nick Jones. In Alley 3, Soldiers Beach Red Cheeks. And in Alley 4, I like these boys, Coleroy Loose Cannons, with their sweep yesterday. Paul Jones, son of Paul's in the bow. I met them at training a few weeks back. They're good kids. First to come and say good day with a handshake, and they're well-mannered boys and they're flying and they love boats. So let's look out for Mollymook this week. Let's not jinx them, the Loose Cannons. Round 4, all searching for points. Going to have 3 rounds, trying to progress.
Yeah, Marcoola boys just on screen there, the orange boat. They've done really well as a club as well, getting lots of junior crews and performing and competing strongly.
Good to see the Marcoola club, and we love seeing as many clubs on the water as we can, Tash, especially in your role. We love the growth of the sport.
Yeah,
more clubs, the better.
The grassroots, this is where it's all at.
Here we go. So, away now, you see all crews trying to get in okay, and Mollymook are in square and away, and Marcoola getting a little check on the nose. It's heavy water across this first part of the bank, and they're going to get hit again on this end. There's Soldiers Beach. There's more coming for the northern end of the course, and Mollymook Loose Cannons have skipped away.
Look at
untouched and out of there. So, good work from the Cannons.
Wow.
Setting the early pace, not getting affected by as much bumpy water, and a bit of a deeper water up that end perhaps, and they've skipped away.
Yeah,
it's
great
a great
start for those boys.
Yep.
Just shot off the beach.
Always feels nice when you get off to a flyer and you're in front, because you can sort of settle into your race and you can row to the plan.
Yeah, get the rhythm going. And I think Marcoola have done well there down in Alley 1 to get through those little checks. They had a little bit more, I think, than the other crews, and they've done well. I think they might be slightly just ahead of those other 2 boats. So, but no question at this stage that Mollymook are leading this race.
Not at all. The Loose Cannons from Mollymook, good gentlemen there, and As we see on the rider screen, shout out to our sponsors, Tourism and Events Queensland. Get up here for a holiday if you can. We've been lucky enough to get a bit of inclement weather and we love it.
Yeah, it's actually cool. It's cool
not
here.
bad.
It's not hot and humid. It's nice.
It's a nice temperature for racing. We'd like a few more waves. Thankfully, though, nothing cyclonic, so we can keep racing here. And it's the Mollymook Loose Cannons up this end. It looks like they're in their own race at the moment because they've streaked ahead. So let's see how far this gap is as they push up to this yellow cam. Martin Drysdale, Sir Martin will be excited with this early performance, no doubt. He'll be there, and here they go. Round the turn in two is in Alley 1's Markula in second place. Then Bateman's going in third. Soldiers going up to their turn. So, Mollymook, early leaders, still in front, and Markula a clear second. Tash, you called it. They've done a great job to come back into this race.
Yeah, they've done really well there. So good rowing from the boys. Now, see if there's any little lifts. It doesn't look like there's much there at all to bring these crews home. So they're just going to have to sit back and let the boat run.
There's Markula. You've got Remy, Otis, Rory, George, and Stephen making up that team. And they're having a good crack. Concentration on the boys. They're big boys, aren't they?
Yeah, you can see them really cranking the finish. So that outside arm that's on the oar, they're really cranking it in and sending the boat.
Sure are. And here's a run for both of these teams. Mollymook in Alley 4 and Markula across in Alley 1 have made a bit of ground up. It may be something to do with that end or the alleys, but we'll see as they go through the day. Mollymook's still in front. There's Markula screaming for positions.
Look at the 2-seat, the gun's on him.
He's a giant, that 2-seat, this fella from Markula.
This is under 19s, isn't it?
Sure is, but at the end of their time in under 19s, they are nearly fully grown, some of these kids, and there's the gap now. So it's Mollymook, done a great job, led the race start to finish untouched. Here goes Jonesy on the back, his son Junior Jones in the bow, milking over the front of this one. Come on, boys, over the front. The Loose Cannons working it together.
Wow.
Great row from the Loose Cannons, and I dare say, with all luck, they should feature later in this carnival if all goes well. And they made the state final, done a good job there. Yep. New crew, and
really
a great club on the rise again. Good to see. You've seen them, Don, at the club was involved at the George Bass. It's a great part of town, the South Coast. We love racing down at Mollymook, and it's good to see them back in the water with a strong junior crew.
Markula just coming across the line now in second, so good job by those boys.
I've just jumped back in here, guys. Did we talk about, we had a beer with the suite yesterday at the Tugan Surf Club?
Yeah, that was Jonesy. Yeah. That was the man, so he was excited.
Yeah, he's pretty pumped, said the boys are going well, and there you go. They picked up maximum points.
Bateman's Bay just coming across the line there in third place.
Another Jones sweep. Popular name for sweeps, that was Nicholas. And then as we go through to Soldiers, we'll shout out the Soldiers team. That was Michael Blake, Sergey Jackson, and Evie. Evgeny, beg your pardon.
Evgeny.
Look like brothers. They're or father-son.
Nikochenko.
Shout out to the family.
Nika 1 and Nika 2.
Good effort from those guys, and that's good to see Soldiers back on the water in that beautiful looking vessel of theirs. So,
on to under 19 female. Have I got that correct?
Yes, we are. On to the girls.
This is exciting. Look, this is tough racing across all these divisions. Pound for pound, you're here at the National Championships, brought to you by our event partners, Triple M, Gold 92.5, the Yernar Brewing Company. You see Finn's there. Also shout out to Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP, Queensland Government, Tourism and Events Queensland. Experience the beautiful Gold Coast, and well, I've got an experience coming up this weekend. I'm shifted camps. My accommodations had an upgrade, and I'm getting set for a weekend full of fun with my beautiful friends Don and Peter. How you feeling about that, Donnie?
I'm feeling good. I'm not sure how my wife feels about having you in the house.
Have you stocked up the fridge?
So we would
party tonight.
We would normally be watching Gardening Australia tonight on the ABC, but with you there, mate, we will be tuning in to the Roosters.
Tonight, Paul Peter. I'm sure you've got 15 tellies, Don, and a projector, so we'll work out one of those. If Peter wants to watch some gardening, we'll keep a company in the other room. But back on track now.
Alrighty, so we've got...
Tash, you were right. It is a hard... It's like a horseshoe start line with the way it's just coming at...
Just the scallops on the beach, so it's tricky.
We don't want to sound like we're complaining, but we just want to have the fairest racing for all crews at the Nationals, and they're doing their best, the officials.
Yep, so we've got top of screen Coleroy Cannons, so that's in Alley 1. So as we were saying earlier, silver at Aussies last year, gold at the Open this year, gold at state team. So probably the form crew, I would say, in this division, and they're the top end of this age division, so this will be last season for most of them. Their
form turned around when I pitched their Rolex for Mark Rees. Off they went.
Mate, you've touched just about every crew on the Northern Beaches,
I love
mate,
the sport. Well, only the good. I'll pull up the winners.
We've got in Alley 2, Newport Nessies, down to Bateman's Bay, Skipjacks in 3. Good crew as well. I expect to see them sort of up there.
Nick Jones turning the boat around there.
North Cronulla Gunnets in 4. Then we've got North Cronulla Springs bringing up the end of the field down on the southern end. So we have there's probably a good quality heat here, I'd say.
Yeah, well, certainly the North Cronulla crews, they always put a good outfit out there. Bateman's Bay going well, as you said, the Skipjacks.
Yep.
The Newport Nessies. Don't know much form on the Nessies this season, but we do know about Coleroy, as you said, star-studded team, but they're giving a half a length to the field at the moment on the start, so we'll see how they go making that up. It may work out to see on the cans and with the runners.
Just had a text in from Andrew Hogan suggesting that I should feed you Foster's Light when you get to my place this afternoon. Good on you, Hogs. Thanks for tuning in, mate.
Come on down, Hogs.
I can't.
Bring 5 mates.
I can't keep up with where he is. Hogs, let us know. Are you still down at Swansea Belmont? You're in South Australia?
He's not in South Australia. He's back up. So.
Yeah. Okay, he might be at Swansea.
Too cold.
Yeah, he's a good mate of yours. He doesn't think much of me. Foster's Light. Cheers, Hogsy. Champion. So
a bit of FOMO here. My girl's not racing this weekend. U12, and a U12 formal on Saturday. Sort of took the girls out. So
priorities, Tash.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So yeah, we've got the North Cronulla teams heading out to sea down this end, closest to the screen. The one closest to us, the Springs, I think, made a bit of a meal of that start. They're going to drop back to the field, but it's the Skipjacks in 1. Coleroy in 1, the Skipjacks in 3, North Cronulla in 4 here. Just getting over these bubbles. Nothing in front of Coleroy in 1, and they'll probably charge out to sea without their nose going up and down. But as I say that, it's a steep one for them. It just popped up out of nowhere.
Look at the skills of these under-19 girls. It's unreal. The bow girls just getting up into the air, getting the oar down, reaching down. The skill level is unbelievable.
You see Bluey Lee on the back of that North Cronulla boat. There's a few famous surf boat names in that junior North Cronulla girls crew.
Alana Crutcher being one of the daughter of Mick Crutcher.
Is it Mike?
Michael?
I think it's Michael. Michael he prefers.
Yeah,
Michael
enough.
Crutcher. He's sick of Mick. He's been Mick all his life and he wants to go back to Mike. So good work to the Crutcher family. He's a rooster too, Donnie, and he'll bring his mates up to yours later for the party. So all welcome. North Cronulla team, come on down. If you've got a bus, we've got parking spaces for 3 buses. So it's going to be a fun day and night up at Palace Cottrell. As you see, Coleroy now edging ahead.
Yeah, Coleroy, I think they'll row themselves back into this after that sort of being off the start and that little check as well.
Slower rating than their counterparts. They're saving a bit more juice. You see the rate on North Cronulla's right up there. You see Bateman's also with a pretty high rate, but looking across to Coleroy, they're just sending it and relax.
Yeah, look at that strength.
Send and relax, and their nose is going further forward. They're not burning as much gas. So here goes Reese into the turn. Stay in there, son. There he goes around the black can. You see Bateman's making ground up on North Cronulla.
Yeah, good turn there by North Cronulla, actually. They got round and out really quickly. For those at home as well, these boats, they're not changeable. So what you see the Open men rowing is what you see the 19 girls rowing. So it's pretty phenomenal that they're out there, the same oars, the same boat setup. You might tweak a few things, but by and large, they're rowing the same equipment and doing it well.
They're doing it very well.
Impressive.
Does come down to the sweeps though, and he'll have to understand he's the different horsepower under his feet. And you see Coleroy now showing their dominance, the New South Wales team, and they're skipping away on the back of a little nothing there. It's practically the edge of a runner that just popped up for Alley 1, and they've put 3 lengths onto the field here with Bateman's pushing hard for second place. Probably a length in front of North Cronulla. And then you've got the crew in from Newport in the background there. The other North Cronulla crew out of shot. So Coleroy, Mark Rees.
Yeah, showing their class here, aren't they? The Coleroy crew. They come well credentialed into the Australian titles.
Rowing into the headwind, guys. You see the ponytails of these girls blowing out of sight with this wind, and that's a good sign that they're rowing into some tough conditions. So they have to blade work and feathering your blade, all important for this race home.
Catch is super important. There's a little lift here.
Staying in the nose, as Don says, super important. Keeping that nose flat, powering into the wind with momentum. But Bateman's now lifted.
Coleroy are going to get this one, I reckon.
They're all searching for something, but Coleroy, there they are on the right shot, and Reese, he can knock them off.
Dominant performance there.
He's got to hold on to it though. There he goes.
Yeah, put an asterisk down next to that. It's probably the most dominant win that we've seen this morning.
The second of the North Cronulla crews coming over the top. Don, if this free forms, they're going to have a sprint to the finish with the other two crews for second, third and fourth.
Oh.
Here they go.
Geez, North Cronulla, the second
come back
crew.
Into it.
Springs have done great to get back into it. Oh, they might even jag a third there.
Second or third to Bateman's, so we'll work out the official places of that one, Tash, and
wow.
It's never over. You're never out of it. Beauty of surf boats.
Newport there just bringing up the rear of the field. They look like they're on the younger end of the scale, that crew, so not sort of the top end division.
No, I think they're a new crew, as you see now. Another boat there, the black boat from South Maroubra going out to sea. That'll be Harvey Barrett and his junior girls.
The Sapphires.
The Sapphires, they're beautiful girls. The Sapphires, I've seen them around the hood training pretty hard. And Harv's a good sweep and a good bloke, so good luck to them. That's Tyler, Sarah, Mia and Chantel.
Ciara.
Sorry, Ciara. Beg your pardon. Yeah, no, it's a worry.
Alley 2, we've got Noosa Heads Birds in 3 Avoca Beach CCs, then Avoca Beach Yabbies going head to head, the two crews, and Janjuk Jets down the bottom of screen. Now, this is Tannehill's crew, is it?
Yes, let's have a look at our
girls,
notes.
I reckon. So Aaron not able to be here this weekend, unfortunately, but I think, pretty sure Daisy and Molly, that is his girls. The Jets, I would say almost 100% sure that this is his crew. So good little crew, very handy.
He was tuning in yesterday. He's got a work commitment down in Victoria that he couldn't get out of, but he will definitely be watching his girls go around here this morning, and we wish them all the best.
Trying to find some notes he sent through, but that was just another chat that he gave us a bit of advice on. So, Azza, if you're listening, say good day.
I reckon he'll be watching. My bet is he's watching.
Shout out to all our friends and the viewing audience around the nation and in international waters, Don. It's big overseas.
Yeah, the Kiwis will be tuning in. A few of their crews went around yesterday.
Expats all around the world missing the Aussie Championships. They can watch it in their lounge room or on their computer. Hopefully there's a few people sneaking a view at work. We're thinking of you.
That shape in that beach is getting more and more pronounced. I thought it would improve with the tide.
The south area's got the same problem with that alley 1.
Away they go, but South Maroubra's 3 lengths off the pace there, guys. This start line's outrageous. What he's doing.
They are running out in a rip here.
So
let's see what they can do.
It works for him, but
yeah, I wouldn't choose alley 1 if I had to pick of alleys.
Yeah, Tannehill's right on tune there. He's watching for sure, and there's his Janjuk Jets. He's riding with them, and they've got a good start here in 5. If they can get out untouched, the News are getting smashed and checked in alley 2 there. The Janjuk team here with Avoca and Mitch Ranoff going stroke for stroke out to sea in the junior girls.
Well, the Jets have just settled and got a bit longer, and the powers come up, and they're just pulling away.
That's Molly, Eliza, Daisy, and Sophia. I'm guessing Brett is the sweep there, Tash.
Yeah, Brett Mazuris.
Unfortunate girl's name Brett, if that was the case. So, there goes Janjuk, pushing along, edging ahead. Great drone footage. Shout out to the Big Voice Media crew doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, we got the Yabbies sitting back in second, Avoca Beach. And then coming across to the Noosa Heads Birds. Looks like top of screen is the South Maroubra Sapphires, who have done well.
They haven't gone, they haven't given away too much there. It's all pretty stayed even out to sea. So we'll see who gets the best of the turns. Big run coming through the course they'll want on the way home for sure.
I don't think there will be now. It's come through.
Yeah, it's getting real tough, and what a different beach it is to the Masters it was a few days ago, Don.
Yeah, even go back, say, 3 or 4 weeks when we had Cyclone Alfred up here, unrecognisable, that's for sure.
Believe it's been big at home too. Some wild footage of some big surf around Sydney and down the coast, so I hope everyone's all right. The icebergs copped it.
Here we go, the Jets leading this race into the Cairns, so see what they can do here.
On the right, stayed on the right side of the Cairn there.
2, 3, and they'll be looking to take it on here. So good turn there.
Good turn from Barrett up in Harvey in alley 1 there. He turned it right around. He's back up. So all of these guys really lifted around those turns. We had our eyes on different boats, but they all came around simultaneous.
Yeah, all still in the hunt here. Noosa, just a little bit of a runner underneath them. You just saw the rate come up a little bit there on the Noosa boat as they're trying to put an impression on the rest of this field. But yeah, it's anyone's race here at the moment. All crews still in contention here. We're in round robin racing here. Crews looking for points to finish above the line and not get cut here. These crews will qualify through for Sunday if they can stay above the line. Noosa on your right hand side there. Stewie Cooper at the back of the Noosa crew.
A few bubbles here. We'll see if anyone can make a run of it. Jets lifting now, trying to get there.
Going through these gate cans.
Together. Look at that.
Dead even for the first 3 places and half a wave. Half a length behind that to it, South Maroubra and the second Avoca crew. So as Don Tash seen, a big run now coming up the tail of these crews.
Oh, it's just going to fatten out. They've just hit that gutter.
Yeah.
South Maroubra's got a piece of it though, and they're trying as a Noosa.
Noosa probably getting an extra stroke on the top of that last runner, and here's another opportunity here for these crews. Boy, it just fattens up, doesn't it? Here we go, coming into the wave.
Now, I reckon.
Wave zone. This could be a party wave. Here we go, girls. Lift it. All sweeps are going to chase this one. Look at this wave, guys. Look at this. Who's going to stay on? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the finish line. One of the tightest finishes of the whole championships this race now.
Noosa have continued to row there. They're digging the nose into the little bump in front of them.
South Maroubra in the deeper water.
What a row.
This is the advantage you get in coming back into this deeper water. You're not dragging over the bank. So the crew down there in alley 1, South Maroubra, they've done well.
Jeez.
Great effort from the girls. All unofficial. We don't know where the other finish flag is, but
well done, South Maroubra.
How good's that alley 1, Don? Yeah, that's a secret. Start half a length behind and take the win. Well done to the Sapphires. Huge start for the South Maroubra teams. They'll be pumped in the tent today. And shout out to my good friends at South Maroubra.
Just results there for the first heat of the under-19 females. So Colorado Cannons with that convincing win. Bateman's Bay Skipjacks in 2, North Cronulla Gunnets in 3, the Springs in 4, and Newport Nessies in 5. So we have one more heat left of the under-19 females, 5-boat race again. So we have Williamstown in alley 1, North Cottesloe Calypso in 2, South Kelkel Runaways in 3, the Cruisers in 4 from South Kelkel, and Alex ABA Stingers in 5. And those results have just come through for Heat 2 of the under-19 women. Up on screen, we've just got the crews that are in this race.
Yeah, Heat 3 of the under-19 females just on your screen there.
There's the results.
South Maroubra and Noosa Heads Birds. Avoca Beach CC's in 3. Janjuk Jets in 4th, unlucky on the line there.
That is unlucky.
And Avoca Beach Yabbies in 5. What a tight race though, 5 boats on.
Yeah. Try telling 5th place. How'd you go? Oh, we got 5th. It's tough. So that's the Aussies for you though, and that's why it's the ultimate prize in our sport. All chasing it, and you need a bit of luck to go your way to win the Aussies.
North Cottesloe Calypso's on the screen here, guns up. And away they go. Williamstown, I'm assuming they are swept by... No, they're not. They are swept by Nathan Waddell.
So I think the Runaways are pretty good from South Curly here.
Swept by Nath Wilson, a.k.a. Orehead, doing a good job.
Pick them as one of the form crews as well.
Well, some good airtime there as the bows get up and over these waves. Only a small swell, but they certainly are lifting these boats up in the air.
You've got Ribsy Fleming in the other South Curly boat there, in the blue Gus Patiri boat, side by side. The stablemates, one of the powerhouse clubs for New South Wales, South Curly. So they're going toe-to-toe with each other, and then Alex in one, and Ali 5 here with Northcott. There's not much in this race, guys.
And I think South Curl runaways will be hungry. They unfortunately were DQ'd from New South Wales state titles. They have rowed all season with 5 rowers and continued that on at state, but unfortunately one of the girls wasn't actually nominated. So
wow. Do we really care?
They were DQ'd, so a form crew not getting able to row state titles.
Got them on a technicality.
So they'll be hungry and looking out to do well here.
What's your thoughts on rotating 5 rowers around a crew? I'm not really. I think a crew is a crew, and if someone gets hurt, you can swap in. But
Absolutely.
I'm not a big fan of rotating rowers through a carnival.
Look, it's hard enough keeping 4 rowers in a boat together.
Yeah,
trying to...
and where do you stop at?
Yeah.
You know, if you can have 5, why doesn't everyone have 5 and 6? So I think, look, in your state level carnivals, absolutely support it. Get the kids engaged, get them rowing, and give them experience. But I think when you come to championship events, you've got to pick your 4 and stick with them.
Yeah, good call. So we see South Curl though. They're not letting them affect them, and they're out in front. We see side by side, it's the runaways versus the cruisers going into the cans. It's the runaways first with Wilson. Getting around, Ribs Fleming's in 2 with the cruisers, and then Steve Davies with Alexandra Headland getting around, and up in alley 1.
Yeah, not a bad turn there from Steve Davies. He's right up with these 2 leading crews from South Curl, and as you mentioned, haven't they got a stable of rowers at South Curl? And the crew out in front there, that is the runaways. Good on them.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, the runaways, with Nathan Wilson.
Yeah, I think they've got a couple of years left in the division too, so they're not at the top end of it. So we'll see these girls around for a bit.
Yeah, Zoe, Nikki, Rosanna, Abigail in that crew. Nathan Wilson, as mentioned, sweeping that crew, and they've got their nose in front here, or more than their nose. They've got a boat length here, but it ain't over. As we get back into this wave area, things can change, as we saw in the last race.
And they're coming from everywhere now because they're going through the gate cans, and there was a little push up there for Williamstown and North Cottesloe trying to catch up to these South Curl crews.
Gosh, it's really side on that wave at the moment, isn't it?
Looks like a tough course.
Yeah.
Even tougher than yesterday, as you said. There's not as much water moving around. And it's not a very big tide coming in today, so we're going on the tide, and here come the Cottesloe girls trying to catch up to the back of Wilson and the South Curl runaways.
Yeah, really coming back into it, North Cottesloe. They had a good turn, and they've put the afterburners on and really taking it to that second South Curly crew.
Yeah, good race to the finish here. South Curl out in front, the runaways. They're going to row into a bit of dead water here, though. There's nothing much behind them here. The other South Curly crew on the bottom of your screen here, they might have something come up behind them here. Northcott coming, Alexandra Headland's coming. We are going to get, are we going to get Williamstown on it as well? We saw this in the last race. Williamstown possibly the one to drop off the back here.
This is this is harsh for the leaders.
Cottesloe.
The leaders are watching them all go past them.
And there's the line in Cottesloe getting the better run there. That is unlucky for the South Curly crew, who they're going to pick up second place. They led from go to woe, apart from the woe, when North Cottesloe came past them on the line.
They look close together, don't they, at the top of screen there, those crews? They look really tied in on each other.
Yeah, this footage, I reckon's just sort of a bit deceiving. Yeah.
Now, Williamstown, help me out here. They, yeah, I know, but you're sort of down that way.
You're the national president.
Yeah. Don't you know where you
get around the nation.
What have we got left here in the under-19s? Yeah, we did.
It's over.
Yep. Looking around now, this is the Death Riders for A-grade men.
And we're going to leave this area now and swap down to the southern area as the open men go in for round 2 here.
So looking at the clock, Don, it's probably just over an hour for a round. We started just after 7:30, 7:40-ish.
Beasley workwear clock. Looking out there.
Just doing a bit of work here on a Friday, Don. Keeping the boss happy.
Gents, I'm just going to, ladies and gents, I'm just going to jump out here and go and see my Tullabudra miss in this area. And I'll be back to you shortly.
Look forward to that, Don. So, as we see still looking in the northern area, that's the Point Leo team with Jeff Matthews on board. And the Death Riders in alley 1, Bateman's Bay in 3.
We've got Surfers at the top of screen.
So we're still riding on this second round of the Open Men here for the northern area. So all crews getting away pretty evenly. Little bubble to navigate for Bateman's Bay. That's the view for Matt Selker for the Surfers Paradise boys. As you're looking out to sea, they're all in a pretty much straight line, and the Death Riders now, all crews trying to work over this last of the bubbles for the break. And they're out to sea now.
You'd be happy to be in a heat that hasn't got Bulle in it, wouldn't you?
Oh, they're just
You've got to capitalise here. And
yeah, one of many.
Yeah.
Again, it's a tough day when Bulle's in your race, but there's other crews there, and there's the other area that we're going to catch up with later in northern area, see who's moving it well down there. And
Currumbin, Palm Beach.
On this sort of course, we know how good Bulle are. But again, it's the other crews here to take, so Bulle won't give it to them, but if they're good enough, they'll get there, and that's the view out to sea in the second round of the Open Men's. It's probably the Death Riders up in 4, getting away nicely with Rob Lowry on the back of that boat. He's got a busy week this weekend with the several crews going well. So, Death Riders made up of Mad Mike, Sam, Trent and Jordan, former Aussie A-grade champions. To be fair, the boys all won A-grade or won gold on the same day. Sam in the bow won the Colts with the lamp.
Yep.
And then the Death Riders won the A-grade, so that was some sort of day. And that boat, I've been told, it's...
Termite might be up for some more tattoos today, this weekend on Sunday.
For sure. So going in now to the turns, Point Leo, though.
The chops.
Looking good out to sea is Matthews, and there's nothing in it, Tash.
No, 3 round together pretty much, and then you've got Surfers at the top of screen, left of screen, just hot on the heels. You can see the Death Riders just on the box on the right there in screen.
Working together in synergy is the Death Riders.
Chops have definitely got the edge here, though.
That's the Point Leo team in all orange cap. As we see Bateman's Bay doing a very good job there, and there was nothing in it at the turn with either of these 3 leading crews. South Curlco on the right, Point Leo in the little shot there on right now. You see those big boys rowing the cleaver oars, more of an upright style.
Just getting down low in that wind.
Yeah, aerodynamic Matthews. Hard at 6'4", so you see though he's lifted and he's in front of the others next to him coming through the gate cans. Neil Ennis working his boys. There's a little bubble behind the field. Yeah, and here goes Termite lifting the Death Riders there now on the top of one. So they've all got to work here into this no-gain zone.
Yeah, they could all be on a wave together if this one that's behind the gate cans comes through.
Yeah, and they're rowing into the wind.
Lift onto that together.
Look how flat that boat is. Matthew's doing a brilliant job. Super steady. Cleaver oars. Lifting a little bubble. It's tiny little ripple. And he's going to skip away ahead on the top of it. There's nothing there, and it's just enough to get him ahead of the other field.
Good rowing by the boys there.
Great rowing. You see that little thing. But here comes Bateman's. Here comes South Curly. And if they're good enough, here comes Surfers Paradise in 1.
Death Riders down the end here.
Working hard, the Death Riders, but the Point Leo team on that little bubble will pick up the unofficial first place. Neil Ennis pushing to the line, trying to get to ahead of the Death Riders in second.
Jeff will be happy with that result there. Just tough row for the Death Riders there. They looked good going out to the can, but then just really had a hard slog home. Didn't get as much of the runs there.
That's why we love A-grade. It's so tough.
Yeah.
Invitation to all the top B crews. Come on up. Join the party. A-grade rowing.
That's where it's at.
Yeah, win or lose by an inch.
We'll see Avalon Beach coming up to Opens next year.
Yeah, we will see Avalon coming up, and that'll be exciting for those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, so North Cronulla on screen, the northern area there. Not a problem at all. So there's North Cronulla with Adam Purdy. Team kit.
Death Riders snuck in for third there. So first place was the Point Leo Chops, 2 to Bateman's Bay. South Coco Death Riders third and Surfers Paradise fourth. So just snuck across there.
Got it done. They were ahead of the surface crew for most of the race. Then the whole field caught up. So we're seeing round 2 here for the Open Men. Heat 2, and that's 2 North Cronulla crews in Alley 1 and 2. And Don Sky's the tally team in Alley 3. He's keen on them this year. There's Perds.
Yeah, they look good. North Cronulla and Tally looked really good last
race. Yeah, absolutely. You see the Perds made up of James, Corey, Tyrrell, and Zach, with Adam sweeping. So that's side by side the North Cronulla Brooks A's, their stablemates, and they're with Logan, Will, Benji, and Hugo.
Bit of a family affair in this boat between Brooke and Will.
Yeah, the Fleming family. Dare say father and son. Perhaps brothers. Unsure. Shout out North Cronulla.
Righty, and it looks like Mermaid.
Oh, they're all tough here, Tashi.
I don't know.
Everywhere you look.
I was going to say Mermaid, but is it North Cronulla Brooks?
There's a state champion left or right here. There's a Queensland champ on the other side. It doesn't matter where you look in A grade. Yeah. That's Marty Fletcher with his powerful Mermaid crew. And look how flat and fast that boat is.
Big boys, aren't they?
Pushing a bow wave out and a tail wake behind. So Tally not going away with swoop on the back of that boat. And they've been rowing well, as Don said, all season.
Yeah, that a little slew last race, so they'll be looking to make things up here in this one.
Yeah, they sure will, and we'll get an idea of the alleys because it looks pretty even at the moment off the line. We see Mermaid starting to turn into their cam.
Yeah, I'd say they're all very close, aren't they?
Get a real good view of it.
Perds up the top.
Bang. Yep.
Yeah, wow.
3 crews pretty even, and Tally half off the nose off the rest of them in Alley 3. So
Mermaid by a bee's dick, I reckon.
Wow. Said perfectly, because in A grade it is about who makes the least mistakes, and it's not done till the very last stroke, and that's going to be the case in all of these races today. Boys are going to be spent, and you see Mermaid there now in Alley 4 with the work to do up this end.
Good run there.
We've seen crews up the northern end get a few runners later in the course.
Yeah, it's chop and change. It's not consistent, I think, the wave, so it's really difficult to pick.
Tally boys need this little lift to get back up to the tail, and here they go with swoop through the gate can. So here goes Marty Fletcher squeezing inside his coloured gate can.
Oh, I don't think the Perds are right in this, up on the left of screen in Alley 1.
Yeah, they look to be to the naked eye just ahead, but there's a little bubble behind them, and it doesn't look to be as much behind Mermaid if it catches them. Or are they going to turn this little something into a wave like the previous race? That's all it takes in A grade, and Tally got a little something, and they need to work here now to come to the field. Mermaid in the red boat in Alley 4, and there's Perds, Adam Purdy.
I've got something under them. It's little.
It's all under the top 3 though, Tash. They're on the same wave with Tally just behind. So you see the finish line flag there?
Yeah, it's just...
The Perds lifting. They're going to coast across. I'm not sure where that finish line is, but they think they might be done.
Mermaid
they're not done. They're sprinting now. Mermaid and the Perds. Oh, crap for one of the North Cronulla crews. Tally coming through as well, so...
Oh, it's too close to call.
That is too close to call. And there's the Mermaid boys. Great road from Alley 4.
No one knows where they finished. I'm not really sure, so we'll have to wait for those results to come through to be able to give those ones out. Okay, and we're going to shift over to that south arena now, so we'll pick up where they're racing, and I think they're into their last couple of heats of the under-19 females in the south area, so we'll leave the open men and we will swing around and look at that view there of the
south
area.
There, what a place to be, the beautiful Gold Coast. Enjoy, experience Queensland. Tourism Events Queensland, experience the Gold Coast. So
we'll see how it's racing. You can see the bank there. It's quite shallow, isn't it? So I don't know if they're actually starting boats out on that bank at the moment or if they are back on the beach now.
Yeah, well, you see the finish line's right out there now.
Yeah, I think they're starting off the bank.
Might be someone in the middle, a check starter of the course, just measuring that to make sure it's even. Looks like they're going to row it out to the bank and start out there. Tash, you're right.
Tricky for the 19 girls. Some of them are probably a little bit on the shorter, smaller side, the younger ones. So, you know, it's hard starting on a bank if it's not particularly shallow. Yeah. It's like trying to get in the boat when it's deep. Oh, my God.
No, it's tough.
As hard as a sweep, I find, like when the tuck's up around your armpit.
That's what you tell them. What are your legs? There's steel springs.
Yep.
What are they going to do? They're going to get you into the boat. So here goes Palm Beach, a formidable club, all green cap. Peter Spence looks like he's going out to start this race, and they're going to just bum it out to the bank. There's one of our check starters, and shout out and thank you to all our officials helping throughout these national championships. And you see further down south the rest of the competition to us, Tash, but it's a massive event.
It's huge.
We're grateful to be here.
Yeah, 7,000 competitors. I think it's one of the largest sporting events in the Southern Hemisphere after Commonwealth Games. So
that's huge.
It's
and
massive.
It's good, like a family reunion for a lot of us, been doing it and coming so long. And we're on the Gold Coast this time, but we're lucky to get around the country. And looking at the under-19 female round one on screen, you've got Currumbin Chaos in Alley 1, Palm Beach Prosecco in Alley 2, Metropolitan Caloundra in Alley 3 and Metropolitan Caloundra in Alley 4.
Yeah, and I think in the Met Caloundra missiles, we've got Sarah Schwab and Walter Schwab, so father-daughter combo potentially there. We've got Evie, Ellen and Mia as well. And then in the second Met Caloundra team at the top of screen, we've got Jace Bean sweeping with Olivia, Kaya, Isla and Molly. And as we come down the field into Alley 2, we have Spency sweeping, Annie, Natalie, Lucy and Brooke from the Prosecco, and we've got Bretty Dowker sweeping the Currumbin crew down at the bottom of screen with Ella, Annie, Isabella and Jordan. Jordan Wildman, so Chook's daughter in this crew.
Yeah,
good pedigree
excellent.
there.
Absolutely. Yeah, and
still waiting on results for that open male race that we saw in the northern area. Well, we'll get them to you when they come through, but I think that was a video finish.
Yeah, fair call. The famous name, Currumbin Chaos, they're sharing.
Yeah, so you can just looking at the depth there with the girls. So see even the 2-seat, that's pretty deep. It's getting up around the thighs, the butt cheeks. And even for the stroke, see that big step to get in.
Well, it's a tough sport, Tash, and that's the beauty of it, though. That's unfortunate, but
they're all in a
same
line,
for everyone. Yep,
which was good.
And they're away, Palm Beach.
Dear.
So Palm Beach getting away, making the best of it. You see, unfortunately, the Currumbin team, one of the girls, as Tash said, couldn't get in. You might have jinxed her, Tash.
No,
I think you kiboshed her.
It's hard.
We can't have it all our own way. You either start on unfair on the bank, or
start out on the bank, and it's deep for everybody, and the longest legs win.
Yeah, there's Palm Beach. Long style for junior girls there, going very well with Peter Spence. Good layback there, strong finishes.
Strong finish.
High outside elbow from all of these girls, and great technique. So you see they're putting it on to this junior division, and they're rowing away from them. Southern area, heat 3 of the junior girls.
I'm not going to write the Chaos off yet. You never know, they might come back into this.
Anything can happen in surf boats, and you have to complete the course in order, and it's not too much treachery out there on the water, but things can happen. Kick, a break, a rollicker or a seat or a foot chock. So you got to check your gear, keep on top of it, but it's Palm Beach now.
Definitely less swell in this area, it looks like, compared to that north area.
Yeah, different aspect. Look like those greener swells you see coming through there, pushing up into the northern course. So Palm Beach doing a good job here now. Look to be turning on Alley 3 can, the green. Green on green, Spency getting it round. What a turn, there it is.
2 strokes, beautiful.
Spun it right around that climber, and he's out of there, Peter Spence, with the Palm Beach crew. So
they do turn nicely, don't they,
sure
the climbers?
do. The Proseccos from Palm Beach, they turn it well, and you see there's Currumbin. They've come back into it. They're not giving up yet, Currumbin.
Let's go, girls.
They can see the competitors out of their sight. The girl that didn't get in the bow, she's got the work to make up, and she's not going to let her mates down. She's going to rip it all the way through, try and make up the field. You see Met Caloundra in the background there. 2 crews from Metropolitan Caloundra trying to catch Palm Beach.
I reckon this Met Caloundra crew that Jace Bean's got is those. Did you see that YouTube, the footage of the girls on the wave last year, screaming and hollering and having a bit of fun?
Yeah.
I reckon that's that crew. So
I'd love a wave now, but it's not going to help them. Palm Beach look to have done the work and the fitter and stronger of this crew race, and the Proseccos, I'd put them in the books to have a look at this year for the junior girls title, because they look like they're doing a very good job of it.
A little bubble there for these girls. This will see them, I think, safely back to the beach. They'll get a little lift off it. And
see Currumbin just coming up to the back Metropolitan Caloundra crews, trying to get an extra point out of it.
They've done well.
Huge
really
row. And it's a pretty benign course here. You see not much doing. Is this something now for Peter Spence, the tiniest of little shoves? There it is, not much there.
Geez, really good for a 19 crew. The synchronisation of the girls, timing, great stuff.
You'll see it sharpen up. You'll see catch timing.
On that wind.
Yeah, it's tough out there.
You can see it's heavy. Just there we go, little lift.
All the sweeps trying to lean as far forward as they can just to get the weight into the nose.
Met Caloundra on a wave just behind, so that will... Currumbin haven't got on that. That'll see them into second place. So have a look around there to see if he's clear.
Comfortably in second there. That crew from Metropolitan Caloundra.
Yep.
I think that was the Met Caloundra missiles.
Yep.
So well done to them. Early Heat 3 in the points, round 1 of the junior girls. And there's Currumbin. They have picked up third, Tash.
Great job, girls.
They've come across the top of Jace Bean's girls.
That's
and that's
fantastic.
a huge row, and they'll be happy with that.
See the sweep, just having a chat to them, talking them through. There's one with the 19 crews, one of those things when things go wrong, it's just keeping them calm, getting them focused again and not panicking. So Jace's new boat there, the new mould.
Give him a call, JDB, phone number on screen there now if you need a new boat. He's looking for customers. So we support all our boat builders out there in this great sport, and everyone's got a row in one of them. So
yeah, and they're just going to take us back to the results in that north area. The last race that we had, which was the Heat 2 of the Open Males. So first place, North Cronulla Purds.
Well
Second place, Mermaid Beach Kennards. Talabudra Miss in 3 and North Cronulla Brooks in 4. So tight racing there. Well done to the Purds.
Well, I'm very excited now, Tash, because we're going back to the A-grade male in southern area, and I'm going to call it out. In Alley 1, the current world champions, Port Kembla. In Alley 2, the famous Wanda Weapons. In Alley 3, Palm Beach Phoenix. In Alley 4, Queenscliff A-Rollers. Queenscliff with Daly. So
there's no easy... it's Wanda Weapons, I'd say.
These guys starting off the shoreline now, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, wait, surely not if they put the 19 girls out there.
Well, just looking at what we know, it's round 2, so results you'll keep up on screen there. Get onto the SLSA page at SLSA Australia on Instagram. There's previous results. It was Palm Beach in first, Met Caloundra, and that was the missiles, I think, in second. Currumbin Chaos in third, and the Jace Bean's Metropolitan Caloundra girls in fourth. So,
and just getting one of those names in the Palm Beach crew, N. Perry.
Yeah, famous.
It's, Nathan Perry's daughter.
Natalie.
Yeah, Natalie. She's
made quite well.
Shift over and doing really well there.
Disowned from the family up there now at Palm Beach. Having gone to the dark side. Nah, she's doing a great job, and
mutually agreeable decision.
Yeah, no, it's good to see them all getting a row, and sometimes you have to move around clubs to get rowers and to keep rowing. And I've had to do that, and unfortunate that's how it is, but that's the sport, and we love it, and we're all lifesavers of these great beaches. We're the custodians of this great sport, and we're lucky to be here, being lifesavers our first and foremost priority. So they're working out the edge there.
I can see Pato just having a chat. He's got, I reckon, Jace Bean's just off the edge there as well, and Tamara's walking down. So Tamara's being the sectional referee in the south area.
They're working out what they're going to do on this start, I reckon, Tash.
Yeah, it's really challenging. It's the only... I think if your start isn't fair, if you've got a crew that's sitting in alley 1 that's half a boat length off, then the cans, if you can't fix it, the cans have to be adjusted to allow for that. That's the only thing you can do.
Well, just looking at that looks pretty fair. I know it's deep.
Wanda now, Nathan Spinner's gone away from the boat.
It's A-grade men, so...
I don't know where Spinner's gone. He's...
potentially giving advice on this start. There's Patterson with his Paul Kembler crew, the world champion crew currently.
Top bloke, Pato.
Did the George Bass on a ski. Lunatic. Rode the whole way on a ski. Well done, Jack.
So they're shifting the crews. You can see they're moving them all down south there. So
this is where crews can get bunched up, I tell you.
Yeah.
Because A-grade men don't give each other much room, and the slightest mistake or little push or shove could see them into each other.
There were a couple in the south area yesterday that did actually end up tangled and locked doors. So you need a clean start or go pear-shaped.
Yeah.
Coxie there on screen with Palm Beach. So, I mean, it's great to see that the officials are all working to try and get the fairest racing, not just sort of accepting it.
It's the national championships. They need it to be as thorough as possible, giving all these crews they've trained hard all year.
Yeah, Tamara's giving them the okay to crack on there.
So it's Port Kembla in 1, Wanda in 2, Palm Beach in 3, and Queenscliff in 4. All New South Wales affair. Czech starters now happy with that line, so we'll be in the starters' hands. You can see out to sea. The finish line is further out to sea, so they're going to row past the finish line on the way past.
Yeah, it's better than it was yesterday, though. Yesterday, the northern tower in the south area was back sort of near the bows of these boats in that gutter.
Yep.
With the south tower being out on an angle. So now they've squared that finish line up and it's in line with the wave, which is what you want.
That wind howling through there.
Yeah.
Czech starters' flags ripping through. See the banners in the background starting to lift, so that's going to hit the rowers in the face on the way home.
I mean, Port Kembla still a little bit off the start there. And you can see the two-seat, the water's up around his butt cheeks, so they've really sort of pushed it. They can't go any further out.
So, looks like the gun's up there. As we see, going away now is Port Kembla, and it's all in a line. So, Port Kembla in alley 1, Wanda in alley 2, Palm Beach in alley 3, and Queenscliff up in alley 4 with Damien Daly, and it's the Wanda Weapons getting the early jump off the field. They're all going to negotiate some bump now. There's Port Kembla going out to sea. Wanda getting through it. Palm Beach a little check. Port Kembla bouncing over the top of 1 and 2 in alley 1. They're going to have to restart their motor to get back up to speed, but it looks like Queenscliff taking an early lead in alley 1. Sorry, in alley 4, going a little delirious here, waiting for that second coffee to turn up. And then Wanda, Weapons, they're pushing along nicely in alley 2 and equal there with Queenscliff going through the gate cans. There's nothing in it. So there's Jack Patterson and the Port Kembla boys working the length and working this boat. There's the current Wanda team doing a great job. Wanda team there on screen made up of Matt, Brad, Jack and Hayden. They're doing a good job, steady bodies, all in time. See the course out to sea, it's getting lumpier and bumpier coming up to these turning cans. And it seems to be the Wanda team there in alley 2 pushing along with Damien Daly and the Queenscliff A-Rollers. The A-Rollers made up of Simon, Connor, James and Campbell. And there's nothing in it with the Queenscliff crew and Wanda both going round together. Who's going to turn quicker? There goes Wanda up and out of it. Then the Port Kembla and the crew from Palm Beach just dragging the chain a bit, but Wanda's lifted out of the cans. They've got a little run. So after turning even with Queenscliff, it's Wanda who have pushed ahead. They know how to do this. This is a great part of their race when they get out in front, they find a little run and then they push ahead there now. It's like they're having a 3/4 part of the race lift. Here they go again. Look at this race from Wanda. They turned even with Queenscliff Tash. And then we've seen them come back right up. There's Spinner.
Yeah, great job there. That was my peak Wanda. They've been a form crew all season, last couple of seasons. So
yeah, definitely here to upset the Bulleye party of the last few years. But there they go through. It's only about a length now because Queenscliff have done a good job on their row home. They haven't let Wanda get away from them too much. We know on this course, if you're within striking distance now, especially in A grade, they're likely to pick up any little wave. So we see bubbles starting to form under the Wanda boat. Is it going to form under the Queenscliff boat? I don't know. Spinner now spinning it. There's nothing there. Just trying to lift. Chasing a little run and he'll do it again.
Oh, nice work.
Yep. Wanda Weapons there, taking away first place. Great row from those guys in their second round. And here goes Queenscliff coming across the line for second. And where's that third and fourth? It's going to be Port Kembla or Palm Beach. There's Port Kembla. Here's Palm Beach.
Try and sneak across here.
Well, we don't know on this finish line. Probably Port Kembla boat moving a little faster across the line, but out of shot was the finish line camera. But you see the Wanda Weapons there did an excellent job.
A bit more spread out than the other, what we've seen in the Northern in racing of the open rails. So
yeah, looks a bit flatter though.
It's a bit flatter, and the start is, I would say, a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it looks a bit cleaner, just to the naked eye. I'll have to get down there later and have a little look.
They've sort of moved away from that bow in the beach so that it's a little fairer. So
tough in A grade, the boys.
Ooh.
Looks like
a bit stiff there getting out of the boat.
Potentially a different rower from normal. Don't see Big Mitch, not sure what's happened there, but they've still had a good go there, and it's tough up in alley one. There's Big Mitch foreign, but there was two Mitches in that crew, so they'll be back for round 3 shortly, the Port Kembla team, and they'll have to work hard on the points after that race, depending on what they've got. I'm excited now to watch this race, and we've got, it looks to be
Currumbin Norseman.
Yeah, in alley 1, swept by Will McDowell.
Yep, North Bondi Blade Runners in 2.
With Steve Larnack.
Lura Wilco in 3.
With the great man Grant Wilkinson.
And we have in alley 4 the Angry Otters. So
Fairhaven Angry Otters.
Yeah, so, Wilco's?
Oh, I don't want to jinx anyone. I'm going to cheer on my mates from North Bondi.
The old boys.
Steve Larnack and the boys. The old boys, Wilco's crew, definitely going very well too, so I don't want to jinx any of these. There's Will, good fella, on the back of the Currumbin boat.
Kiwi.
And the Angry Otters. Probably had the least to do with the Angry Otters, so not sure about...
Been around for a while.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Well, I definitely know who they are, just don't know the fellas personally, don't get down to Fairhaven enough. But you'll see there now, little Will up and in and over the front of the bow. Over the front of his quarter bars instantly, and he's racing at the front. You see Larnack in North Bondi starting to creep over for the next one here, and you see Wilco, the powerful Allura Wilco crew. Little bubble to get through there. One more little wave to bounce over, and I think they're all out to sea. They do a great job, those Wilco boys. Dead set.
Yeah, it goes.
They won the Masters earlier in the week, I think, and had a great carnival early in the week. And
yeah, just the skill shows how much skill comes into surfboat rowing. They've done it for a long time. They've got the technique, the skill.
Yeah.
Stay fit.
Yeah, they're giving hope to many of us to want to keep rowing, which is great. So we applaud that effort. Wilco with Fruey in the bow, and then you've got Daniel, David, Matt, all great fellas, and there they are on screen. They'll be there in the mix too. So they're trying really hard. You see that long, steady stroke of the 2 strokes there. They're about 6'20". They're massive and they're powering away.
Yeah, little gather at the finish there where they just sit back, let the boat run, gather themselves and controlled recovery home.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but it's what to do. Hands away and keeping that nose flat, trying not to rush up the seat, letting the momentum and the boat run, letting the send take effect. North Bondi done a great job to row back up into Lura's tuck there. They're sort of just creeping past Fairhaven, and you see a bit more ruffle on the water now as the wind starts to pick up even further, Tash. As they go in now, there's Allura. Going round in 1, 2. Bluey from North Bondi courting.
Smoked that turn, Bondi.
Straight out of there. There goes North Bondi and Allura.
Even Currumbin, great turn from them, bringing them back up into competition for that third place. So, but North Bondi, impressive.
Great
turn
row
there.
from North Bondi. And as we shout out to reserve grade crews stepping up, they did the same thing from reserve grade to A grade only a few seasons ago, possibly 1 or 2. So they've just come up. They're the new kids-ish on the block from North Bondi, but they're here to play. And you see Larnack there with his charges there flying the North Bondi Blade Runners. There they go. They're going past Allura there, Tash. Some sort of row from Larnack and the team. Great work from those boys. They were been training hard.
Here's a run here. We'll see if Wilco loves chasing the swell, so we'll see if these boys can up and catch him or whether Bondi are going to run away with it.
They're fit, the North Bondi crew, and they're a little bit younger than the Allura team, but it doesn't matter here because they're going stroke for stroke.
Oh, they're in the hole now. Wilco will be asking
little bubble for North Bondi, just skipping ahead, just a little half shove, Tash. There's nothing on the bottom of that boat. No. And here comes Allura.
Wilco.
Their turn, now North Bondi's turn. Oh, wow.
Jeez.
This is on. Look at North Bondi. They're going to use it. It's just reformed. It's tiny, and they're going to pull over the front of that. Yes. And that's well done to Bluey Larnack and his North Bondi Blade Runners. Ben, James, Jake, and Charles. Good work, fellas. Shout out to North Bondi, their crew from yesterday, the reserve crew. The assets did a great job. So Bluey across for first there with Allura in second. Great row from Allura.
Nice, very well done.
And then the dogfight for minor placings, third and fourth. It's Fairhaven and Currumbin. Didn't really feature in the call. They were just a length or two off the pace at the front of it, and great racing from North Bondi in the Blade Runners. So, yeah, that's that was Heat 2 done and dusted.
Yeah, we got one more to go of the Open Men's Heat 3, and then we'll be into the women. So, a bit of an open field here. So in this race here coming up, we're going to have in Alley 1 Mooloolaba Sea Anchors.
So, Jess, say again, Tash.
Mooloolaba Sea Anchors in Alley 1. Then we've got Coffs Harbour Boat of Friendship.
Yep, with Matt
2.
Collins.
And we have McMaster's in 3. So we've seen Brad usually sweeping the fat dads, is now rowing in the A grades.
Dad sweeping.
Dad
Nick Norman,
sweeping.
what a champion bloke.
Yep.
Nick is, and he's a filthy South Sydney supporter too, Brad Norman. So
and,
he's invited to the party later.
We've got the Barbarians from Currumbin in 4 with Lyle Clark sweeping that crew. So
famous name in surfboats, the Currumbin Barbarians, and a famous name, Lyle Clark, in surfboats. So
yep.
Again, there's no hiding in A grade.
The boat of Friendship.
Yeah, Matt Collins.
I like that
Rude
name.
boy. Trying to entice friends to come along and join them.
You can see
so
Brad there in the bow.
Yep. Mick sweeping that crew. And it's good to see them in A grade, pushing it along, having a crack.
Yeah, haven't had a grade crew for a few seasons, so good to see them chucking a crew together and getting out amongst it.
Not sure here who's in form out of the Queensland crews. Mooloolaba and Currumbin on the outside, with Coffs and McMasters from the north coast of New South Wales in the middle. So they're away there now, and it's the Mooloolaba team on screen there now, working hard, going across this part of shallow water for all the crews, negotiating this bumpy first 50 metres. All crews getting the same bump on the nose. The Boat of Friendship with Rude Boy Collins there getting through. So, Currumbin also just getting a little bump up in Alley 4. Another one to get over there. And it looks like McMasters are in the early lead, Tash. Good work from the Norman family.
That's good to see.
Mick and Bradley and the boys in the middle.
Yeah, Fat Dads went out yesterday in the Resi grade, so they'd be pretty pumped if they could get through here, get through the rounds. So with Barbarians on screen there. Yeah,
great rowing style. The Barbars strong, and you see them. Lyle Clark, he's one of the better sweeps in the sport. They're on their way out to sea up in Alley 4, and
might have the edge at this point, possibly,
it looks
the Barbarians.
like they're skipping away, and you can see the wind starting to take effect on the course. even to the naked eye now, so it's dare say it's going to come up. The Barbarians in 4 doing a fantastic job there. And we'll see as they go closer out to sea, stroke for stroke, you see there's not much in it in this A grade, as we keep saying, but
very tight. So I reckon our drone might be having a little battery changeover.
Changeover for the drone, but the cameramen are doing a great job bringing us the action. Is that the sun out there causing a reflection?
Bit of a glare from the sun.
My word, we haven't seen that in a while here.
No, we haven't. It's been clouds
come to
and
Queensland.
rain.
There's a Currumbin in 4, getting around first. Then it's Mooloolaba in 2, in alley 1, in second place. So the Queensland crews look to be leading at the turns.
At Masters 3, and I think Boat of Friendship was round in 4, but they look like they've got a good push out of the cans there into 3rd.
Yeah, no, they're doing a good job. And it looks like Currumbin, the Barbars, with Lyle Clark on the back, taking every advantage they can. See the rate up there, lifting on a little bubble underneath them.
Oh, you can see that wind has now swung around a little, and it's pretty side on.
Great view from this drone there, back in action, Tash, and you see there it is side on, and it's the Barbars who are doing it. And they're up in alley 4.
Mooloolaba hanging on though.
Setting it, the Boat of Friendship now, a little lift for the Coffs Harbour boys through the gate cans. So there's Collins pushing them along. Those sideways runners coming through the course now from Mooloolaba up this end. But it's Currumbin, the Barbarians.
But Masters haven't been able to stay with these crews. They just really dropped off the pace here and fallen behind the main pack here. So look at that lift here from Coffs Harbour, really going for it now. They're going to challenge. I think they'll even take it to the Barbarians here if they can. Well,
it's going to be a 3-horse race on the finish line. Barbars, have they done enough? I think they have, because it'll reform just for them a half a wave ahead. So they earned the win there, and that's good, but it's going to be on for 2nd and 3rd here, Tash.
And here comes some heavy water, shallow water rowing over that. It is dead and heavy, so...
We can't call that one.
Oh, I think Koss maybe snuck it for 2nd, so good row.
Yeah, great row.
The Boat of Friendship, doing well.
Come on down, the Boat of Friendship. So, getting through the races, and what a day of racing we've had so far, and more to come. Shout out to our sponsors while we can, the Kellogg's Nutrigrain, Brewing, Finns, Great Finns Company, Triple M Gold, tune in to 92.5, the Australian Federal Government Sports Commission, and DHL, Isuzu, Ute Australia, Qantas and Westpac. Check out the SLSA's new TikTok account. Get some TikToks going. Don't know much about TikTok, sorry.
On the TikTok?
We're on the TikTok at SLSA.
Being one to engage with the youth, I reckon.
I have to leave that to the others, the TikToks. I'll stay out of that. I got stitched up, I reckon, on TikToks. I don't think that's an outlet for me, but the kids love it. And so shout out on the SLSA. There's a future boatie cheering on his dad. He's got the best view in the house with the binoculars. He might become a commentator one day, young man.
I can see Malcolm Trees in the background there with his camera as well. He does a fantastic job capturing all of the action for our surfboat rowers. He's phenomenal, does it? Volunteers his time, doesn't take any payment for it, and he provides the images for free. So he's and he just does fantastic work.
We're blessed to have great cameramen up and down the beach, and doing a good job. So we're just joined by some of our comrades, and it's just about in time, boys, because
we're into the Open Women here. So we've got on the screen, we've got round 2, heat 1 of the Open Women, Coogee DMGs, Port Kembla Parrots, Wanda Winging It, Woolgoolga Krakens, and Mooloolaba Chop Suey. So a 5-boat race. It'll be interesting to see what they do with the start here, because the tide's filled in and they're not racing off the bank anymore. They're back to off the beach, so it'll be interesting to see how they manage that edge. Yeah, so I'm just joined by Big Tom, and I just want to say good morning, Tom, and I'm going to jump out of the chair for Don shortly, but I will want to wish the Coogee girls here all the best with macro in this race. Friends of mine, so good luck, girls, having a crack in A grade. Another one of the reserve crews that come up to A grade a few years ago, so we're going to call you out for having a go in A grade, because it is the toughest division and you should be applauded. All these crews, there's nothing in it. But at the pointy end, someone's got to win, and
Well, you're the winners at home with this commentary team on board. You got Tash, myself, Big Tommy, and I'm going to call in my man, Mr. Cottrell, and I'll join you again soon. Good luck, guys. See you soon.
Calling in the cavalry.
Big Tom, welcome to the team.
Thanks for having me. It's nice to be back.
Running coffees this morning and...
Errand boy this morning.
Keeping everyone hydrated.
That's okay. I'm happy to do it.
Have you been down on the beach?
I have. I actually caught up with a few of my lifeguard mates, being my profession at the moment. And we had Michael King come up.
Yep.
And he just wanted to let the staff know that his rower is okay.
Okay.
She's gone to hospital yesterday. It wasn't a spinal. She's had scans, and it's just a concussion.
Okay, that's good to know.
And one hell of a headache.
Right, good.
Yeah, it didn't look good on camera.
Was that rollover in the shallow?
No, it wasn't.
She caught a crab in one of the eliminations and got flung on her head. And they had to sit that race out. They had to put her back in an IRB.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, calling it a crab's a bit harsh. I thought she just went up and over a wave. As she dropped the oar in, it just really came
Slipped
back
through.
at her hard.
Yeah.
She was in the air at the time, and her head just went back onto the
bow
splashboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good reaction from the second bow. She just pushed her oar across, turned around to assist her teammate. They had to go up and over another couple of waves before the IRB got to them. But that's good to hear that it's a concussion. She's had the scans and she's all good.
So is this the 23 girls?
Yes, this is the Newport girls. Yep.
Australia team reps.
Yeah, the under 23. One of the big names in the competition. They're now out. That is the Newport Stingers. So disappointing for them.
Yeah, it's opened the door for a few crews.
Yeah. So,
that's disappointing.
I was down on the beach myself, just having a bit of a walk around. What we didn't see on the live stream here was the Wanda Weapons, the open men, in their first heat. They had a broken stroke rollick during the race. And they finished in last position.
And
they came back out in their second heat. They needed it, and they produced it. They've come away with a win. They are one of our top fancy crews.
That's
they've
twice
responded.
this season. Broken rollicks.
Yeah, would you believe?
Mooloolaba chop sueys in the selection event.
Yeah, and Caps have not obviously in that sort of company as the two crews you just named, but we had the same thing. We broke. Rollicks,
so
training for the Bass and in the Bass.
Present reminder, check your Rollicks, please, everyone.
Hard to check them when a well goes and you don't realise it. We're on the line here, Tash. What have we got?
We have got Coogee down the bottom of screen, DMGs, Port Kembla Parrots, Wanda Winger in 3, Woolgoolga Krakens in 4, Mooloolaba Chop Sueys in 5. Very good crew there, Sarah Weston, Brendan Weston. Saw them having dinner last night down at Greenmount, so... they were being safe picks with their food, and there was a few steaks and a couple of lamb shanks there, so the girls are fueled up, ready to go.
That too. Check your food.
Yeah, you know about that, Tom.
I was done in by a Port Macquarie servo burrito.
Yep.
Before the national team selection event.
That'll learn you.
Yep.
Never again.
Round 2, Heat 1, open female. Gun gets them away, and we see Coogee in there, bottom of your screen. Port Kembla next to them. And that is Jack Patterson with his wife sitting in the stroke seat there as well. Boy, top of screen there, Tash. What are we looking at there? Is that the
Chop Sueys?
Mooloolaba? They're my pick for this weekend. I know Currumbin are hard to go past as well, and obviously the Hoosier from South Curly. But I'm liking Mooloolaba Chop Suey. And
the South Curly, not the Hoosier, Georgie Rose crew.
Yep.
They're also, I think, pretty hot.
Yeah. And Mooloolaba, Brendan Weston at the back of that boat on the right-hand side of your screen there now has his wife in the crew. And as we've mentioned before, she is the GOAT. She is the greatest of all time female rowers, won more gold medals. And she's not on her own in that boat either. They're a very well-credentialed crew with plenty of Aussie finals and medals in that boat. And they're no spring chickens. And I don't think they'll mind me saying that. They are a mature crew. And have a look at them now. They've got their nose in front here, Tommy.
Yeah, they're doing well. It's good to see they've made some changes on the course from yesterday. So they've taken the towers out to the bar. So they've straightened up how the wave is hitting those towers, so it's much fairer at the finish. And I reckon they've adjusted the course, possibly moving south a little, so all of those crews are not starting... you've had one yesterday that was sort of back a bit off the start line. All 5 were sort of even there, which is good to see.
As the president of the RSRL, Tash, you'll know there's 3 things that boaties want. They want an even start, They want a fair course, and they don't want to be on the beach all day. And we've been getting through it here today quite well. Conditions obviously favourable, but the officials here today have been able to get us through this race in quick smart. As they hit the turn, and that's the chop suey. They're going to go around in first position just. And there is
Coogee, good turn at the bottom.
Yeah, Stevano's favourites there. The Coogee crew with Macro up the back of that. They're in the mix as well. So there we go. 4 boats. Probably Wanda, the boat in the centre there with the work to do.
Yeah.
Maybe caught up on the can a bit. I think they swung a bit wide into that breeze. But they're starting to surge away again.
How good's Woolgoolga going? They had a great ASRL Open club just north of Coffs Harbour.
Little willow on screen there. Checking out the boat action. We had the duck yesterday and we've moved on to willow today.
Yeah, there's a couple of fluffy puppies down on the beach today. Good to see. Wanda running the top of that one, and they're going to need everything they possibly can to get themselves back into this race. These other crews now are going to have a crack at that swell. Another one behind Wanda. Can they get on this? They're going to be giving it everything. It is do or die for points here right now. And we are looking at the crew at the top of the screen there. That is Mooloolaba, Chop Suey, Woolgoolga beside them, Wanda, centre of screen, Hawk Kembla and Coogee bottom of screen.
Geez, Woolgoolga really taking it to the Chop Sueys there. They're not letting him give anything away.
Sorry, Tommy.
You go ahead. Fair bit of southern swell lacking, to be honest. I feel like it's not really forming up for them. They're doing the work, and the other three, Wanda with another surge.
Yeah, they seem to get the best of the runs on the way home. They've had the best of the lifts.
It's just not forming up in the southern alleys there.
Mooloolaba in dead water there. They have led from the go. Let's just see if they can bring it home now. Woolgoolga right there with them. And as Tash mentioned, there is the finishing stands out on the bank. That is a good move by the officials. And Woolgoolga.
Jeez.
That might be a bit of an upset.
The winging it, doing the work
Wanda.
there.
Look at that. Yeah. Rode themselves back into it. They made the most of all of those little runs and might have seen them maybe 3rd, 4th place.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah, some really good changes on the course. I think it's really good to see that the officials are being agile and sort of seeing when it's not fair and making changes. That's good stuff.
Coogee crew there, they will be hoping that they've picked up a 3rd out of that with the 3 boats coming across the line on the same. But check out the live heats for the actual results, just to see where Coogee finished there. They turned in the mix with the rest of them, and the 2 crews at the southern end of the course just got themselves out in front, Woolgoolga and Mooloolaba. And they are our 1-2 for the all-important points here to stay above the line. We're having 3 rounds of round robin, and then we are cutting the field, and we'll see these open and under-19 crews back here on Sunday.
I think 19s might be on to Saturday. I think it's just the Opens that are going to push over to Sunday and have the day off.
Okay.
The 19s having sort of more than 30 crews in the divisions, so they've got a little bit more work to cut them back. So, I can see Glenelg boat here. So let's call the field. So we have in Alley 1, it is the Met Caloundra Hammers with Jace Bean on the long oar there. Then we've got Glenelg Gladiators, Greg Dorr sweeping those crew in 2. Palm Beach Pirates in 3 and Coxie sweeping those girls. We've got the very well-known and famous Currumbin Cockatoos with Maddie Wildman sweeping them. And in Alley 5, right down the end, another Currumbin crew, the Vortex, and that is Lyle Clark's girls. So a few changes in that crew and a name change.
Yeah, you got me completely confused here. Elise.
Elise is one of the OGs, one of the originals, yeah.
Yeah, she is. And
Tara?
Claire, Courtney, and Tara Townsend, super sub Tara. So, she's a good one to call on.
Be an interesting bit of an unknown crew. So good to see we've been doing shout outs for crews that have come up from reserve. So Glenelg Gladiators there have made the call to go and row Opens and never been up in Opens before. So good to see them. They've got the Tilly in the 2 seat there, the big strong Tilly from
she
the.
She can squat, that girl. She can squat.
She's actually moved into powerlifting, so she is a weapon. And I reckon we will see her in green and gold again, but for a different sport. That's my call.
Yeah, okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Yeah, I think the gym were pretty happy when she walked through the door. So
we were speaking yesterday about former national team reps, and we had 2 in the Grenades.
Yes.
And by the sounds, we have two of the Grenades have stepped up into the Gladiators now with Siobhan as well.
So Stix is in the stroke seat. So she's a former, she was in the first year of the Australia team reps, and then Tilly in 2-seat. And then we've got 2 sitting over in the Grenades that rode yesterday in Rezzies and did very well. And then Hannah, the little ninja, she's still sitting in 23. So 5 girls, national team reps across 3 crews. So it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's good to see we've kept him in the sport.
Yeah.
A bit of a mix around for Glenelg with the age divisions, but
yeah,
done well there.
We'll see Stix moving over to the UK. A couple of days she'll be following a boyfriend over to the UK, so we may see her out of boats for a little while. We'll see.
Goodness. And then, of course, we have our current Australian team reps, the Cockatoos on screen.
Formidable crew.
Cleaning up at the moment.
Just a form crew. They're, strong, they're fit. There's mothers in the crew. They're doing a fantastic job just to do what they need to do.
Yeah, and as they hit the tins, there it is, the Cockatoos, the current Australian rep team. They went back-to-back Australian teams, and around they go. Maddie Wildman just spinning them around. Well, that was a scary sight.
That was scary, wasn't it?
They didn't mention makeup. They didn't mention they're going to put our heads on here. And there it is, the Cockatoos, and they can row home as well. They are a class act. They are my favourites, along with the Mooloolaba Chop Suey. Bit of Queensland bias there. But, girls, well-credentialed. And they've got a stack of Australian caps in there. Lisa, I think, is 5 times Australian representative, something like that. She is a weapon.
And we've got our Currumbin Vortex are doing well. They're just hanging on in, I'd say, 3rd place at this stage, with Palm Beach just ahead in 2nd. Coming back to the Grenades in 4th, and then Metcalaundra bringing up the rear of the field there. So
yeah, certainly separated themselves here, haven't they? First place is pretty clear there, and you would think that they were pretty safe here. The battle is on for 2nd place points between those 2 crews. Centre of screen there now, Palm Beach, and the 2nd of the Currumbin crews, the Vortex.
I think there's not much coming. It doesn't look like there's any lifts out there at this stage, so they're going to have to do the work to get back home to the beach here. But Currumbin looking really comfortable here, the Cockatoos.
Yeah, that's an impressive row. They've come into this race in good form, and they're showing it here. Approaching the back bank now. Not much happening there behind them.
Now, they had a fill-in at the Open, didn't they? Did they have an injury? Did they have someone jump in? I think they had a super sub come in who was dry reaching at the end of the races.
And nice. she wasn't too bad either.
She did well.
She did
it was
really
amazing.
well.
But I think, I'm pretty sure they had a fill-in.
So the Cockatoos over the line there. Palmy getting away to get away from the Vortex, who are coming in on 3rd.
Yeah, this is hot competition here, isn't it? Some well-credentialed crews. And their top 3 crews there, you will see them feature later on in the weekend, I am sure. Coxie there at the back of the Palm Beach crew was able to pull the boat onto a little wave, run himself into 2nd position, pulling away from the Vortex. Glenelg here. Can you give us a bit of scoop on Greg Dorr, the sweep?
Greg Dorr, he's been around for a long time, life member down at Glenelg. His brother is Shane Dorr, who's well known through New South Wales, sort of heads up with a helicopter service. But yeah, Greg's been at it since he was little, one of the originals, and did plan on retiring from surf boats a couple of seasons ago. We actually sent him off, and just the itch got him. So he has come back, and he's been really good. He sweeps my girls. He swept my girls at state titles in Rezzies this year, and did a really good job with them. They love having him sweep them. So he's a very good sweep. So
Metropolitan Caloundra on screen there. Jace Bean, sweep of that boat builder, formerly South Coast Surf Boats, now JDB. And he's produced a new mould. He is building a different style of boat now. One of our 3 boat builders.
We'll have to see how they go through the rounds. Maybe it's new and improved.
Yeah,
you'd hope.
You called that yesterday, I think, Tommy, asking what is the most successful boat. And we mentioned that climbers have been around a lot longer than some of these other boat builders, the Perrys, the DKGs.
Okay, so we're moving on. We've got our round 2, heat 1 of our under 19 males. So we've got Bill Gola here on screen, and they are in Alley 1. We've got Port Elliot, the Flying Chopsticks. Great to see these brand new crew, and they've made it to Aussie. So good stuff for these boys. We've got Allura Floaters in Alley 3, Coogee Crusty Demons in 4, Queenscliff Double Ds in 5. So 5-boat race here. Had a chat with the Port Elliot boys this morning down on the beach. They're pretty nervous. They've only done a couple of carnivals at home and not a lot of surf work, so this will play into their hands. So they're brand new. So swept by Adam Parkinson, who spent some time up at Surfers up at the Gold Coast here sweeping. So familiar territory for him.
Going through the break all right there. Pretty much level, everyone. We'll see how this goes with a few checks.
Yeah, I don't know with this crew, but I think Queenscliff Double Ds are probably one of the more form crews in this heat.
Yeah, they represented quite well at ASRL, I remember. And as we see here, they've pulled a length at least.
Yeah,
pushing for 2.
That's an impressive start there from Damien Daly and his Queenscliff crew. They've jumped a boat length out in front, rowing with the cleaver oars. They've got the offshore wind behind them, and they're getting pushed out into the ocean.
Thoughts on the cleavers?
Probably not the right bloke to talk to. I've rowed with them once or twice.
Yeah.
I'm out talking to Nathan Perry, who's developed his own blade on a croker shaft. He rates them. And I know that Matty Colker moved from Victoria up to Surfers Paradise, has got his open men's rowing with the cleavers, and he's converted them.
Yeah.
So
Jeff Matthews, his crews have them.
Yeah, they're pretty popular down in Victoria and a couple of the Sydney Northern Beaches crews. But you haven't seen them. You don't see them much up here on the Gold Coast or Queensland.
I had a row with them with Nathan's at Coleroy, and I really liked them. The catches were sharp. It just, I don't know whether it's the dynamics or the way the weight's distributed, but it just drops in like it just really sharp catch. It's nice.
So that offshore breeze as well will be helping them with the
on the way to
the
sea.
sails on the way to sea. We'll have to see how it works on the way back.
Yeah.
Crusty Demons on your left-hand side there. Coogee are riding with Queenscliff here. Damien Daly reaches forward, grabs hold of the strokes oar, 1, 2, and they will go away on 3. Yeah, yes, they do. Nice turn there from Queensy. And they are a couple of boat lengths in front here. Impressive row. All 4 crews turning simultaneously, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position, and 5th, sorry. But yeah, clear lead. Boat on your right-hand side. Swept by Damien Daly, Queensy. And if Greg Hurd is at home watching us, one of our ASRL vice presidents and the manager of the Australian team, he would be jumping up and down in his seat. He's a Queenscliff man, and he'll be loving this on the farm.
I'm impressed with the Port Elliot boys. You know, this is their first national competition. They didn't do the Open, so it's a pretty, nerve-wracking stage to sort of step up into, and they've really stuck with it. I think possibly sitting in 3rd place even. So, good job for a first-time crew coming up to this event.
The Flying Chopsticks from Port Elliot. We'll have to find out what's the story behind that name. If they're in a Chinese restaurant and started a fight or something, I'm not sure. But good on them, and they will love the experience of their big dance, which is the Australian titles.
Yeah, Bill Gola here on screen doing a really good job, probably holding that 2nd place pretty cleanly, I'd say, at this stage, just dropping off a little run there. Queenscliff just sitting off the back of one, but I think they are relatively comfortably in the lead here. They're going to hit this sandbank shortly and see themselves across the finish line.
Yep, it's all Queenscliff, and put an asterisk next to them. Dominant performance here in the under-19 males. We are in the southern area here.
And I think this division is where you'll see the sort of the spread of the fields. You'll have your bottom end 19 crews, which are 15, 16 years of age, and then you go to the other end and you've got 18, 19-year-olds. So you can have a 4-year gap, and that's a lot of skill and size to give away. So, I think those crews that are sitting at the back of the field, don't be disheartened. The top-end crews have been doing it a long time.
Yeah, Bill Gola coming across for 2nd place. Can't pick 3rd, 4th or 5th. There they are.
I might actually give it to the Flying Chopsticks there.
Got some long hair in that boat too, don't he?
Yeah.
Needs a haircut. What do you think of that?
Yeah, need tidying up. Get a job and a haircut, son.
Let it fly. It's the younger generation coming in.
Well, that's why you're here, Tommy. Give us a bit of perspective.
He's sporting the mullet, aren't you?
I came back from Japan with some long hair, and I thought I'll mix it up. Dad said, take plenty of photos. Dad has no hair, for reference.
Oh, is that right?
You're expecting it to march away, are you?
I hope it's, what is it, maternal grandfather?
Yeah, how old was he when he...
Late 20s.
Oh, okay, you got a bit of time.
I got some time. We'll see.
My mate got a telegram from his hair at his wedding, so...
Oh.
Love to be there, but sorry, I couldn't make it.
It's when the photographer starts to put on glare filters that you start to...
Yeah, the Korean Dome.
So, Heat 2 shaping up here.
Yep. Under 19 boys, so Coogee Terminators down in Alley 1. We've got Warhope Bonnie Hills in 2, Palm Beach Parentes in 3, Mona Vale Boxheads in 4, and Currumbin Eric's in 5. Eric's doing very well here. We've got a father-son combo in Lyle Clark and Max in the boat, rowing.
I believe they were the state team.
Yes.
For Queensland. Done well. I don't know if they'd want this on air, but I'm pretty sure one of them showed up to the state team trials hungover.
Oh, lovely.
That is the most under-19 thing I've ever heard.
Look at that wind. You can see the spray coming off those waves there. It's going to be challenging coming home.
Yeah, lots of work for these under-19s, and I think you're on the money. Speaking about the spread of the field, you will have those junior crews, so please don't be disheartened, but this is a much more forgiving demographic, I think, where you can make up boat lengths if you do the right things.
Yeah, it's all technique.
As you start to age into those more senior categories, you're going to find that it's less so who can do the right things and more so who makes the least mistakes.
So Eric's on screen there, just on the left. Mona Vale just coming in on the bottom right of screen.
The box heads.
The box heads, yep.
Throwing their weight around.
There we go. We got that lovely footage from the drone coming in, and we can see that the Erics have probably got the cover on the field at this stage up on an alley 7 there on the white can. It's still pretty close together, that field. So Coogee and Palm Beach.
Mona Vale.
Palm Beach. Mona Vale.
Mona Vale holding in there for second. The Erics might need this lead, to be honest, if the waves have been more northerly and really not forming up in the southern alleys as much.
No, I reckon that's Palm Beach in second. I'm going to call it because we've got Warhope sitting off the back of the field, Palm Beach, then Mona Vale.
You're correct.
Yeah. So they're holding in second, and I think Mona Vale are just edging in front of Coogee at this stage, but we'll go into the turn here. So Eric's around cleanly. Then Coogee just hitting it before Mona Vale. So Coogee and Palm Beach around, and Coogee have had a good turn there. Brought themselves up into second place and really taking it to the Erics.
Plenty of purchase out of the turn. And a good send as well on the way back in. So, wow, okay, they've pulled a full length almost.
Yeah, doing really well there. So from the Coogee crew, we've got Rod, Dash, Jack, Callum and Daniel in that boat there. And if we look at the top of the screen, as we said, we've got Lyle Clark, Max Clark, Jonah, Show and Vern. And
the Warhope Bonnie Bombers as well, not taking it easy in the backfield. But we've got a surge on for Palm Beach. Crawling back up to the Erics. One stroke at a time. Coogee now.
Not much lift for Coogee or the Erics there. It was really Palm Beach that just saw the lift in the middle.
And that's institutional. I think Palm Beach, South Curly, Currumbin, all of these really, really good clubs seem to just have that magic.
And I think Eric's there hitting the cans first, so definitely got a good lead there. Coogee having another run. Palm Beach trying to have a little surge as well.
It'll be these three. The Erics picking something up.
Young crew, the Erics. They're the bottom end of the division, so to be this good when they're young, I think, you know, they've got a bright future ahead of them.
Plenty of promise there.
Getting close on the line, I think. The Erics will hold on here. They've got the bend of the wave, it looks like.
Palm Beach taking something there. Coogee as well. Seeing if they can go with them.
Palmy might sneak it. Oh, very close.
Dead water for the Erics. I'd say they're over. It might be 1, 2, 3, south to north. But Coogee.
Warhope just coming across the finish line there.
And Mona Vale rounding out the field.
Yeah, Mona Vale just really, they were up there in sort of second and third on the way out, but just sort of not able to stick with the rest of the crews on the way home. So
they might have been burnt on the way back in with that offshore breeze.
Yeah.
Certainly not helping, and some of that fitness is a bit forgivable as juniors.
Okay, so that is heat 2, and we have one more of the 19 males, and then we'll see the girls take to the water.
Interesting field. We've got Palm Beach Profits in Alley 1, Wollongong City Waterboys Alley 2, Currumbin Cartel, another one to watch. Alley 3, Mona Vale Black again, someone to watch. Alley 4 and Anglesea Assassins in Alley 5.
This is the family crew, so we've got Scotty Tannehill sweeping, Jude Tannehill, his son in the crew, and then we've got, I reckon, brothers Baxter and Hudson Yockins, so Xander Davey, the odd one out in this crew, in the family mix. So it's great to see, I think, as we're looking across all of the areas and those youth divisions, there's the father-son combos, the father-daughter combos. I've got my daughter that I sweep in my crew. It's that generational change, so all of those kids coming into the sport, which is great.
They pass it along, and I'm always interested to see if those family dynamics are a bit of a hack when it comes to crews.
Yeah, no, like Molly, I mean, she's a teenage female and can be a fair pain in the butt at times. But when she gets in the boat, it switches off. She just turns into another rower. I reckon I've only had to rip into her twice for eye rolling in 2 years, which I think is pretty good. But yeah, she takes it. She, she's coachable. She listens. She does what she's told to do. The minute she steps out of the boat, it switches off.
Yeah, back to mum.
It's actually a nice relationship to have. So I think, hopefully the other sweeps and kids have that it's a different dynamic, and it's an opportunity I think you don't ever really get to do, race with your kids. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. That was the same for me. Our major coach, one of them, David Luff, his son was in my crew, Mason.
Luffy, yep.
Yeah, and so you have to make those decisions between coach and dad.
Yeah.
And we did that well. And I think the Currumbin Cartel, speaking of going well, straight through the break there, and they've got an early lead over maybe Wollongong City, the Waterboys in second.
Yeah, a really good start from those boys there.
Wasn't the drone shot making that course look ugly? They've got deep water up the southern end, and they've got a shallow bank to get across on the northern part of the course. But the crew in the centre there, that is a Currumbin Cartel. Jacob, Bo, Zach, Will would be the sweep, and Herb.
Yep.
And they have jumped out in front there. Good on them. Go you good things.
Battle on for second place here. We've got 3 crows all tied together.
Yeah, bottom of screen there on your right-hand side, Palm Beach, the Profits. Beside them, Wollongong City, the Waterboys, Kenny Lawrence would be on the finishing stands cheering on his club there. Currumbin Cartel out in front. Above them, Mona Vale Black and Anglesea, the Assassins. Scotty Tannehill up the back of that.
So it looks like it's... I don't know if that wind's dropped off. That chop seems to have just died off a little.
Yeah, we're getting some gusts there earlier, weren't we? But it just seems to... We spoke about it with the Cleaver Rules rowing out to sea. There seems to be a bit of wind going. The further out they get, the more ripple we see on the water as the Cartel dominant here. In and around they go. And that is Will at the back of that boat. He is a jockey, little Kiwi fella. He's about 50 kilos wringing wet. He's a guy you want to be dragging around the ocean. And man, look at that. That is a lead. That is about 3 or 4 boat lengths right there.
Wow.
He's got the perfect jockey stance too. You can see him bouncing up the back there. Still good knees. Some of the more senior sweeps
don't do that.
Bob around a bit more.
Yep.
Yeah, look at them go. The Cartel out in front. Oh, nice run there. Bottom of your screen there, the white boat.
Waterboys from
Wollongong City. You just see the sweep, just anticipating that runner and stepping over that front quarter bar to get that bow down and keep that weight in the bow. So moving throughout the boat as the conditions change.
Defying that offshore breeze, really running it the best they can. And it's caught up to them now. They've gone off the back of that wave, but they're really chasing anything.
Little swells building out the back here. Anglesea will try and milk that one.
I think that's Mona Vale Black doing well as well on that swell.
Well as well on the swell. One of your best this morning, Tommy.
And
And the Cartel, they hit into the wave area here, and they are going to be well and truly wave in front. They are safe. Put 10 points next to their name, as will, as you say, the guy's got good moves there, moving in conjunction with the boat, and they throw the shoulders to the bow and come across that line.
Oh,
he's right up front there too.
Good racing.
Yeah, well done to the Cartel.
Up on the chocks. So for those at home that don't sort of understand what's happening when the sweep gets up onto the chocks, they're trying to just get themselves up taller so they can keep the blade in the water. If you don't have a blade in the water, you can't control the boat. So see who does it the best here. We've got 3 on here. Oh, motor veil, maybe.
If Wollongong got pipped by 2 at the finish, that is...
Anglesey did a good job to get back into that. They were a couple of boat lengths off and picked up that runner and pulled themselves onto that wave. But there's going to be heartbreak for someone there.
Please don't be discouraged, guys. And just finishing off that round, we may transition to the Northern Arena again, just to keep tabs with everyone, and we'll be
back
finishing...
in the south later on.
Yeah, we'll be finishing the Open Mail.
So we'll pick them up. Which race this one is, we'll just jump back into the schedule. So we've got round 3, heat 1. If I'm just going to pick up the boats here and make sure we've got the right one. South Coast, yeah, okay. So we have North Cronulla Brooks A's in Alley 1. We have North Cronulla Boffs, and that's on screen at the moment. And then we've got South Coco Death Riders in 3 and Surfers Paradise Stormers. So it is the Brooks at the moment, and Boff is just pushing up on them now. They've got a great runner. It's going to turn into a wave for them possibly. They might even go past Perds A's. They're both going to be on this one, I think. And Death Riders here just can't turn a trick. They've not been able to get that one.
Kelly Death Riders getting a gold medal in my first ever season, 2021.
Yeah, yes.
So they're still quite good, but North Cronulla's run away with it here.
Yeah. And it's on between the 2 North Cronulla crews, so Brooks A's and Boffs.
They're my dark horses. We've obviously got some well-credentialed crews. Bulleye obviously are going to feature in the finish here, but I'm putting a podium finish on one of those North Cronulla crews. Mermaid there, just slipping into water. They've had a late change in the stroke seat, had a bit of a blow-up in the crew. And they've called in a fairly handy rower, Stillwater rower, into their crew. It's hard enough to keep a crew together, isn't it? Let alone have a blow up a week or 2 before the Aussie titles.
Just see it out.
Stroke seat too.
Yeah, stroke seat.
It's
you can have a look at
hard.
him. The stroke there. He's.
So the fill-in has gone into stroke?
Yes, he has.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's Bulleye Gold on screen there.
Heat 2. This will be a round to watch. Bateman's Bay Black in Alley 1. North Cronulla Perds A's in Alley 2. Mermaid Beach Kennards Gun Crew Alley 3, and Bulleye Team A, possibly the GOAT crew.
I reckon you could see a few of these in this final on Sunday potentially.
No sweat, no nerves on their faces before this race, and I'm interested to see how they go. They might just ease off towards the finish, and we haven't even started yet, so...
Bulleye 2 from 2 so far. They're sitting on the top of the leaderboard in this area. Bateman's Bay, Neil Innes there on screen.
Geez, look at that fella in the 3 seat. He's big, he's inked up.
Bateman's Bay Black, actually a really good crew too, so got to give everyone their flowers. North Cronulla always represents, so...
This is a super hot heat. This could be a final. These 4 boats you would imagine to see in the final. And have a look at the way Bulleye jump in here and start guns up.
And some of the sweeps yesterday saying that the surf was, well, typical North Kira surf, very tricky, which changes a lot between races, so you really have to pay attention there. I was having a chat with our brand new SLSA Life member, Craig Williams.
Yes.
Firstly, he wanted to ask if you were sharing the medal, Donnie. You have a 6-month agreement with Gary, or what the go was there.
Craig Williams, a good man. Gun goes back up and away they go. And there is Bulleye. We're riding with them now.
Little double on the bow here.
Some trouble with the sweep there, but he's in.
Shane Golovin, left-handed sweep. It's going to flatten out for him here and watch them accelerate away here. Mermaid going with them. North Cronulla above them.
God, nothing phases them.
Bouncing straight up and over. Waves do not matter.
Have a look at them go here at the bottom of your screen. Bulleye and Mermaid. That is a good start from Mermaid as well.
Cracking.
Yeah, Bulleye just going up in the air a little bit there off the start. But boy, if Mermaid can hang in here, that is a good effort.
See the rate change there by Bulleye, just into their settle, transitioned.
Yeah,
Long
crew
at the
of
catch.
Heath and Cole Mercer, the brothers in there, Dean Roberts and Fraser Worthington.
I wouldn't be sweating the result there, and you can see that sit. They're just pulling a little bit every stroke on the canards right now.
Yeah, Australian team representatives 2 years in a row, 3 times Australian champions in a row, and they've got a 4th one as well. They are in an elite category, and I'm going to say the best open men's crew ever.
100%.
And if they can pull something off this weekend and make it 4 in a row, they will be in a class of their own.
I think a couple of them in the crew have got 10 state championships, open state championships to their name. So
I was very fortunate in Lawn to be able to take a front row seat and ask them little bits of advice and stuff. And their secret, as they put it, was being together for close to 10 years.
Consistency, yeah.
I couldn't say it better myself, to be honest.
Here we go, Mermaid first to the can. Wouldn't have picked it, but
yeah,
great job.
That is a good row considering they've got a fill-in stroke sitting in there. He's only been with them a week or so.
Super sub.
Chatting to one of the rowers, I said, how's it going? And he said, I'll tell you in a couple of hours. And wow, it is going well. Marty Fletcher at the back of the Mermaid boat, and they are flying.
Good length.
Got the crouching style there of Marty Fletcher, and the rate was up there from the Mermaid crew. Bulleye now, a little run underneath them. Shana, we're letting them know what's going on here, and this is where they can destroy a field on the way home, the Bulleye crew. Mermaid sticking with them here. Wow.
Neck and neck.
God, this is quick racing, isn't it? This is insane.
Impressive.
Lucky Phil's not here. We've got state to state as well.
Oh, here's Bulleye coming. They are known for this back half of the race, just putting the afterburners on. Little Shane, little sneak peek over there. Check the field, have a look for runners over his shoulder.
Yeah, and they've pulled up equal now with Mermaid. And they are like, what's that snake that strangles you?
The boa constrictor.
Yeah, that's them. And
Yeah.
little runner underneath them here. And what can they do? I reckon you watch this next one. Watch them lift here. If they get another runner underneath him here, they've dropped into a bit of a hole
Here's
here.
the heavy stroke, so heavy.
Yeah, look up the other end of the field. Wave underneath them as well.
Off they go.
Here we go, forming up for the Purds A's. They're sitting on the same wave that'll get all 3 of them through by the looks.
Late takeoff. Marty Fletcher steps back over the quarter bar. He's going to take it late.
Ooh.
Big heavy crew.
It's
Bulleye
hard.
are going to keep on rowing.
The wave is just not forming quite for Bulleye at this stage. See Shane moving forward to get the weight down, and
See what he did there, though. He's rowed into the deeper water, thinking that's his best advantage, and that is a good tactical move there from Shane Galobin, sweep of the Bulleye crew.
Yeah,
He's
wow.
going to take first place there. We'll look for the results for second there. Mermaid Beach, excellent row from them, and obviously North Cronulla. We hardly mentioned Bateman's Bay, quality crew there as well. They're going to get minimum points there, unfortunately.
It really did form up for the canards there, but that might not have helped them out. Being so shallow on the... Well, as you move closer to the shoreline, it'll sit up there, and if you have that nose sink in, it really can be more of a hindrance than anything. If you're trying to lift that nose, you can get a bit more run out of the wave, and Shane Jalovin just turned it and went for deeper water, and it worked out perfectly for him.
So that's round 3, heat 2 for the open men done, and results just coming through there on live heats for that race. So we have Bulleye in 1, Mermaid sneaking across in that second place, 3rd to North Cronulla Purds, and Bateman's Bay bringing up the rear of the field in 4th, and we are on the line ready for race 3, heat 3, and we've got Tallabudger and Myths, Donny's team down the end in Alley 1, South Kelkel Sneaky Nuts in 2, North Cottesloe Uppies in 3, and Point Leo Chops. And I think Chops did particularly well in round 1. We didn't see round 2. So we'll see.
Tallabudger need a result here, top of your screen there. Gary Williams, president of the ASRLQ, at the back of that boat, and we are riding with North Cottesloe there.
Oh, look, Tally.
Yeah, good start from Tally. They're going to punch through this one. They need a result. They've got a 2nd and a 3rd. They want to stay above the line here. And going with them, that is South Curly Sneaky Nuts.
graduating from the 23s. They were the state team a few years ago.
Yep.
Very strong crew.
Yeah, all 4 crews in contention, all good, strong crews. Bottom of the field there is Point Leo. We normally associate Jeff Matthews in the black and white cap of Lawn. He's gone for the high vis of Point Leo. And yeah, he has been racing well this morning.
Tally Myths as well, placing 3rd at the ASRL.
Yeah, got pipped by Wanda and Allura. Well, not pipped by Wanda, they won it convincingly, but Allura got across on the line in front of them.
Done in by review.
With the sneaky nuts here on screen, looking good. I'm just going to point out before that Point Leo, their catches, just looking at the stroke side, they're pretty sharp and clean, getting in nice and early. Really important to get those catches in on the recovery so the boat's not slowing down and getting heavy.
Sit in quite a strong position at the catch as well. You don't see them, I'm going to say Maroochydore style, where they are fully reaching over. They are in a strong position as they're heading up to the tins now. Come on, Tally.
It's also flexibility in boys. Can't really get over at the catch as much.
There they go. And it will be South Curly, Tullabudger around, and close behind them, the other 2 crews, Point Leo and North Cottesloe. Sneaky Nuts, good turn from them. They might have stolen half a boat length there on the turn. And Tally, top of the screen. They need some runners here to get themselves up. They do need a result, as mentioned before.
Looked like they found a runner there, just pulling away from the other 2 crews.
Point Leo cleaver oars might be working against them at the moment with that offshore breeze punishing right back in.
See a few little bumps there in the background on the rider screen behind Gus Pateri. So there might be some little bubbles here for the crews, but it does look like South Curly and Tally have definitely put a little gap in the field at this stage.
Yeah, Tullabudger crew, Bo Bailey in there, Michael Parker, Michael Love and Chandler in the bow. And this is tight racing, and this is what we expect in our open men category. South Curly, Sneaky Nuts got themselves a boat length in front here. It is going to come down to the run home here and the angle of the beach. What can happen here? We just saw in that last race a tactic there from Shane Globan from Bulleye, just to run to the deeper water to stay off the shallow bank, and that paid off for him.
You can see those boats splaying out a bit as they're trying to avoid that shallow water on the way back in. South Curly heading north.
Oh, South Curly, are they going to pull over this one? Oh, that is going to separate them there. And Tullabudger could not go with them. South Curly wave in front.
Tally.
We're going to have
some work to do here.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 boats on the one wave, and the crews at the bottom of your screen are going to get a jump out on Tally. Tally getting sucked back into this wave here. They need to drive hard to the line. It can't come quick enough for Tullabudger. They need to try and stay in front here. Oh no, they are getting swamped from behind.
Oh, Tally, come on.
The wave hasn't formed
go,
up
go.
either.
Oh, that is cruel. That is cruel. Not sure.
Maybe a third.
Nominal third.
Jump onto live heats here and see the result of that one.
So well done for Point Leo coming back into 2nd position from back of field, catching that wave.
Quick turnaround by the Point Leo ladies to have some bathers made up in the edge colours, in the Point Leo colours, after changing from lawn.
Yeah, quick transition.
Fashion observations here from my co-commentator on the right-hand side, Tash, picking up on little things like that you and I would probably miss, Tommy.
Yeah, it's good to have a nice touch. I'm big on fashion. I love a bit of team branding.
Sensitive new age guy, Tommy. Not that sensitive. 6'8".
6'8".
6'8", 120 kilos of rip-tearing passion. To my left-hand side here.
Who's this gorilla walking down the beach? Unfortunately, I don't really have the bite to match, which is a shame. I did have to ask, we've got Gus Pateri in the back of the Sneaky Nuts there. I've had to ask the crews what was going on with what could only be described as a bit of an Aztec death whistle out in the boats. I have the privilege of racing against the Burley, and I can just hear screams, and the Sneaky Nuts, of course, when they're in the 23s. And it turns out it's Gus. He loses his voice as he's yelling at the boys. And so it just ends up coming out as a more of a which terrified me the first time I heard it. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And the next boat over.
I have heard that voice before.
Yeah, burnout. But he's a lovely bloke, so
yes.
I can only wonder, maybe he doesn't have the words to really yell at people anymore. He just kind of gets the vibe going. And it looks like he's backing up there with his girls' crew as well, the South Coco Shakers, who are on screen.
Help me out with some results here, Tash, if you can.
For the open men?
Last of the open men, yeah. Heat 3, round 3.
Heat 3, round 3. No results through yet, so it could be going to the video finish if it's a little slow to come through.
Let's go to the judges.
Usually means that they've called on the video judge to review the footage.
I was down on the beach here before I jumped into the little video trailer. Very professional little outfit there. He's got his own coffee machine in there.
Yes, he does. Yes.
He's got a fridge in
little
there.
fridge.
Yeah,
yes.
He's got fans. I reckon the bed drops down out of the roof and he's in his happy place there.
Donna was making sure that the coffee machine was coming, so I reckon she's sneaking in for the odd coffee or two. So we have here, it is round 3, heat 1 of the open females. In Alley 1, we've got South Coco Hoosier, Dicky Beach Dynamite in 2, Point Leo Edge in 3, Avoca Beach Zenith in 4, and South Coco Shakers in 5. So Hoosier and Shakers, this is almost a rematch of the New South Wales State Championship, and Hoosier were in Alley 1 and took the win, and Shakers were down the end in 6 and I think got bronze. So bit of a rematch here.
We've got the rebranded Point Leo Edge from Lawn.
Yes, yep.
Is that the exact same crew?
Yep.
With the Cleavers now, which I think they had at Lawn as well. So
Jeff Matthews jumps out of the last race in his open men's and then goes and hops into his open women's crew, and they've got away to a good start here too. Centre of the field. It's on your left-hand side, South Curl, Dicky Beach Dynamite in the green boat, Lawn Edge, and there we are. We're with South Curly there.
Those would be the Shakers on screen, I believe, with Gus in the back.
Yep.
They're really going well.
And the Hoosier, as we know, were Gus's reserve grade crew, Aussie champs from last year. Good on them. They decided to go up and they had to go and grab the Termite as their sweep. And we've spoken about, there he is on screen there now, that is Gus.
Yeah, look at the hang on the girls. So you can see it, the catch, outside arm, really locked straight throughout the whole stroke, and they're just cranking it in at the finish.
It's a really aggressive finish that they've got there. They're really accelerating that oar handle through into the chest.
Those straight arms will save their forearms, which is good, especially in high breeze situations. A lot of wind on the oar can really start to wreck your hands long term through the day.
Pretty even across the field here. We have South Curly, Dicky Beach, Point Leo, Avoca, and South Curl.
That drone's coming up anytime soon.
Yeah, we can only hope. It's a quick battery change and up it goes. It is certainly providing us with the best angles to see where these crews are sitting.
So those southern alleys really thriving with that deeper water off the start. By the looks, Cleavers have made a really interesting return, especially in this surf. I wouldn't have expected it to be the call, but they seem to be doing quite well.
Yep.
And in they go, and look at that. Alleys 1, 3, 5, and Alley 4 in there as well. Dicky Beach, probably the last crew there to spin around and turn. 2 South Curly crews bookending the field with Point Leo and Jeff Matthews' crew, the edge in the centre of your field.
Oh, Dicky Beach swinging wide off the can too. Hoosier have made a remarkable recovery there.
They're a good little crew there. Watcher, Termite puts a lot of videos up of the girls training, and their technique and send and, the gather at the finish is beautiful to watch.
And they are running home on the left-hand side of your screen, running the top of that wave as they approach the gate cans, and they might have got their nose in front, the Hoosier.
Point Leo falling off of one there, and it's probably going to form up for the Hoosier.
Geez, and Avoca coming into it too.
Yeah, the Zenith, we haven't mentioned them. They are rowing well, and a very competitive crew. They are at that. Matt Mitchell up the back of that boat.
Hoosier doing really well here.
Shakers maybe just dropping off there a bit back to shore, and Dicky Beach in form actually.
Dicky Beach are going to need a miracle here to bring themselves up, and there comes
Lift.
a little run underneath them now. I think they're too far out. to make that work for them. They're going to get a couple of strokes on the top of it, and they just drop off. Oh, here we go.
Shakers are trying to turn it into something, but I'm not sure it will.
I think we've got 4 boats on the one wave here.
I think Avoca's actually crashed down that wave that the Shakers now are struggling to hold.
Oh, it's just dropped out for them.
Oh, look at the crew, bottom of the screen. Yeah, the Shakers there.
So the Hoosier, the Lawn, got me, Point Leo edge, and Avoca down it, but Shakers coming back.
Oh, geez, if there was another...
Who needs a wave?
Couple of boat lengths. Yeah. Avoca, good row, good chase. They were sitting right off the edge of that pack and really pulled themselves into it.
And the Dynamite just struggling there. Not quite there, but we do have a few Queensland team reps in that crew, so certainly not to be discounted.
Yeah, what a finish there. Do we have anything on the...
Got these results for the Open men, if we can just backtrack a little. So we have South Coco Sneaky Nuts in 1, Point Leo Chops in 2, North Cottesloe Uppies in 3, and Tally in 4. That may see them...
Yeah, they needed something better than that.
Yeah, Tally unfortunately out. So the crews that we've got progressing for the Opens are Bulleye, North Cronulla Box A's, South Coco Sneaky Nuts, North Cottesloe Uppies, North Cronulla Perds, Point Leo Chops, North Cronulla Books A's, Bateman's Bay Black, and Mermaid Beach Kennard sneaking in for the final space there. So
Talabudra lived to regret a couple of little... one mistake there in the first heat. They just slewed and went from second to third, and then in that race there they were well and truly in second position, only to get done by the Ocean. Disappointing for my club mates. They have been a shining light in our club. Great guys. They set a great example for the rest of the club. Their training ethic, the work that they put in, unfortunately has not been rewarded here today.
So here on screen we've got Heat 2 of Round 3 for the Open Women. The North Cottesloe Chin Chin in Alley 1, Surfers Paradise Spice in Alley 2, Collaroy Giants, quite well known crew in Alley 3, and Avalon Beach the Ladies in Alley 4.
And keep... Oh, what's happened here? There's been a false start. They're going to call them back again. Don't quite know what the issue was there. All crews seem to jump in and get away. But anyway, they've called them back. And just while I get this break in the racing, a shout out to my mate, Benny Townsend. His wife, Tara, is racing in a thrown together crew, the Currumbin Vortex, down in the southern end. We're not with them at the moment. They've only just been thrown together, but boy, do they have some big names in that crew. Lyle Clark sweeping them. They've got Elise Buchanan and Claire from the Hunters. Courtney Smith, who's rode previously with the Crankets. They've had 2 training sessions prior to rocking up here at the Aussies.
Wow.
And we caught one of their races there before. They are competitive.
Fair play to them then. Has someone gone early here? Or? Just watching the
replay here. Yeah, we're not quite sure what the go was. I still can't figure it out.
Not a fair break maybe on those northern alleys.
I've seen worse starts continue. But anyway, they've seen something. And Check Starter's happy again now. They are back on the line. We are back live with you here. Bottom of the screen, Avoca, Collaroy, Surfers Paradise and Northcott.
And they might have been the ones to watch, Collaroy. They've got a real aggressive start, busting through that first wave and the second, keep on going. And a third, just for good measure. And they've got through clean.
Yes, and plenty of airtime there for the crews top of the screen. Where with Avalon Beach here, they haven't gone up and down as much as the other crews have. And they're going to work themselves into this race. But yeah, great start there from Collaroy.
And that can be crucial for these crews, especially in the Opens. There's not a lot of difference in that top end speed for a lot of these crews, so it's making minimal mistakes and capitalising on anything the surf is willing to give you, minimising that bounce as you go over.
As the crews settle into their work here, we have Collaroy out in front. And that Collaroy crew swept by Mark Anderson, Jessica, Rhiannon, Alicia and Kelly in that crew.
Surfers Paradise Spice and Avalon Beach, the ladies duking it out for second place, and it might go to the Spice for now.
Yeah, Graham Hugel at the back of the Spice,
Shout out Hughes.
Yeah, good on you, Hughes.
Doing quite well in the last few years to help build up Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, along with a couple of sweeps there. Scotty Clements is the boat captain there this year, and he's doing a great job there. Lucky to pick up Matty Colker, coming up from down south, has joined the Surfers Paradise, and he's a pretty handy bloke to have in the shed. And there we go. We've got 3 boats side by side. Avalon, probably the crew, has just dropped off a little bit here.
The Chin Chin moving up from Northcott, probably into 3rd.
I reckon they're all going to hit the can about the same time here, Tommy. Noses are going to hit in here, and yeah, there we go.
So watch how they go into this wind.
Yeah, bang. Around they come.
Tight for Surfers Paradise. Probably getting the best turn.
Yeah, Coleroy coming out quickly, but on a bit more of an angle. And we see Avalon Beach left-handed sweep there. Nathan Wellings has got the crew around, but he's got the work to do as the other crews jump on the first little runner out of the cans and try and separate themselves. 3 crews all in a row here. Coleroy on your screen. Above that, Surfers Paradise and Cottesloe, Northcott, Chin Chins. And have a look at that wind. I just saw the spray come up off the Surfers Paradise boat, and it just blew straight back. So there's quite a strong offshore breeze out there. This would be hard work. And you and I both rode back into a westerly wind and know how dry you get in the throat. You know how dry the seat gets.
It's just not what you want to feel coming back in. All that extra work, doing all the work to get down the wave and get blown right back off it. You're no easy breaks here.
And mate, Phil Stavano just jumped back into the hot seat here now, mate. Can you tell us much about this Coleroy Open women's crew?
Coleroy Giants.
That's them.
Yeah, they're red hot. They've featured in all the big races in the last few years, and they're one of the fastest crews in the state of New South Wales, and proving the case in the country. They should be there around the pointy end. And that's with Mark Ando Anderson on the back there. You see them in the shot. Got a beautiful style. Strong girls, train hard.
Tight racing here for our top 3. Coleroy have not been able to separate themselves enough here to feel safe. Surfers Paradise and Northcott going stroke for stroke, side by side there. Little bump coming up underneath them here, and the sweeps are going to ask for it here. What can you do, girls? Get me up to Coleroy.
Oh, all 3
squeezing
neck
onto each other here,
avoiding that rip on the south of them.
Yeah, and
Chin Chin.
Hughes, don't worry about putting your hand up, son. Just steer the boat.
Get it done first.
Hold it straight, boys.
Oh, what a finish that we've
Northcott
got here.
slewed on the line, and we don't know.
Oh, it's anyone's game.
Hugel slewing around as well.
And
it'll be justice if Coleroy gets the win there. They did win the rowing race.
That sweep from Northcott is not happy at the very end there, and that's the Chin Chin crew. And
Jeff Hegarty there at the back of the Northcott crew. He won't be happy with himself. He's better than that, is what he'd be telling himself. They were squeezed in there. Might have lost concentration there for a second as he had the other Surfers Paradise boat right beside him. And yeah, this is hot racing here in our open female division.
You guys just mentioned the wind. I just went down to the beach to have a feel, and it's noticeable down there.
Yeah, right.
Gusty?
Yeah, it's stronger than it looks on telly as well, for sure. So as these crews turn around clockwise out to sea, they're rowing straight into it. And as you said, Don, it's windy coming all the way home. You're drying up. The poor sweep's throats are getting dry.
Poor sweep.
Horse, yeah. Well, Mark's Patiri.
Tough sweeping conditions. It's a bit more noticeable if you make a mistake as a sweep today.
Absolutely, it's tough.
It's a 5-person sport.
And we are back on to the under-19s. We're in round 3. Last opportunity here for these crews to pick up some points and finish above the line. We've got Heat 1 and top of your screen, Bateman's Bay, Albacore, South Curly, Carnage, Mollymook, Loose Cannons. There's your crew.
Ooh. Go Mollymook. There they are in front too, and the first to get hit.
Avoca Beach Dingoes and South Curly Ticklers on the bottom of your screen there now. And the Ticklers probably getting the better of the run out here.
The Dingoes kind of struggling with rhythm through this break here, and they've dropped off. Mollymook holding it together.
Great start there from South Curl. Mark Spiteri at the back of that boat. How many times has he been out and around the cans the last couple of days, Mark Spiteri?
He's got more to go too.
Yeah, I was at the Tally Surf Club for dinner last night, and the Thick Shake were there along with the Burley. They pretty much cleaned the club out of buffalo wings. Those boys can eat, those Burley boys.
The Tickles. Shout out to Alan Perry. He just had a crack at us on the live stream.
Did he?
He wants us a bit more love. So we'll shout out to the number one boat builder in the country, the Perry Boats, in my opinion. And his great son, master boat builder, 5th generation, an absolute weapon. Donnie's a stroke like yourself.
Yep, and as you mentioned previously, the smartest bloke in the crew.
Jack Rivet.
No, the stroke.
We'll have to have an IQ test of those Burleys. I reckon I'm on the money, but boys don't seem to think so. But looking at their junior crew, the Tickles, and they are putting a show on here up in Alley 5.
Aren't they just? Let's see how we go at the turn. Mark Spiteri does not turn like Termite does. He'll reach forward and he'll grab the strokes oar and he'll turn this 2-boat length lead into a few more here, I reckon. Around they go, and they're going to, a little bit sideways.
Straight into the wind there, you see. They get hit instantly around that turn. Now Mollymook around in second in Alley 3. The Loose Cannons doing well. And then the stablemates for South Curly, the Carnage, swept by Nathan Wilson in Alley 2, probably in third place. But there's Spiteri. He gets low.
And you can see the strength of that wind. We look at blowing back onto the sweeps.
Bam.
Mollymook there in second position. Father-son combo there.
Yeah, the Bowman and the sweep doing a great job, and they've come back up on the Tickles with a little bit of lively water underneath them. And the Carnage are not going away either. As you see behind the field, there's runs for the back markers. So they'll catch up to the front markers, but it's the Tickles here, clearly in the lead going through their gate can.
Top of the screen with the work to do, Bateman's Bay. Next one down, that is the South Curly Carnage, the second of the South Curly crews. Beside them, Mollymook Loose Cannons. We feel they're in second position here. Then we go to the Avoca Beach Dingoes. We haven't given much a shout out to the Dingoes. And South Curl leading this race. The all-important points here. And haven't they separated in the field here?
Yeah, it looks like Tickles there, still pushing ahead. Then the Loose Cannons kept to their work there. And they haven't really let them get away too far, and they're coming back up into the minor placings here.
Avoca Beach and the Bateman's Bay.
Look at the Mollymook team. It looks like the Tickles are still, and the Mollymook team are rowing on the back of one, and they're going to catch the leaders here, guys, and it's going to be a drag race to the finish.
Yeah, good to see the Mollymook crew now rebuilding down there at Mollymook. South Curly are going to row to the line.
One man's got a crab there. Sorry, the number 2 seat for...
Just watch how that rip affects it, or the shallow water. Mollymook just sitting up in the back of that wave, not getting the run properly.
Both pretty comfortable on the points, those two crews.
Yeah, they'll be through.
So, don't know if you mentioned, though, with these 3 rounds and no cut, basically your third round is the elimination race for a lot of these crews. Becomes a final because crews need points or need a position.
South Curly Carnage and Avoca Beach Dingoes over the line now, and there is the Bateman's Bay crew coming across the line there now.
That's Arlo, Tanner, Hamish and Jonathan on screen there with Nick Jones as their sweep.
By the looks, a bit more of a junior crew, so they'll probably have a future for the next few years.
Good to see junior crews coming out of Bateman's Bay. They've got a couple of good ones.
Got a couple of good sweeps there. Nick's going along nicely, sweeping for the last couple of years, and the great master Neil Innes as the mentor there. So there's Mark Reese. Just had a chat with Reese. He loved our work, calling him out when he went for a swim yesterday. Thanked the team. We don't miss much. I told him we've got an expert commentary panel. And as you see now, looking out to sea, it's the Collaroy boys. So there's 2 Collaroy crews in this one.
It's Collaroy Black on screen, currently north of Soldiers Beach. Red Cheeks, followed by the Collaroy Rowdies and the Kyneton Rocks Critters, who are out in the lead at the moment, and they're doing well.
Kyneton Rocks there, swept by Darren Hocko. And isn't it good to see a competitive South Australian crew, Glenelg? They're one of the strong clubs over there as well.
I believe the SA state team. The Critters.
Good job. Not that we're talking about state teams here today,
well,
Tommy.
Tom, you brought it up.
Rather
Tom, what happened in that state relay, Tommy? What happened on that famous weekend at Coffs?
I don't know.
You did make a performance.
Something about a can.
You did have a row, celebrity row. Broken foot and all.
Yep.
Pretty tough stuff there, Tommy, I'll say.
Busted ankle. Well, They said that I couldn't do any more damage, right? And I was having surgery the next week, so...
Yeah, it was a real shame. As your crew would have been right in the picture in this one, but not to be, and looking out to sea, it's Kyneton Rocks.
Rowing beautifully. I'm enjoying their technique, watching the boys here row. Obviously well coached. Tash said she's had some time up the back of the boat with the boys. Reckons that they're a good bunch of young fellas, funny guys.
That long sit there will be helping him out to sea, lifting that tail, getting a bit of a tailwind, saving some bickies.
Yeah, and top of the screen there, Coleroy Black.
The New South Wales rep team, Coleroy Black there with Rob on the back of their boat in the yellow gunnels. So Kyneton Rocks and Coleroy, bit of a ding-dong battle here first. Wider turn for Kyneton, pointing it out a little bit to his left, and Coleroy straightened up a bit quicker.
Hocko just stepping over the quarter bar there, and as they work back into this wind here, they'll want to try and keep the nose down and keep the boat running. Little lift, and Hocko's called them. And have a look at that. Well done, young fellas. They've run the top of that one. That is a good effort from the boys.
That wave is angling to the north, and now it's going to give Coleroy a chance.
Yeah, Coleroy probably still with their noses in front. Top of screen there. That would be Coleroy Black.
Running with it, and that you can see them splay out. There's a bit of a shallow area in the middle, so Kyneton Rocks may have it pan out later as those waves come, but they have to catch something.
There's Coleroy Black going through the gate cans first with about a length lead onto Kyneton Rocks.
Yeah, Soldiers Beach just out of shot here, but the crew that you can also see then is the Coleroy Rowdies. They're sitting in third position currently.
Kyneton on a surge. The Rowdies a bit more of a junior crew, so they're doing well to hold their own.
Let's see them lift here again. Yeah, they've got some good light and shade in that Kyneton Rocks boat. When the lift comes up underneath them, they are prepared to bring the rating
for
up.
them, Don. A little lift for them, as you called.
Yeah.
Here we go. Watch these boys rip it in. Up she comes, the rate.
They'll need this one.
They've got that wave in front. They're just going to dig into the wave in front here.
It's not a bad place to be as a sweep, though.
Keep them going. You might be able to pull over and catch the same one.
Hold it, Hocko.
And he's going for it.
Over the top.
Well, that's great rowing there from Kyneton Rocks. They pulled over the front of the little lump in front. They pushed through there. It'll be them and Coleroy now to the line. And I reckon both of those crews are reasonably safe to qualify through to Sunday. Tash mentioned they may be back on Saturday for an elimination round. Not what they said at the Sweeps meeting this morning, but we will
watch all the broadcasts and all the live social media channels for any news. Try and get it out to your mates as soon as we hear it. There's a Soldiers Beach crew. They've on the rebuild. I was speaking to their sweep up the back here earlier, and he was their area range manager since Nippers, age 6.
Oh,
he's got about 8 or 9 of them now of rowing age.
Yeah.
And they're going to have a good future ahead. So well done to them, and good to be here at the Aussie titles, the Soldiers Beach team, and we'll shout out to them while we can with Michael Crowe, Blake, Evgeny, Sergey and Jackson.
They look a little bit busted too at the end of that. The boys put the effort in. That might be the end of their campaign.
Here we go. Here we go.
And speaking of campaigns, we've got Markula on screen. Bit of a rebuild for them as well in the last few years. Markula Mad Hatters here. Remy, Otis, Rory and George.
And the Bateman's Bay Hurricanes on screen here now. James, Caden, Jacob and Caden. And the man you spoke about before,
there's the Salmons
at the back of that Bateman's Bay
Mighty
boat.
South Maroubra Salmons in a brand new boat. Coached the Bowman and the Stroke for a long time, and Nick is doing a good job as a young sweep, coming up the ranks, standing on the left.
This will be a good race to watch. Alex Heads, ABA Rustlers as well, Ali 2. They were in contention for the state team. Markula, strong crew. A little bit less versed on the New South Wales crews here, but thank God for Phil Stevano
and
next to me.
The gun's away, boys, and there they go.
Yellow bow, Alexandra Headland swept by Justin Stewart. Might just have their noses in front. South Maroubra going with them though. And a couple of strokes through it, and they're pushed out in front, up and over this one. And that is a good start there from South Maroubra. I think our co-commentator Phil Stevano mentioned he's coached them. He loves to be involved with as many of these crews as he possibly can. Spreads himself pretty thin through New South Wales, does Phil Stevano.
Love the sport. There you see the Salmons there now. Working on... Oh, they've had a crew change actually. Looks like young Peter Shaw's rowing second stroke there, and they've put the big fella up in the bow. So it's whatever's they're doing is working, because Nick's got a fast boat under his feet. He'll be nervous as a young sweep with a fast crew.
He's got the camera on the helmet there, mate. They'll obviously review that. Have a look at that later on tonight. See what they can do.
See the bowman there. I didn't think it was Petey's, what we call a little bum shoot. So you see his legs driving before he's hooked on. It's not ideal. I'll probably have to pick that one up. Young Finn Daly, I think it is. So didn't think Peter Shaw would be rowing like that.
Timing's pretty good though, mate. You're being a bit harsh, but I agree. The bowman just sitting up, just pulling himself up at the end of the stroke to the oar instead of keeping that outside elbow up and finishing the stroke right through in that position in the bow. That's where you really need to get the weight down in front of you.
You see him leg drive first before the other three though, Don, and not having a go, just trying to get them faster.
We're here to help. We're here to help, Phil.
Well, that's that coaching role kicking in, and we'll have to see how that
go, Nick.
pays him back on the way back into shore as that breeze picks up, and of course that weight gets behind him.
They've done well there. Good turn for South
Great
Maroubra.
turn. And have a look at the acceleration out of the tin as well. They've picked it up and they've got going, and they're going to get an advantage. Unlike Markula, they've spun the wheels there a little bit. And Steve Davies, always there or thereabouts in the Alexandra Headlands yellow and white boat that you can see. And top of the screen there, Bateman's Bay Hurricanes. Neil Innes never ruled him out either. But it is South Maroubra. They are out in front. And the young sweep, mate, how long's he been sweeping for?
This is his second year, probably. Not very long, to be fair, and he's doing a good job.
S2, S3 sweep, has he been?
No, he's on the lower ranks. He just did the ASRL sweeps course 2 years ago.
All right, so if he is an S2 sweep, he'll be hoping the surf doesn't build, because if you are only S2, not S3, you cannot compete once the surf hazard rating comes up. I think we're pretty safe this weekend. The swell is not meant to do too much as Alexandra Headlands.
Look at the salmons
on Markula.
Salmons though, racing away in that new boat. They're looking good, the boys.
Maybe we were a bit harsh on the technique.
No, they'll pick it up. They're doing a good job.
They are, and they know how to accelerate when that little lift comes in underneath them as well.
Malik searching for something from behind.
The Rustlers and the Hatters. Hatters maybe getting passed up, and the Rustlers' chance now.
Steve Davies, Alexandra Headlands, runs the top of this one, comes up and joins South Maroubra. Can they go on with it? It looks like they can. Let her run is the call from sweep Steve Davies. South Maroubra rowing as Davies calls his crew to row now, and the sprint is onto the line.
Nick hasn't stopped them rowing, the South Maroubra boys in the black boat, and that's a good call as long as they keep it tidy across the finish line. Here we go, head to head.
1-2, 1-2, but they're sitting there.
I reckon those last three strokes might have got South Maroubra over the line there.
I hate to say it, but I think you're right, Phil.
Again, Don. Right again, son.
Get used to it, you reckon?
Nah, we're a good team.
And in fact, Bateman's Bay Hurricanes coming through for the finish in third, which leaves the Markula Mad Hatters in fourth.
Disappointing for the Mad Hatters. They were sitting in second position there and looking quite strong. Sweet there, not happy.
And sweep Justin Stewart in the back of Alex doing well there to make the most of the swell.
Was that Justin Stewart, mate?
Yeah.
He looked like the other guy, I'll be honest, Sir Stephen, but...
Steve likes to wear his button-up shirts underneath the rushy.
Yeah, Justin wears that pink, thing, doesn't he? A little pink underneath.
Apologies to Justin Stewart there. I was calling it Steve Davies. Big apologies, mate. I'll have Phil buy you a beer later.
Yeah, my fault. So round 3, heat 4 for junior boys in the northern area. And in alley 1, you see on screen, Tugan Team A. In alley 2, just there at the tuck of that boat, Noosa Heads Tuies. In alley 3, the North Cronulla Funky Fresh. In alley 4, the Avoca Wolfpack.
And the Funkies and the Wolfpack, probably the two crews to watch here. They were impressive in earlier rounds.
There's Peter the Whale.
That green boat.
Rogers, check starter on the right-hand side, 240 medalist gold. And giving back as an official. So what a guy that guy is.
Need more of them.
Part of the Rogers brothers. Him and Big Trent Rogers.
And Matty Mitchell takes a right-hand course just to get around that shallow water bank. And that's going to pay off for him as the Avoca Wolfpack head on out. They are in the Mike Tamlin boat, nicknamed the Peas. And I had to check in with Mike how he ended up with that nickname. Apparently his father was a garden farmer on the Central Coast. He used to grow all sort of vegetables. And his brother went to the surf club and he was called Beans. And then when Mike rocked up, they called him Peas, and it stuck.
Perfect.
Love a good
Got to love a nickname, eh?
Absolutely.
Peas it is.
Yeah.
Shout out to Peas. He's doing a great job on the beach, Mike.
Have a look at the hinterland shot there of the Gold Coast, the green behind the goal. Mount Kugel there in screen, and that's a pretty good view from there. And we'd like to thank experienced Gold Coast, big supporters of the Australian titles here on the Gold Coast.
Sure are, and we're lucky to be on the Gold Coast after the cyclone ripped through. And
never in doubt, Stevano.
Nah,
never in
I
doubt.
know you had a shovel,
mate. You Southerners started all these terrible rumours. What a crock! It was always on, and we've got the options here to handle it.
Shout out to the officials and the council for getting us up and running, and it's good to be racing.
Yeah.
We would like a few more waves though, Don.
Matty Mitchell on the right-hand side of your screen there at the back of the Evoca Wolfpack. They are one to watch here in the under-19 male category. And beside them, the North Cronulla Funkies with the Funky Man at the back of that boat.
Setting good pace. You seen early off the race you called. Mitchell went out wide and avoid the bumps. Alley 1 and 2 sort of got the worst of those bobbles coming through, and it's Evoca and Alley 4 turning first, but good row from Alley 1. Also, Alley 3 turning second there. That is North Cronulla.
Tugan Team A on the left-hand side of your screen. Good on them. Rebuilding. Good to see a junior crew coming out of Tugan there. Riley, Russell, Nate, Levi and William. I'm going to say that's a Bill.
Yeah, good call. And we've seen the IRB teams on the shot there. Thank you to the people dedicating their time to water safety and to adjust the course with the cans. Takes all of us to get it done, Don.
And thanks for your text messages here. I've just got a nice one through from Beck Hamilton, and I see Swaney there, and she's got sausage rolls, boat rowing, good times after a solid gym session. So Swaney has been at the gym.
Good work. Good to see Swaney smiling in that photo.
And heading home for the first time.
Shout out to Beck. That's great.
After a few weeks in hospital after a fairly nasty accident with a tractor. And Beck reckons we should have him commentating. I don't know. He's pretty one-eyed, and he's worse than you.
He's a man of a few words. They're pretty stern words. I think he learnt my name recently after 25 years, so that was good. I went up the ranks there for Swaney, so
yeah, right. Normally he wouldn't rate a bloke like you normally.
No, he thought my name was South Maroubra.
Yeah.
Hey, South Maroubra.
Yeah.
Good on you, Swaney. He's a legend of the sport.
And he'll be cheering on his North Cronulla team here in the centre there. That is Funky, and bringing it home for the under-19s. To the right-hand side of that is the Evoca Beach Wolfpack. Matty Mitchell at the back of that, and they've lifted onto this little run. And it will be those two crews coming home. Well done, Tugan, though, up on the left-hand side of your screen. That is a good effort from the Tugan under-19 crew.
You see there the North Cronulla and the Evoca team there. And the Noosa team coming with a nice wave back to the beach there with Stewie. But it's not going to be enough in that race. I'm not sure how they've placed early in the rounds, but
could be in a spot of bother.
There's some hot racing at the front of the field, Don. Starting to see the cream rise to the top.
That will conclude the end of the under-19 males. And that's them for the day. They are done. We are now heading into the under-19 female, and on the conclusion of this, we will go to the relays.
Well, we are getting right through the racing.
Yep.
We were told the relays
would not start before 12 o'clock.
12:30 or 12 now?
Sorry, mate.
I'm double-checking as well. So we'll come back to you. You won't miss it. Stay tuned. You may have some fill time with the commentary team, though. I'll have to get a few interviews going during that time.
Leave you in here on your own, mate. You can handle it.
Nah, the viewers need a rest as well.
I want to chat to you again about who you played golf with. Mate, people love that.
Couple of golfing buddies.
Names, dropping massive names. Bob Hawke. Who'd have thought?
He was one of the top of the list. Hawkey.
South Curly pushing onto the line here in the under-19 female category.
I wouldn't mind a game of golf with you, Don, once your back gets better. How do you go on the golf course?
No, I'm an athlete, mate. I don't play golf.
This is North Cottesloe.
And Heat 1 of the under-19 female in Alley 1 will be North Cronulla Gunnettes, Avoca Beach Yabbies in 2, Noosa Heads Birds in 3, North Cottesloe Calypso in 4, and South Curl Cruisers in Alley 5. Who do we need to look out for here, mate?
Well, the Gunnettes up in Alley 1 with Bluey Lee on the back, always put out a fast crew.
Alana Crutcher, she's the athlete her father is, Michael. She'll be doing pretty well.
The North Cottesloe team, they've come a long way. As you say, they don't put a bad side out. The Calypso.
No, they don't know how to do that in North Cottesloe. They're all top, well-trained crews.
A couple of lilies in that crew with Caitlin and Jazz. Andrew sweeping them. So there we go.
Avoca Beach spinning the wheels there. Don't know quite what happened there for them, but they didn't get away to the best start at all there in Alley 2.
There's Chris Ribbs Fleming, the back of this boat, one of the more experienced sweeps. He picked up a gold medal in the 240 Masters on Wednesday this week.
And I thought they were putting Ribbsy out to pasture, mate. I thought he was retiring, but here he is. He's back again.
Well, he's the godfather of the section, and I guess he thought with it going so well that he didn't want to miss out.
Didn't he have one of the great open women's crews going back a decade or so? They were very dominant.
The Straw Hats, was it? Or was that...
Mate, you're testing me.
Yeah, get the name of it. I mean, the Aussie Gold champions.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Termite Lowry might have swept the crew to Aussie Gold in open women's around that vintage a while back too.
Yeah.
Trying to do it again this week is South Curly with all divisions covered nearly. So they're one of the strongest clubs here on the beach this week consistently. And you see in Alley 5, it's the Cruisers.
South Curly Cruisers, right-hand side of your screen. Beside them is North Cottesloe Calypso. As you mentioned, Andrew Pope at the back of that with a couple of lilies, Caitlin and Jazz in that crew. And then we go to the centre of the screen there. We have Noosa Heads, the Birds, Stewie Cooper at the back of that boat. And with a little bit of work to do, we go across to the Avoca Beach Yabbies. They have certainly got a shed full of aged rowers. What I mean by that is under 23, under 19 rowers. Great effort there from the Avoca Beach Club to have such great numbers. And North Cronulla, the Gunnettes on the left-hand side of your screen. But as they hit the tins, it is the crews in alleys 3, 4 and 5 that are going to go around pretty close. We've got South Curly with Ribs on your right-hand side of your screen. Straightens up, has a glance across the line, lets the girls know you're in this, girls. You got your nose in front. You need to get me back into this strong offshore breeze here. You need to keep the shoulders into the bow. Don't let that bow sit up in the air. We want to be pushing this forward. We want the boat to send back in. Oh, a little bit of a wonk there in the Northcote crew.
Yeah, it's hard into the wind with the junior girls, just not as powerful there and not as heavy. So they do get bounced around a bit more in the wind, but they're doing a good job here, and they would be no strangers to rowing in the wind from North Cottesloe, Don.
No, Fremantle Doctor over there. And they might have their noses in front. And beside them is Noosa. So centre of the field. And we're going to see what the runners do as they come back through the gate cans here. And we can't rule out North Cronulla, the Gunnettes, on the left-hand side. Rating comes up there a little bit. They run the top of that one.
We see Ribs just squeezing inside his gate can, but North Cottesloe have rode past them into first place in this race, John, the Calypso.
Yeah, and I don't think we're appreciating the strength of the wind. I know you went down onto the beach and said it's fairly strong.
Yep.
I would imagine the further out to sea you get, the stronger that wind is going to feel being offshore here at North Kirra. And there is a Noosa crew there on the right-hand side of your screen. They are in the centre of the field. Not much to run on there for the girls. North Cottesloe up the rating, down the front they come. They're going to separate themselves here. And this will be a good win for the North Cottesloe crew. He's kept them rowing. I reckon you could let him sit, and he's done that now. You've done the work, girls. Take a couple of big, deep breaths in as South Curly attacks on the right-hand side.
They led out to the cans, and they're going to have to work hard here for second place, the South Curly team with Fleming.
Yeah, Ribs has surfed that well. He's picked up a little ripple there. He's changed course to run with it, and he's going to get himself over the line in second or third position. Noosa beside him there.
Yeah, looks like second for South Curly, third for Noosa. And it's going to be North Cronulla and Avoca here pushing along. There's Bluey Lee in the background and Mitch Renoff in that Avoca boat. And he's not short of a word, Mitchell, till the end of this race. Look at him go.
Oh, two blokes that love to let their crews know what's going on.
Look at the voiceover from Mitch.
Yeah, I'd love a microphone in the boat with those two guys.
That's what they need next, Donnie.
They would have been riding those girls home.
Sweeps commentary. Crossing to the sweep. Termite wants a piece of it.
You're an ideas man, Stefano.
And we're going to throw down to Tash on the beach.
Thanks, guys. Here with Nathan Perry. So, Freshie Freaks rowing yesterday in the 23s getting through. Going to have a little quick chat with him about the blades. We've been talking about them up in the commentary box. What's your thoughts behind them?
It's something that we started to do about 18 months ago, and I just really love all the theory that revolves around them. It's similar to all the blades that are used in Stillwater. And what I wanted to do was sort of bring a bit of that mechanics to surf boats, but also put it at a price point that the clubs could afford, because at the moment the cleaver blades that the Croakers are providing are quite expensive, so there's a bit of a barrier there.
It took your girls a bit of time to warm up to them. I think at Collaroy was when it sort of clicked and they went, and you know what, we actually prefer those blades, and took them on. So I had a row. I thought they were quite good. Don's not sold on it. What's your, like, how do crews, I guess if you don't have them in a state, like, is there a set you can borrow? Like, how do you get to have a go with them?
Well, at the moment with the ones that we're providing, we've got 3 sets that I've worked on. They're all subtly different, so we've just been trying different styles out. I'm happy to lend them out at the moment because I sort of would love the feedback, to be honest. But I often put my crews on the spot and say, if someone asks me about them, I'll turn around and say, hey guys, which blades do you prefer? And all 8 of them will say we prefer the cleaver blades. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting stuff there, guys. Thanks for the time, Nathan. We'll hand back to you guys up in the commentary box and pick up this 19 female race.
Always thoughtful and considered any comments that you get out of N.R. Perry. And it was good to get his feel on the cleaver oars. You do need to have 6 oars though, mate. You can't just have 1 spare. You need 2 spares. They are lefts and rights. As he mentioned, quite expensive. Not quite sure of the price point that he's referring to. But nice interview there with one of our boat builders, and I'm going to give a shout out to a couple of others, to the DKG team and also to Jace Bean and the JDB surf boats.
And we won't forget Perry's other mould, the Climber.
Yeah, what's he doing with that? Is that staying?
It's going well.
Okay. Both
different shapes, slightly different hull, but again, you see clubs doing well across all the boat builders, so it's good to see healthy competition. And shout out to Team Perry, and if Alan Perry's listening, I'd love a t-shirt and a cap. Been buying his boats for some time, and I guess I'll be buying him off him in the future.
So you can be bought, hey? Cash for comment. I'm not sure that's allowed on this broadcast. Maybe a t-shirt.
Well, it's not my cash. It'd be somebody's cash.
You just want a t-shirt and a hat, and you're happy to spruik it.
I wouldn't mind.
Let's get on to the racing here. And the left-hand side of your screen, we've got North Cronulla Springs, Janjuk Jets. That'd be the crew from Aaron Tannehill. He'd be cheering them on. He's not sweeping this weekend, but he will be urging them on. Alexandra Headlands, ABA Stingers, Collaroy Cannons, and then Avoca Beach CCs on the right-hand side. And there's your Cannons whipping around the buoy turn there now. And I'm pretty sure they gave them a flogging in the last race, this Collaroy Cannons crew. They are an exceptional under-19 female crew.
Yeah, featured at the ASRL, featured at the New South Wales State Championships. And they've been going real well this season, the Cannons, with Mark Reese. Nice bunch of girls, strong club, and they got some great mentors in that club around them in the older female crews. A really good vibe down there at Collaroy.
And they have separated themselves here. They are in front. On screen there now, the under-19 female crew from Collaroy. And as a sweep, mate, Reese, can you give us a bit of intel?
Been sweeping a long time. Good sweep, casual guy, nice guy. Had an injury, I think, through the year, so he's out of the boat for a little while. But you see he's come back with a vengeance, and it looks like the drift of that, maybe the drag. Is that dragging cruise from south to north a little around that, or is it too far out up there to feel it?
There's certainly a sweep. It's generally closer into shore than out the back there. The closer you get to shore, the stronger the sweep is from right to left on your screen. So they're all
angling down with the run then as they get closer to the shore, trying to run the boats the same direction as the swell. There's Reese.
Yeah, and pulled up alongside of them. Is that the crew from
Jan Juck next to them? You called it.
Yeah, Aaron Tannehill will be cheering them home. And there they are there now. The Jan Juck crew, the Jets.
It's right over the front. Well, it's only got 1 quarter bar in it, that boat. I've seen that's a bit of a trend on some of these boats. They don't go for the 2nd quarter bar. Not sure what that's about, but...
Coleroy drop it back a gear now as they cruise over the line to pick up maximum points here. It's going to be Jan Juck in 2nd position. Then we go back over to Avoca on your right-hand side with Alexandra Headlands and North Cronulla.
Good row there from Coleroy.
Welcome back, Tommy.
Well, speaking about single quarter bars.
Did you just get one
Yeah,
coffee?
Tom. What's happened there?
What story, mate?
Chance.
Don't you know how you fit into this
Tom,
dynamic?
you knew this standing order.
My fault. I thought you'd get the jitters.
Well, I have, because I haven't had a coffee in a while, Tom. No, Tommy's boat's got 1 quarter bar. What's going on with that?
Oh, I don't know. I love to talk about Megs, and but it wouldn't melt by the sounds whenever I talk about him. But I think it's the move. He says it's a bit more stability for some of the older sweeps, but he doesn't really need it. Sprightly young lass that he is.
Absolutely.
I think he's just turned 40.
Wow.
Which is
some
impressive,
career
huh?
as a young sweep.
Yeah,
Did Megsy do much rowing or any rowing?
He's a board paddler.
He came from Noosa. He was there with Davey Toomba.
As a rower?
As a board paddler.
Right.
For a bit.
Sorry.
And then his dad, Bob Stone, bullied him into it and bullied him into being a left-handed sweep. And
no, he's made the right call with that one, Tom.
He has, because I reckon there's a number of medals that we have won by a slim margin that could have been put down to a fast turn.
Shout out to Megsy's mum, Karen, who was involved a lot of years in Queensland racing.
So the gun's up here now. So we look out to see, it looks like Heat 3's in the water. It's the South Curly Runaways in Alley 1. The Williamstown Whoops in Alley 2 from Victoria. South Maroubra Sapphires in the Black Boat in Alley 3. The Bateman's Bay Skipjacks there in Alley 4. And the Newport Nessies there in 5 in the Orange Boat. That's the South Maroubra girls there with Harvey Barrett on board. They're away in, and off they go. Good start from the girls.
You have
all getting checked there.
This one of your crews?
Oh, I know that. No,
you didn't sweep any of these.
Half's done a good job with the girls. No.
Haven't adjusted their Rolex.
No.
Okay, this is the first race we've come to today.
Well, I did christen that boat though. To be fair, Don.
What have you got here, Tommy? What have you put in front of me?
It's just a throwback. It's Facebook reminding me of
better days.
4 years ago, yeah.
Better memories. So there's the Skipjacks there now with Jonesy on the back and doing a good job. They've had a pretty strong season. Their name features around the pointy end. At the end of the day, this is the 3rd round, and all the points are going to be important here.
Now the Skipjacks, is that a fish as well? A skipjack? Help me out here, guys.
I'm not a fisherman, but
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
None of us are fishermen.
I'm going to say yes, just because of know Neil.
Yeah, the Bateman's Bay crews, a lot of them named after fish.
Except the Banshee fish.
The Banshees, they can call themselves whatever they want to call themselves, the Banshees.
Yeah. Great crew there for Neil with his wife in there, and they're flying at the moment this weekend. But looking out to sea there, it's Nick Jones and the Skipjacks skipping away in Alley 4.
Yeah, Newport to the right-hand side of that crew. And then we go back left will be South Maroubra Sapphires, and to their left, Williamstown. And I did get a text message from Timmy McFarlane telling us that it is in the bay at Melbourne, to the north of Melbourne. He reckons it's God's country. Of course he does. And on the left-hand side in Alley 1 is the South Curly Runaways. And there we have the Skipjacks on camera there now. They are coming into their turning can. They are our leading crew. And the stroke reaches forward. Sorry, the sweep reaches forward. That was a pretty handy turn. I guess they're a lightweight crew. And the boat spins a whole lot better for these under-19 females. They can spin it around pretty quickly here, and he's headed for home. Quite an upright stand in that sweep there.
Yeah, some of those sweeps standing bolt upright, and then some of the more experienced ones you see crouching down. But I will say there has to be an effect of resistance from the crouching style. When you're on a push bike, when you're sitting up, it's 5 to 7 kilometres slower than when you crouched over, maybe more, and that's just from your stance. So you see Gus Pateri, for example, reach right over, but then you see a big sweep like Reese or someone like that with a bit more surface area, and the wind's going to hit it when it's windy. So,
yep, Marty Fletcher's a classic one at that. He can really disappear down inside the boat. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm not, don't know about standing so plumb upright coming back into this offshore breeze, but they're doing all right.
You can't change your style, though, once it's windy or whatever. You've got to work with what you're doing. And he's doing a good job, Nick Jones. And you see there, South Maroubra Sapphires have sort of come back up to them, as has the crew in Alley 1.
South Curly Runaways down there in Alley 1.
Nathan Wilson.
Disappearing with it.
Had a good second half of
is.
the row.
Chocks, a.k.a. Oarhead. Long story. But he's out in front there now. And now South Maroubra and Bateman's are going to try and chase down this one. Have they got the power? South Maroubra.
Oh, a bit of a slew there from the South Maroubra sweep.
They're stuck on the same wave as the other two now. Whoa! And being overtaken by the skipjacks.
Yeah, South Maroubra. Not quite sure what happened there.
Dead water there or something.
And there's the skipjacks there. They're going to chase this little bit of white water in here, and that's a good row there from the skipjacks. Well done, ladies. And we might go down to Alley 1 for the South Curly crew.
They take off for Newport in 5 here. Let's see how he holds it, the Newport Nessies.
Oh, I want to see those blades down on the water. I don't want to see them up in the air like that.
No, I don't like it. I'm having them up in the air.
Yeah. Oh, crap. See?
That's what happens when they're down in the water.
Well, not if you're skilled.
Well, when you're teaching juniors, I like to get them down and out the way and feathered.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Cannot agree with you.
Done much sweeping?
Done a lot of rowing.
From one seat.
There might come down to the angle of the beach here. You can see that the skipjacks have actually gone straight through and hit sand, while the northern alleys, the Sapphires and Williamstown, have kept going on. So it entirely depends on where the tower's sitting right now as to who's won that.
That's completed us in the northern area. We might just see what's happening in the southern area. Just a good stuff. Just got in the ear from our tech team saying they're going to swap us down to the southern area.
Looking down to the beautiful
Rainbow Bay Surf Club there.
I was going to say, that's not a surf boat.
What a spot.
Yep.
No, back to that point you made, Don. Experience, of course, if they know what they're doing with those oars across the water surface.
I just
can
can't
help the balance, but...
Yeah, you can trim the boat up. If the boat is starting to fall down on one side, you lift your hands up and it can raise the gunnel up.
Yeah, you'd want to be waiting for the sweeps command if you're a junior girl, though. I don't think they're at the level to be doing that just yet.
Maybe,
but,
right.
You know, it all helps, but I'd be a bit worried looking down the boat.
Yeah, well, they certainly a lot of crabs coming in that Newport boat at the end there. That didn't help my argument much at all.
I kind of agree with both of you, to be honest.
Switzerland.
Of course, you're a fence
Switzerland,
Tom. I've definitely you definitely use the oars to put the skates on, just hold it steady on a wave, and I've definitely stopped a slew just by putting the brake on a bit, but you definitely don't want to be pushing up all four of you at once if you're trying to get down that wave and you need a bit of run. You can put the brakes on as well, so it's all up to the sweep, really.
Yeah.
And God forbid you get a crab.
We should go for a row, boys. I'll take you guys out.
ASRL team. Legends?
ASRL commentary team. The national commentary broadcaster.
Sorry, maybe it's a bit strong. Crew. Bit strong to call myself a legend. That's one of...
That's what we do in the commentary, Tom. You're learning fast.
Goodness gracious.
You're learning fast, son.
Sit next to a couple of blokes that call themselves
absolute legends.
That's
here,
what
Don
Tash
and I.
calls it. Tash calls it the ASRL Legends crew. And who would you put in the boat?
Well, I'd have you, Don, Tash and Scotty Rowan, and I'd sweep.
The commentary team crew.
And once we are back down in the southern area there is Harvey Picks on screen there, one of our photographers, and Malcolm Trees over his shoulder there. A couple of good photographers in the world of surf sports.
I did see on the Harv Picks Facebook he's doing all the boats this weekend.
Yeah,
it's not as exciting for the photographers this week at the moment. Earlier in the week it was, but you can buy your photos. And if you get onto sls.com.au/Aussies/photos, you can check them out. There's a bunch of them you can upload or purchase. They're $12.95, $29 for 3, or a special club bundle for $2.20. I believe the Open competition tomorrow will be broadcast on SBS Demand, so that's big news for the sport. We'd like to thank our special events partners before we get into this race. Tourism and Events Queensland, Gold Coast City Council, Experience the Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, Finns, BRP, Yanar Brewing, Triple M Gold 92.5.
And of course, if you have really good photos of your own, please share it with us. Hashtag Aussies 2025. We'll go have a peep, or tag SLS Australia on Instagram.
Okay, so we're just trying to find the southern area. Looking for the draw here.
This looks like under 19 females heat 1. If I'm on the money.
Here you are, Tom, and I reckon it's Wanda Wedgies in Alley 1. The McMasters Alliance there in Alley 2. Metropolitan Caloundra Mermaids in Alley 3. The Metropolitan Caloundra Missiles in Alley 4. And the Coogee Nut Crabbers in Alley 5, and this is exciting. The Nut Crabbers from Coogee having a good time. Young Gemma Morrison, one of the young girls that I used to coach. She's a lovely girl. Dave Smithy Smith, the rooster, at the back of that one. Samara Leisha, young Leisha in the boat. Her dad Joseph is kicking around the beach. Joey and I went to high school together, and he's now a proud boatie's dad. He can't believe how good this sport is. He's only found it recently with his young daughter starting to row a Coogee.
Late
They're
discovery.
having the best time, yeah.
It's good. It's really good.
And it's a sport for life, Tom.
I'd say so. It's a lifestyle more than anything.
It is a lifestyle. Great call.
And it's one of those sports where you've got the longevity. I know blokes who... I've rowed with a bloke who was about 85.
They're still going, aren't they?
Not competitively, I must add, but...
Well, I had 3 over 70-year-olds in the George Bass. Shout out to the Mullaloo team and the boys from City of Perth. The George Bass race was great for veterans, and it was a real community event. So, getting away nicely. JDB boat for Met Caloundra in the middle, getting stopped there, and you see...
Struggling.
Had to get it moving. We see the Metropolitan Caloundra boat in the background, the other crew, the Mermaids. The missiles.
Themselves.
That's it.
We've got Wanda Wedgies on screen. But down the other end, Coogee.
The Nutcrabbers. They've got away, Tom, without getting too much affection on the bow, and up and over a doubler there. And they're out to sea now. These other crews bouncing up and down, trying to get the boat running.
I must say, Molly's in the dreaded Alley 3 by the looks, and he's just really struggling with that surf.
Every time the nose goes up, it comes down, and they seem to be coming into the next wave, and it just halts the momentum. So there's Smithy doing a good job there. You got Tani, Elizabeth, Samara, and Gemma.
They've spread the field there. Metcal Missiles trying to hang in.
They're looking really good, the Coogee girls, and having a good time of it is the Coogee club this week, so good luck to them. As you see there, just a length ahead of the Metropolitan Caloundra Missiles in Alley 4. Then dropping back to third place into the yellow boat, the McMasters crew. That's the McMasters Alliance, made up of Rebecca, Jessica, Michaela, and Eva. Swept by Peter Norman.
Best of the rest. Sitting there in a bit of a peloton.
Yeah, Wanda and Metropolitan Caloundra Mermaids with some work to do here for some points in this last round of last round of the junior girls.
Metcal Mermaids, social media stars by the looks, a bit viral there. Love to see a few surfboat clips go.
The Mermaid.
Interesting online, and usually people saying these idiots are going between surfers with a boat, not understanding that it's under horsepower alone. Yeah,
Instagram's taken over the sport with the young people, and there's Coogee going around first. Not far off there, Tuck was the second of the Metropolitan Caloundra crew up there in 4 of the Missiles. Guess they're flying up the top there. You can see now there's Wanda and McMasters going around.
Ooh, Wanda, tight turn, taking over McMasters Alliance. They've really struggled there. But Coogee, strong lead and surging away from the Metcal Missiles. Wonder making up ground as well.
They're flying, the Coogee girls, and I've just got a shout-out from my mate Mumbles Morrison. His daughter Gemma's doing a great job in this boat. She's another young rower that has rowed for a long time. Her dad does a sweep. She's rowed across 3 clubs, and she just loves rowing, and she's a powerhouse, Gemma, so good luck to them and these girls this week with young Leisha in the back there, and Tani and Elizabeth, beg your pardon. So going well, Coogee, but not giving up is the Metropolitan Caloundra Missiles, Tommy.
They've got Walter in the back there, and it looks like it might be a father-daughter combo with his daughter Sarah Schwab.
Yes.
And they're hanging in, and they might be chasing a runner to catch up to Coogee.
You see there, Coogee now working hard, crossing alley 5, trying to get it and put this one to bed, maximum points.
They might start to drift a bit south, avoid that rip again.
This will be the last race of the day, we think, for the girls getting through on points. And Coogee with a lift there now. Here goes Smithy's whipped them across this one. Can they get down it? They're skirting away from Metropolitan Caloundra, who have a little run behind them. And this could be the commentator's curse, because here comes Met Caloundra on a run.
Coogee done enough. They've got to get to that line as quick as they possibly can.
Whoa.
This is going to be close.
On the
Coogee
wave.
on the line.
Oh, Metcal in dead water.
Oh, I think
Coogee hold it.
I think Metcalf could have had 2 more strokes done.
Yeah.
And let's look at third.
Again, like we say, we're just here to help.
Peloton
Roll it to the
catching up.
line, we say. Sorry, Tommy.
My fault. Wonder Wedgie's coming across in third. McMaster's falling off the back of that. The Alliance in for fourth. Rounded out by the Metcal Mermaids. Molly will probably rest him.
Yeah.
Well, there won't be too much resting done. They'll have 6 months to rest now, because that'll probably be the end of their season, with being the last race of the junior girls, and they've had fun. I think they're a young crew, I think Molly was saying, so...
Yeah, they've been enjoying these conditions as well. A lot of these first-year rowers, they would have been a bit nervous listening to the forecast up here and seeing how...
There they are, a bit of airtime.
He won round 3.
Did he?
What's that?
Did you say
No.
he won?
Heat
Oh, sorry,
one.
Heat 1.
Heat 1, round 3, Tom.
Yeah.
Mixing it up.
Sorry, boys.
It's all good.
Fresh breath of air, but...
So, moving along into the second heat of round 3 for junior girls. There's some very good crews in this one, let me tell you. So we're going to have Palm Beach. We should have the Palm Beach Proseccos in alley 1, Stockton Sirens in 2, the Woolgoolga Whales in 3, and the Mona Vale Menace. I think they are the New South Wales state champions. With young James in alley 4.
Palm Beach Proseccos with a Natalie Perry in that crew. That is daughter of NR. Drove up with NR from Sydney. Came up with a boat behind them.
They're in different clubs?
Bit of family time. Yeah, they are.
Big news, Tommy.
Yeah.
Bit of rivalry?
Yeah, she's been cut out of the family.
So which Perry's more competitive at the moment?
Who's your favourite Perry?
Pick a Perry.
Shout out. They're a great family.
Yeah, good to see. The Perrys spread across 3 different clubs.
All doing well, which is great.
My bet might be on Palm Beach, to be honest.
Yeah, they were looking good in the early rounds when we caught them.
And away they go.
They flogged it in round 1, but they'll have their work cut out for them from Mona Vale up in alley 4, because I know they're pretty handy. I'm not too sure on these northern New South Wales crew from the Newcastle area and Stockton, and then the mid-north coast crew will Woolgoolga there.
Woolgoolga's got plenty of pace behind them as they're going through.
Timmy on the back of that one, the Woolgoolga. It's Timmy White. He's a good guy, and that club's going pretty well, Whoopi.
Doing really well.
A lot of numbers this week, which is great.
Yeah, had a good ASRL Open too, close to their home beach down at Coffs Harbour. Palm Beach, bottom of your screen there, Peter Spence at the back of that. Then we go across to Stockton and Greg Ross at the back of the Stockton boat, and Woolgoolga, as you mentioned, Tim White and that, and then Mona Vale Menace. They've streaked out in front, top of your screen there.
New South Wales state champions, young James on the back.
James Meadows, sweep of the Mona Vale Menace under-19 female crew. They're on the screen there now. Good on you, James. sweeping in his Speedos.
Well, I remember watching the Proseccos do the same thing up in Alley 5 earlier in the day, so not sure if they're getting a faster drag out and this end's getting a better run home. But we'll see how we go, because the Proseccos on this shot look to be a length or two off it at least.
Yep, we'll see what happens when they hit the tins, but definitely looks like the crew at the top of your screen, the Mona Vale Menace, they look like they're well and truly out in front. We need Tash here for a bit of fashion advice, but has he got matching Speedos on?
Yeah, it's girls? Cute, young Jimmy, and he's got a nice legs together style there.
The girls have got him in the matching kit. And, mate, he's got his legs really tight together. You don't like to separate your legs for a bit of balance, mate? Broaden the base?
Well, it depends on how you balance yourself. Some blokes use their feet, others just use their body against the sweep oar. And I think
not the best turn.
The less movement, the better.
Spency's pulled back into it.
Yeah, Mona Vale just letting the other crews back in a little bit there.
I think that's Natalie Perry in the second stroke seat here, just under us in Alley 1 with Peter Spence, and he'll be driving these girls home now because they can see the other crew across the water, and they haven't given up. A little run forming again for Palm Beach here.
Both legs over the quarter bar for Spency, and you can see him barking at the girls, muttering spells and incantations.
What?
Thomas going away with these big words.
Yeah, he's
university educated.
He's praying to Huey. He's going to get a good send on this one too, so maybe it's working out. Have a look at Mona Vale. They're getting caught up on the same wave now, maybe, and Woolgoolga's making a late charge.
Let's see their noses come through these gate cans.
Movers and shakers here. Crew at the bottom of your screen, Palm Beach. They have come back into the picture here.
Now look at these cans. That's going to set us straight.
There's the Mona Vale crew going past it now, so they're at least a length off that, maybe even two.
We'll see Palm Beach. There's going to be a wave forming, and they'll have to take this if they want to come anywhere close to Mona Vale at the time.
Spencer knows how to whip a crew home too, doesn't he? He certainly...
You can hear him.
Yeah, he certainly gets on him.
Little run there for Spence. Lifting again. You see it going underneath the boat there now.
And this is the one. It'll be the same wave.
Here it is.
Yeah, watch the rating lift up here. The girls speed the rating up as the boat speed picks up. Oars come through the water quicker. Can they drop over it? Nose in the air. I don't think they can.
Not enough underneath that one.
And now it's Mona Vale's chance to pull away.
Looks like they will, Tom.
But it's dead water. I think they've just got there.
Picking up the points is the Menace.
Well rowed. Mona Vale Menace taking out maximum points. Round 3, heat 2.
And we're having a good time of it, guys. Racing through these open and under-19 races.
And I think we're up to our last race before we have a bit of a break before the relays, mate. One more to go, and that is heat 3, round 3, under-19 female.
There's the Stockton girls.
This will be a good one to watch as well. This upcoming heat, Warhoe Bonnie Hills bit boater, so I'm going to assume baddest of them all. Coffs Harbour Fruit Loops, they made the SRL final. Some of the locals for that one, Currumbin Chaos and Mona Vale McChicks.
That's why you're here, Tommy.
Yeah, that young abbreviation,
BOTA,
Tom. Eh?
we would have been scratching our heads for a while with that one.
That was perfect, Tom.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Translator?
Yeah. From youth...
I speak Gen Z.
...to English. You can translate for us.
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping that's the one, maybe Boaties of them all.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, no, stick with your original one, Tom. You're starting to lose credibility with that. Okay, and here we are.
That's what Megsy tells me.
Warhope Bonnie Hills in Alley 1, bottom of your screen. Beside them, Coffs Harbour. Next to them, Currumbin Chaos. Brett Dowker at the back of that. And Mona Vale, the McChicks. Another Mona Vale crew. Any intel on them?
Yeah, Kai Cooper.
Yeah.
Sweeps the girls. They've been together a couple of years.
Sasha, Bonnie, Mabel and Nia in the crew. And there is Warhope Bonnie Hills in front of you now. That's Lily, Brooke, Charlie and another Lily. A couple of Lilies in there.
Now, am I right in saying that the sweep for Currumbin there is also a row?
No, you're wrong.
Maybe he's related to a young rower.
Yeah, he certainly is. Has his son rowing in one of the other crews. Big shout out to his wife as well.
And is that Chucky's relation down low on that screen on the junior Currumbin?
Yeah, that would be.
On Jordan?
Yeah, Brett Dowker, Iron Man. So pretty handy reading the ocean, and he loves it. Oh, but he's copped a couple.
Sure has. And so's Ali One, the proudest of them all from Warhope.
And Koff's making the most of this one. Plenty of pace through these waves, but there's a stopper on the horizon.
Skipping over the top of that one was the crew in Alley 3, the Currumbin Chaos in the blue boat.
Yeah, they're riding with them now. There is Dowks. And have a look at that style. He has learnt from some of the great sweeps. Yeah, what's he doing there?
He's throwing that arm out. It's beautiful to watch.
It is. He's pretty. He's like ballet,
it's
really,
like
isn't it?
Poetry. Opera singer or something there. Just giving it to us.
You love to see the rhythm, a bit of bounce in it. It's almost like they're a jockey.
It's
really
majestic. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he seems to have time, doesn't he? He's been coached by some of the best. Lyle Clark, Matt Wildman, and, of course, boat captain Paul Davies at the Currumbin Club. He would have a fair bit to do with the technique of all of these Currumbin crews. He took us for a training session, mate, leading up into the Bass, and he was very big on the catches, on getting our catches in nice and bright and sharp.
Well, it's those 1%ers that's going to add up over that distance, right?
Absolutely. And the crew with the work to do is the one at the bottom of your screen that you can see here, and that is Warhope Bonnie Hills. And we are riding with Brett Dowker there as he heads towards his turning can.
Brett the conductor. Standing up the back.
Oh, we're loving it.
And it looks like Monavale has done some work here and caught up, or doing their best too.
Monavale McChicks, Kai Cooper, any intel there on Kai Cooper?
Well, he's a strange cat.
Is he?
No, he's all right, Kai.
I thought you were going to lead us into something there.
I'm not giving anything up about...
Right.
Yeah,
no. All right. Strange cat as described by Phil Stavano.
So we've gone 1, 2, 3 around the cans, and Monavale has made up a fair bit of distance in that one.
Yeah, they've done well, the McChicks. They've pulled up alongside the crew from Currumbin there.
Fruit Loop strong back into shore as well.
Yeah, there was the co-commentator Scotty Edwards said he might pop up for the relays a bit later and join us. But there they are. They're back into it. And you see Currumbin, Monavale, just on their hammer is Coffs Harbour. So... Now, Kai's a good guy from Mona. Just backtracking.
Trying to dig yourself out of this hole, mate. Give it your best shot.
They've got some good sweeps down there, and he's been blessed to have his good man and my mate Bryce Munro to join that team again after a few years off with Bryce's sons rowing. And it's good having a full complement for the guys down there. He's doing a good job, and all the crews pushing each other along.
Aren't they just? Pretty tight finish here.
Yeah. So James, young James in the Monavale crew before. One of the faster junior girls crews down there, but these girls are showing why having a good crew to train next to is helpful.
Coffs Harbour Fruit Loops hanging in there in the white boat. We'll be hoping for something to happen here to bring them up in front of these other crews. And we've seen it can happen on the day as well. Currumbin nose down there a little bit. They're going to run the top of that. Here comes a bit of a ripple. That's all I'm going to call it. Scotty's seen it, and he's asked the girls to lift. They really need to get on this one if they want to feature.
Monavale rating up now for a little bubble too, Don. Just the finish.
As the finish line approaches.
Great rowing from Monavale there and Cooper.
And they've got that one, so they've pulled ahead on the wave in front. Currumbin and Coffs Harbour on the same. It will be the angle of the wave. Coffs Harbour making a move.
Oh, Coffs Harbour zooming down from
Momentum.
behind. Yeah, leave that for the line judges.
It's not my place.
As I said there, Kai Cooper, great bloke, good sweep.
It's not what you said.
And I think, is that us, boys, for now? One to go.
Us for now.
Couldn't come sooner for Phil.
No, I'm not leaving the chair.
As my dad likes to say, when you're in a hole, stop digging.
Okay, we're going to leave you with some vision now with the beach only. We're looking at around about a 20 or 30 minute break. Go grab yourself a sanger and then get back into that seat and the screen in front of you for our relays, which will be on in around about 20-25 minutes.
See you soon. Sound check. We're back on the action. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the 2025 Surf Life Saving Australian Championships at Kira Beach, hosted by Tugun Beach. You're looking at the south area there, and we're just moments away from one of the premier events, the premier team events of the boat section. I'm joined here by Big Tom again, and good afternoon and welcome to Scotty Edwards, who's joined us back from the beach and racing and sweeping this morning and this weekend. Scott, how you going?
Yeah, good, thanks, Phil, mate. Loving being here. Looking forward to the surf boat relay. It's definitely one of the icons of the boat area.
Yeah, and we see on screen now Heat 1 is going to be made up of the Alexandra Headland A team. In Heat 2, the Queensland Q team. In Heat, Alley 3, beg your pardon. Heat 1, Alex. Heat 2, Alley 3, sorry. Boys, I'll start again. Help me out, Tommy.
All right. Heat 1, Alex Headlands, Team A, Queenscliff Q.
Yep.
Open boat relay. South Calco Rebels, glad that they've got a team name together. And Avoca Beach, Avoca Blue.
The Avoca Beach,
Alley
Avoca
4.
Blue. So, we're going to see some of the familiar crews in these teams.
Now we've merged into the southern arena, so we're going to have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, Scotty and I were talking just off air. Tommy, I got a bit of intel from the water, neither of us having been out there this week, and Scotty a few times, so he reckons it's not much happening in the southern area, but here we go.
Looks like
Race
we're away
one.
here. It's got that little gutter they've got to get through, then it gets very, very shallow here, boys, for probably about the next 8 strokes as they come across this bar here. Earlier this morning was starting on that bar, but as it filled up, they've gone out. Looks like the Curl crew there, Tommy, with the best of the starts.
Absolutely, and you can see here it's a fair bit shallower on the northern alleys here. That's to the bottom of screen now that we're facing south. And South Calco is off to a screamer already.
So there's going to be 2 South Curly teams, and just to give the punters the good mail, that's Rob Lowry, and he'll have a team, and their other sweet Gus Patiri will have a team. So at the moment, I dare say it'll be the Death Riders, Lowry's A crew leading them out to sea. Now, there's no real order that you have to race this race, but it's an open men's, open women's, and a junior crew, Scotty.
That is correct, and we were talking about that off air. What's the secret? Do you start with your fastest crew, or do you save them for the trip home? With this flat water, I would suggest it's easier to lead from the start. So, yeah, start with your fast crew.
I think in relays gone by, and from commentating at the ASRL, and Tommy, you were featuring in that relay race, but Donnie and I was cheering when Queensland started with their slower crews because the gap is hard to make up, and I think the play in the relays is to lead from the front and hang on, and that would be what the South Curl crew are trying to do here. But Avoca, they're not giving up in Alley 4, the Avoca Beach Blue team, and that's in that blue boat of Avoca. Just behind them is Queenscliff in Alley 2, and just dropping back at the moment is the Alexandra Headland Team A, and they're in Alley 1 here, and you see them closest to screen, but we don't know which team's in which. So there's Lowry and the Death Riders going round for the South Curl team first.
So it looks for Alex, maybe it might be the K-Floor Amazons there, their women's crew. And so they're trying to hang in. Actually, that would be the juniors. My fault. The Rustlers So it would be explainable that they're struggling a little bit with some of these more senior crews, but that's okay. The theory there is hopefully they'll catch up. I'm not sure it'll pan out in a flat field.
A little bit of life there under the Queenscliff boat there. They've really got themselves back in the hunt for the first place here in the first leg of this relay, boys. They're running it nice back home.
Yeah, there's Damien Daly, brought it back up to the tuck of that South Curl boat with Lowry, and everyone's still a chance here. We're doing 3 laps, 3 rounds, and I guess someone will run from the boat finish up to tag the next runner down to the boat. So whether or not they spin the boat, I know Queenscliff there, they're using the cleaver oars. Dare say if another crew jumps in there, they may swap oars as well, or there may be another boat ready. But Queenscliff guys coming right back up at them, and look at Avoca up in alley 4.
Run for Avoca. Nice little bit of life there under the tuck of the boat.
Yeah, it's now South Curly's turn with the Queenscliff, Scotty, and they're pushing along. The big boys from Queenscliff getting it done.
Standing a little bit more for Queenscliff there, and that's how it has been. It's been random in this area all morning and yesterday. Have a little bit of a break here now, the boys.
Cleaver's pulling down here, and we'll have to see how that deep channel just towards the shore plays out on that dry finish.
It's all important here, guys, getting it right across the line. You'll see there's no finish line tower because it's a sprint finish in these races. And you see there, the first of the boats is a green boat there, about to take over, and there's all the other boats. So basically each crew will swap
into transition.
Rowers. You see the bowman there of Queenscliff, up and about. Not
South
far.
Curly, Bowie out and running.
That's Sam Lowry for South Curly. So here goes the Queensy girls, and that looks to be Sherrow's reserve women girls, the Queenscliff team. Did a good job in the Masters and doing a good job in reserve grade women, all competent rowers. So you see there the reality queens from Queenscliff leading the way just from South Curl, and that's their second crew there, and it looks like Nath Wilson might have swapped it around for South Curly. Avoca taking off there in third place, and now into Alexandra Headland there, Tommy.
Alex there on the transition, and they're going to start warming up with some of their bigger crews. It's going to be interesting. I don't think South Curly got the lead that they'd want from some of their strongest out the gates. Queenscliff's done quite well, and we'll have to see if they can hold that as some of these other crews come through. Alex got some ground to make up as well.
We'll see Queenscliff and South Curly both copping water over the nose, slowing them down. And the team to take advantage out of that would be Avoca up in alley 4, untouched. And they're right in the mix now, Scotty. Avoca in the green boat.
Yeah, the Mike Tamblin there, the nice distinctive green boat, the Peas. I think they've really pulled themselves back into the race here, team. Still Queenscliff perhaps with a nose lead as they start to angle into the cans.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Tamblin again. It's his 40th year. Well, he's rowed for 40 years. He's been official for many years. He's been one of the great commentators, a great rower. I believe you said it might be his last Aussies hanging up the mic. So shout out to Mike Tamlin. The Peas himself will be cheering these guys on, probably from the beach broadcast. But there's nothing in it now. We think it's the South Curl Junior boys there with Nathan Wilson, and they're trying to hold court with the Queenscliff Open Women's crew, represented by the Queenscliff Reserve Grade crew. So the junior boys versus the reserve women, and there's not much in those two races. And you see, there goes Avoca. So I know who's coming home for South Curly, and that'll be the South Curl Hoosier for Termites Open Women. They'll be quick.
They're an absolutely gun crew. Plenty of talent in there. Avoca may be around first on this turn, but we'll have to see. Oh, South Curly sharp.
Good turn there from Wilson. Avoca bogging down in the Peas, and it's probably South Curl taking the best out of that turn, Scotty.
A little bit of life coming back under Avoca here might be able to help him back catch up, but now it's going to come under the tuck of South Curl, and you watch them take off.
There's the run there he spoke of in the middle there, that yellow and blue boat searching forward. A little run here for Sherrow and the Queenscliff Reality Queens, sticking it to them. This is their first row of the day. They've been racing Masters, then reserves. They had today off other than this race, and they're doing a good job here for the Queenscliff Club. But as we say that, South Curly Juniors, they're from the South Curl Rebels relay team.
They've done phenomenal to hold that lead.
Appropriately named the Rebels there if Termites are at the helm of that team. So
absolutely perfect.
Bit of a scallywag old Termite there, appropriate. So coming through the gate can, Scotty, what do we got?
Yeah, South Curl still probably half a length lead over Avoca Beach, top of screen. Queenscliff now for a little bit to do. We're expecting 2 through from this race. 3 heats in the surf boat relay, and I'd say a 6-boat final. Life there on the South Curl. Can they drop that nose? But no, they can't. It just fattens up at that worst bit.
And now it's going to reform for them here, both Scotty, and they're both going to take chip away at this. So this will give these two crews a bit of a lead if they can both pull down it. And Queenscliff are going to have the work to do here to make up into second place.
They're both sat there on that wave.
In the box seat, it's Avoca and South Curly. And as best they can, they're trying to angle their boats back to their finish mark.
Curly's in some dead water here, having to make up, lift that nose.
Deep water there for Avoca with Matty Mitch just trying to hold that one in square, and he looks like he's done it. He split the gap there. So here come the bowmen sprinting, and up they go. Avoca up first. Where's he gone to the wrong can?
Curly, some trouble there.
And here goes Curly. There's Termite and the Hoosier, and they're in first. Messy jump in for Avoca, who's struggled on the sand edge there. And this could allow Queenscliff to come back into it because they're going to get smashed again, Avoca.
Slot Mitchie ran off there at the back of the Avoca girls crew. DD's back in here with Queenscliff. That would be his juniors, I suggest.
And so it looks like a junior boys crew trying to hunt down a girls crew from Avoca.
And the K-Floor Amazons now, that's their reserve women's crew for Alex.
There's the South Curl Hoosier guys. They really mean business. They raced earlier today. One of the great up-and-coming crews. They've stepped up from reserve grade.
Yeah, that's a good story in itself, isn't it? Stepping straight up.
Yeah, that's the poster crew of the sport. Going well and dominating reserves straight up to A grade. So,
unfortunately there for Queenscliff and Alexandra Headland copping a little bit there just on that bank.
They couldn't get over anything. They just popped over into one and then the next one and then the next one. So on screen, on the right-hand side shot, you see South Curly there turning going out through the gate cans first, beg your pardon. Avoca doing a good job, but Queenscliff really motoring up there in Alley 2. And they're going to try and do their darndest to catch this Avoca crew, and they've made a little bit of ground on them after they've cleared the break.
So you have some decisions to make there as well with your sweeps. A lot of these sweeps have different crews in different divisions, so they're going to have to stagger to make that work in the game plan.
Yep. And South Curly have pulled the right rein there, so they had Termite lead with the open men, then Nathan with the junior boys, and now he's open women to finish it off. And I think they're safely going to take the, unless all hell breaks loose for the Hoosier, they should be sweet to cover this, but I'm really watching this Queenscliff crew chip up to the Avoca tail.
Exactly, mate. That's what I was just about to say. They've chipped up. Termite there with his distinctive layback turning style. One of the very few that uses that style.
Way back, and he dips his sweep oar handle into the drink. Look at this turnaround from Queenscliff.
That's tight, mate. That's tight.
They've rode right up to Avoca, and DD will be cheering. He's got cleavers in this crew's hand as well.
And they're going to get a little bit of life under the tuck here. Should extend that lead as they come out of the can.
They've moved up to second there, Scotty, and that's a great row from Queenscliff. They'll be proud of this effort.
Look at the send from those boys. And the cleavers, and another run up the back.
Yeah, good call, Tommy. And
just watch the Bowie here, Tommy. I really like the way he's getting those shoulders, get that nose right
back
down.
on that splashboard.
Bowie 101.
Most important.
Oh, here we go. Look at it go. It's going to be a little wave.
Well done, Jensen.
And it's reforming another piece of it behind him. This has been some sort of row by these boys.
Curly need to use this right now. Otherwise, they're in jeopardy.
Well, 2 going through there, Tommy. So this is first and second at the moment. We see them going through the gate cans.
Here's some life for Hoosier now, top of screen team.
Ooh, just inside his can is DD. And Damien Daly in this pink boat, he wanted the relay run on Friday. He was one of the advocates saying that we should be out there in the surf, but he won't mind now because he's cruising a comfortable position. And I dare say being in the first relay's got to be an advantage. You get a longer rest for the final.
That's exactly right.
Here comes a wave for these two.
You take the edge off if you were in the top 2?
Well, this point now, just about there.
Just with those waves, though, Tommy, sometimes they look like they're going to be a wave and they just fatten up, so you can't think you've got it. You've got to make sure you're well and truly on it before you do knock it off. But
yeah, and you see there, good sweeps across the sport. DD there. And Rob Lowry with Hoosier. Strong performance, and he's brought them right back on their coloured flag. And it'll be a sprint finish again. You'll see there's the Queenscliff runner. But look at the Bowman from Hoosier. Just flogged him off the beach. So, what a great race there for South Curl, we think. 2 going through. And sadly missing out would be the Avoca team. And that's the Avoca Blue team. And also the Alexandra Headland Team A. But good effort to represent your club. There's Avoca finishing it off. And great racing there for the first of the relays. There's no mucking around, is there, in the relays, guys?
It's a great team building thing for your club as well. The surf boat relay. Really, it's great how the other crews stand around, help, and cheer everyone on. I reckon too. It just really is one of the magical parts of our great sport.
Yeah, great vibe, and see great sportsmanship there. Getting clapped in for a great effort. And that's the first heat done and dusted. So unofficially, we'll give it to South Curl from Queenscliff. We think both of those crews will make up part of this 6-boat final in the relay. Good times there, and here comes Mona Vale now.
So according to live heats, we're going to have Mona Vale Team A in Alley 1, Williamstown Swimming Life Saving Club Alley 2, South Curl Empire Alley 3, Currumbin Team B Alley 4, and the Palm Beach Green in Alley 5.
So this one's a 5-boater. So one more team to negotiate in this one. Sadly, another team to beat you with only 2 going through. But if you're good enough, you'll be there. I don't know if it lists the team. It does by name there on the live heats. So we just don't know all their names to tell you which crew's which. But you can pick out the sweeps. Go back on the cover there, looking at the team list there. So Mona Vale, Team A in 1. Williamstown for Victoria, Team A in Alley 2. In Alley 3, the South Curl Empire. And that will no doubt be with, I dare say, in the background you see the Sneaky Nuts and the South Curl Burley. Maybe? No, not.
They'll have the Shakers as well.
Well, I'll have the Shakers, and will they have the Sneaky Nuts, or will they have the Burley?
Official results coming through on the screen there, guys, as we called it. South Curly through with the Rebels. Second was Queenscliff, Avoca in third, and Alexandra Headlands in fourth.
And here we go. That powerful Currumbin Club. Anthony O'Toole. The back of that boat.
That's the cartel on the line.
It's his young bloke there, I think. He was rowing in the bow, Jack, but he might have switched seats.
So Currumbin starting with their juniors. Mona Vale potentially their women's crew.
Tooley might be there as a boat handler, actually. To be fair, I think he's holding that boat for the sweep. And the sweep's going to run down to that boat.
There you go. It looks much more... That's definitely not their female crew.
Yeah, that's Mona Vale's reserves crew. Kai Cooper at the back. It looks like young James Meadows. Doing very well with his junior girls with his sweeping career so far too.
Yeah, won a state a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, they're going very well, the Menace. So I'd say he's going to do the running. I think Kai, is selling himself short. I think Kai's probably pretty swift over the sand.
He's looking trim, Kai. He's definitely in shape. He's peaked at the right time for Aussie titles. Here we go. That's Gus Patiri's boat. And that might be the Sneaky Nuts there.
Yeah,
Julian Mackay, that's his A crew there with Georgie Rowe potentially holding his sweep oar and boat out the back. She'll be in the team with the Shakers, so it'll be the Sneaky Nuts, I dare say the Tickles, and the Shakers for South Curly. There's the Mona Vale team with Kai Cooper. You're right, James Rose in that boat. He's Mr. Fix It, and here he goes. Look at him fly off the beach here. So Palm Beach in Alley 4. South Curly there, Sneaky Nuts. Away they go. Spiteri at the back.
Looks like a little bit coming at him, so just watch the screen here. We might see a little bit of action, which has been far and few between this weekend thus far.
Nose dare bouncing in Alley 1 for Mona Vale, not getting the best of that start. Couldn't really get it moving in the deep water, and again hitting chop after chop, and the nose going up and down. But you see, as you said, Scotty, there's a few to get through, and here's the biggest set of the day, probably. Waves just coming under all boats there now.
No, Williamstown, they must have made the starting line for this. So just 4 boats in this, and it looks like it's the Currumbin crew that's made the best of it, and Palmy not far behind, and neither are South Curly. And they're making a little dent now as I speak, probably looking to just get their nose in front of the field with the Sneaky Nuts.
Aren't all the big clubs in this? How exciting. I mean, we've got Palm Beach, one of the strongest clubs on the beach. So as a South Curly, as a Currumbin, as a Mona Vale in years gone by, and they're on the Resurge Mona Vale. They've got 2 teams in this race, Mona Vale. In the next heat, they'll feature again. So as we look out to see, it's the A crew, South Curly.
In the lead, but that's their open men's that you'd want them in the lead, to be honest. I think Cartel's been holding their own, or Currumbin, their junior crew.
Is that their junior boys, Tommy?
I
it's
believe
a huge
so.
row from them.
Gutsy effort, especially through that break, making the most of it, putting maybe a bit of a dent on Palm Beach.
You definitely don't want to get beaten by a junior crew if you're an A crew, let me tell you.
Yeah, it gives plenty of bragging rights for that junior crew, doesn't it?
And it gives them fire to chase too. They've got nothing to lose racing against the big boys. And if we get a closer shot of Palm Beach up in Alley 4, we'll see who's in that boat. But it's Spiteri turning the blue can first, so he has got a little lead there off Currumbin in Alley 3. Alley 2 there, the blue boat in first place.
Mona Vale coming around now. I thought they were a little bit further out of it than that, so that's been a good row for the boys. Must have been the angle of the drone, but look at the Sneaky Nuts just shoot away on that little bit of life under the tuck of the boat there as they come out of the cans.
I think that's the difference in A-grade boys. You'll see the muscle there. The big boys feel it and they go.
They've got a bigger red line and they can just go and go and go on the top of those waves where some of these other boys are going to drop off.
Gussie with that very unique style of his, that little crouched over style. You can pick him from a mile off from the beach.
Yeah, we were talking about aerodynamics before, Scotty, and I'd say he's one of the most aerodynamic sweeps with his style. He doesn't move much around at all. So it's Spiteri leading the first leg of this relay. Kai Cooper in the bottom of the screen in front of us here now, and Currumbin. We think it's their junior crew, and they're holding their own in second place in this one. And Palm Beach haven't gone away, but they've just got to keep working here because they don't want to give too much more of a lead to South Curly or to Currumbin.
A little bit of life under Gussie here, mate. He's sprinkling that little bit of wave dust that he always talks about to his crews. Can they get that to drop? I think it's just going to fill up on him, unfortunately.
And as much as he wants to chase the run, he's also got to keep an eye on his finish flag because there's no point taking one 50 metres or 60 metres away from your finish marker because it means the runner's got to do more work and you can lose ground. So here goes Currumbin now, trying to find something in the no man's land. But it's the Sneaky Nuts in a little bubble there, Scotty, as you said, working hard.
Save that little shallow bank, mate, that is difficult to row over but can help you on the way home. Currumbin on a little bubble now. They may catch up to him if they can bounce over the little one in front.
And just away behind them is Palm Beach and Mona Vale. So Sydney Northern Branch, heavily represented, one of the strongest, if not the strongest branch in surf boats in Australia. And they're doing a very good job. And Currumbin have come back onto the shoreline. It's the Sneaky Nut Bauman up and out. There he is, tapping in his replacement.
Nice run. Looks like Junior's in next.
Borrowing a boat.
Off go the Tickles.
Tickles, borrowing Perry's Freshy boat, identical Perry boat. And that'll keep them spinning around fast. And you see there now, they're away. So who are they racing against in this Currumbin boat? Tommy, who can you see?
I think that's the Currumbin Open men by the looks. So they've just charged straight through a wave and it hasn't phased them. And another, and the third.
And I dare say Spiteri's going to do 3 legs of this race. He's going to hop from boat to boat to boat because his next crew will be the Shakers. And in his own boat. So he's doing well, Spiteri, but coming back at them is the Currumbin crew. Did you say it's the A crew, Tommy?
It looks like it.
They're performing
Would be
like
my
it.
guess, the Open men.
Yep.
Or at least Res men. And I think the Open women for Palm Beach there.
Definitely a 2-boat race at the moment between South Curl, their bottom of the screen, going through the gate cans, and Currumbin just going past the yellow gate can there. But Palmy are making a little bit of a movement up there on top of screen.
Yeah, they're not out of it, Palmy. We don't know what order. We couldn't really see the rowers, but we know the boat's been pretty well positioned in third the whole time. So if they've got an A crew to come, Palm Beach, then they're half a chance of making up a bit of a gap.
Definitely. We just missed. I was going to ask you, Tommy, write a screen on the split screen there, if you could get a beat on who the Currumbin crew was.
I've been trying. I was a bit confused. I wasn't sure if that was the juniors going there. Palm Beach currently sitting in the hot seat. They are in jeopardy. Mona Vale has dropped off a fair bit.
You know any of those names, Tommy? That's the Currumbin team, it looks like. So, we'll work with that. I know Will McDowell's one of the sweeps. I know Adrian Bullock's one of the sweeps.
Just nosing in now for the turn. Looks like South Curly with maybe a nose length over. We'll see how they come out.
Definitely a race in 3, Scotty, because Palm Beach is just on the hammer of these crews, and with the right run at the right time, they're still going to feature. There's one more leg of this race to go. I dare say the only one out of it now is the Mona Vale team. As you see, they're coming into their turn now.
Looks like South Curly in the freshwater boat that we're looking at here on the split screen on the right-hand side there, folks, has got a couple of runners here. Although here comes one now for Currumbin here in the middle. You can see the splash coming off. It's moving well.
Sure is.
South Curly and Currumbin on the same wave. South Curly looks to have fallen off as
magnificent drone in front. Magnificent drone footage. South Curly in front in that freshwater boat. But coming at them hard is Currumbin as they go through the gate cans, and the margin's reduced to half a boat length now.
Something standing for both crews here. Who can get the most out of this one, guys?
Palmy have to pray that some dead water slows people up.
Yep.
And it's a good send from South Curly as well.
Nice and controlled on that little runner there, because sometimes you can get a bit excited and overrate. But they've just sat back and really let the ocean help them, and they kept that nose down, Tommy.
Trusting the process on that one. They all look so smooth on these strokes, which is just what you want. Riding in the back of a wave now, you can't afford to rest. You got to go to the beach. And they might just pull over it. Currumbin falling off a bit.
The tickles.
Might bounce over this little whitewater too, and that's even going to extend their lead.
And really good job there. Tidy blade work going through that one and over the top and just extending that lead for South Curl.
It's reformed in the depth for them there.
And there's Gus swapping boats.
Straight into a third boat.
Yeah, the runner's up. Who's going to sprint down for him? It's the bow person. We dare say maybe.
That might be the Shakers there, about to head off. And away we go.
Shakers. They're going to get one on the nose.
Oh, not too much hang time between Currumbin and Palmy. Off they go. That looks like Chucky Wildman's crew.
So that's open women then.
That'll be the Cockatoos giving them what for.
And that might be Palm Beach men's. They looked a bit bigger. Open men perhaps. So South Curly Shakers there with Spiteri. He's third leg of this great race.
Wonder how much voice he's got left, boys.
They're stuck there. That boat looks heavy across that bank, Scotty.
Yeah, mate, it does hurt going across there.
Look at Palm Beach. I told you they're not out of it. And here's their A crew, and they're back up into the mix. So you see Currumbin there, Mona Vale trying hard. There's young James again, taking his junior crew out to sea, I guess.
Off we go, gents.
There they are.
That'll be his Colts, mate. I don't think he's got a junior boys. He's just got junior girls, so doing really, really well.
The Colts may be performing as the senior crew then.
Yeah.
Palmy pulling a lead on Currumbin right now. And they may even pull over South Curly.
This is intense rowing, guys, because 2 legs ago, Palm Beach were just drifting in third. But as we know in relays, we can see the lead can change, and it has. So, Spiteri, he'll be desperate to make this final. The other South Curl crew already in the final. His stablemates, the Rebels.
And who we got there? It looks like Coxie. It looks like he's in the dick stick as the top of screen. Hasn't got the Spency black boardies on from what I can see, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Palm Beach A crew. I just couldn't tell you the names. We could have a stab at it.
Could be the Finns or the Petrel.
Yeah.
But that's their resmen, I believe.
Yeah, it could be any one of the words in the alphabet starting with P too. Always naming their crews with P, so you see Palm Beach doing their club proud.
And they've got a great turn. Watch this one.
It is Coxie, you called it.
But
good
Curly.
Call. And that is their A crew, Scotty. So, getting stuck on the cam was Currumbin, and that might be costly because there's a run under the Shakers up this end under our nose there. Now you see that length. You see Georgie Rowe in that second stroke seat. Big, powerful strokes from the girls. Another little run forming underneath them, Scotty.
Yeah, a little bit of life there for Currumbin, giving him a chance, but looks like Coxie's open men crew there making the most of it top of screen.
Army.
Oh, they've milked that for all it's worth. They got the marrow out of that one, boys.
They sure did. And they're squeezing more out of it. And here's a lift for Currumbin, and they'll need all of it, and they'll need it to form into the wave of the day if they're going to feature, because South Curl and Palm Beach are going to get their turn at it, and they can't waste it. They need to milk a little lead out of these runners away from Currumbin.
Surge for Currumbin.
Way for Currumbin, Tom, is it?
Can they pull down it?
Not
I don't
this
think
one.
so.
It's just fatting at the wrong time.
And now it goes to Palmy and Curly. It's the same wave, but Palmy's made the most of it.
They might hang on to this all the way to the beach if it doesn't fatten right up, which unfortunately is commentator's curse there, Palmy. I apologise.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Currumbin pulling down something. They might just have one last roll of the dice.
Trying hard now, but I think Spiteri's further enough ahead to get this little bubble that's going to be under his tuck right now. And I don't think these girls are going to lose that. They're going to sit in this gap here and just sit in the bubble there. You see the wave in front of them. They're just going to be in that trough. And they may even row over the top of it, but they don't have to.
Coxie's hit a bit of dead water here with his open man.
He's losing it, Coxie. He's trying to keep it straight. You see his sweep all up.
Can the girls row through this bubble and get on the same wave?
Who's going to run for the Shakers?
And they've done it. They've pulled through that into that little channel.
Is it a flag finish, Scotty? No. We're going to sprint, aren't we?
Last runner.
There we
should
go.
be still a runner for the relay.
Palmy Bow is looking a bit...
Finding his legs to Bowman. And if you've ever... There was South Curly just going past. If you've ever done a relay race or if you've ever rode Ocean Thunder, you know that sprint from the bow's not much fun. Your legs are supposed to go, but your mind's trying to cash checks your body can't pay.
That's Lisa there for third place.
Good effort from the Currumbin team, and there's James. A modest effort from Mona Vale. Again, some of these crews just coming down for the first race of their day, and other crews have been racing all morning. So
that's it. I was talking to Bryce Munro earlier, though, and it's really good to see Mona Vale. Research, though, they said they've got 32 rowers under the age of 23 in the club, so... building from the bottom up, and it'd be great to see where there's such a great boat club.
That's Munro's son there, one of them. Believe so. He's a fit young rooster. So, again, not to be Mona Vale's week this week for the surfboat relay. And speaker Bryce Munro there he is, going across the gutter. And we think they might be in the next race, Munro's cruise. Yeah, so along with... sorry. That's all right, we're just a few technical issues here. Along with the North Cottesloe Pope and the North Cronulla Gold, Currumbin Team A and Mona Vale Team B. Correct there. South Maroubra scratching with one of their junior rowers. Had a good day, the South Maroubra Salmons, in their racing, but one of the juniors got a crook shoulder or starting to feel a pinch there, so ignore South Maroubra in the middle. It's a 4-boat heat, this one. 2 going through. And wow, well, if you had to pick out strong surfboat clubs, let's start at the top. North Cottesloe, tick. North Cronulla, tick. Currumbin, tick. And we've heard about Mona Vale, so this is going to be a humdinger too, guys, because I know North Cronulla and North Cottesloe have strong representation here in all the divisions.
I didn't realise Currumbin had 2 teams to represent, so they definitely have the numbers. They've got about 18 crews in the stable. Something preposterous like that. They used to have 4 A-grade crews at one time.
Yeah, and they had some of the great sweeps too.
Clean sweep on the state team trials a few years ago.
Yeah, representing the whole way through. There's a beautiful Gold Coast in the background. That was on a sunny day. We haven't seen much of the sun, but look at how beautiful it is. Experience the Gold Coast. Thank you to Tourism and Events Queensland. We're grateful to be here racing and getting into the last heat for the surfboat relay. Northcott getting their familiar white with blue gunnel boats racked and stacked on the line here. The North Cronulla boats next to them. Yeah, all the big shooters are there now. That's Lyle Clark in that boat there for Currumbin. You got Funky McDonald there for North Cronulla.
Is that the Krakens?
Jeff Hegarty there for North Cottesloe. Little shout out to the work party there, the unsung heroes of boat carnivals, bringing those towers back in. Without a doubt, the work party, we can't do it without them. And thank you to the Tugun Surf Club. Get up there and join us for Tugun later. Happy hour starts at 3. And You can do yourself a favour by becoming a member and getting a discount on your drinks. The food's delicious. So as we look out here now, there's not much on the course, but it is tough racing all the way to the finish line. And there's Funky's women's crew.
So that was Currumbin Team B in the last heat. I may have to take back some of my calls. It might not have been the Cockatoos.
Here we go. I disregard the A and the B against some of these club names because I don't think they've really
thought about it.
Well, I don't think they've put them in the strength of A and B. I think they've just entered them because looking at some of these teams, some of these sweeps are the A-grade sweeps. So there is North Cottesloe.
Looks like they're open men leading that out.
Looks like a Viking himself, that stroke for Northcott. Big, powerful man, long hair, getting hit again. As is North Cronulla, another one on the nose to get over Northcott.
Currumbin have just gassed straight out of the stable.
That's Lyle's open men's there by the look of it.
And Bryce Munro up in alley 4 with Monavale. So good catch there from the back of Monavale, boys, as we head out to sea there, and it's North Cottesloe underneath us rowing well. But it's Currumbin in alley 3. There they are on screen with Lyle Clark. Doing a fantastic job, the Currumbin boys.
Now, we spoke about this at ASRL. Phil, has anyone had a chance to chat to Lyle why he moves so much between the quarter bars? It's something I hadn't noticed about him before, whether it's something he just brought on the last couple of seasons.
You mean forward and back or left to right?
Forward and back. You watch him.
He's bouncing.
Yeah, haven't had a chat about it with him. Happy to copy him, though. Some of his moves in the surfboat, I got... he's one of the idols. I'd have a Lyle Clark sweeps poster in my bedroom for sure.
Yeah, mate, he's been doing it for a long time and doing it very, very well.
As is Bryce Munro. They are two of the best when it comes to big waves and action. You see those guys hanging out the side of the boat at different times. Not today in these conditions. But we'll get onto him, Scotty, and we'll try and work out what he's doing there. But it's working for them.
Swinging him first here quite comfortably. Probably Northcott will go around second. And Monavale will turn third. And Funky's crew copped a little bit of stuff off the edge there, Tommy, which slowed him down, mate, unfortunately.
Yeah, Lyle, plenty of lead there, but Northcott's really going to send it on the way back in. And they really do have some good crews there, so it's nice to see WA represent.
Well, what we know, though, is not North Cronulla's open men's crew, so potentially this could be their open men.
Nice runner there for Currumbin in the middle there. They've really milked that for a long, long time, just falling off it now.
Good one up there for Monavale too, and Northcott looking for something as well.
Monavale on the send. It'll pass them up, but they've done well to milk that. And now it goes to Northcott, and we'll see what they can do with it.
It's a bit fatter under them. Didn't get the amount of strokes out of it, Tom. It's a bit of life again on the Currumbin. They're in the middle of the screen. They've got a very commanding lead now. It should set up legs 2 and 3 comfortably for theirs. But as we've seen in the others, depending on who's rowing in what leg, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and you still have to complete the course and finish it by the rules of the race. So someone could pop a turning can or miss a gate can in the moment.
And it is a bit of a leader's privilege there to be able to pick where on the beach you want to be. Obviously, you want to stay close to your flag, but you can take the run of the surf and find those channels.
Bit of life on the Northcott now as they're charging for the line, narrowing the gap between our leaders, Currumbin, who are just going through this gutter on the edge.
Back in the deep water, but they've been slowed down a fair bit.
So it's Currumbin in first, North Cottesloe in second, Monavale in third, and North Cronulla in fourth.
Bowie's out and over the gunnels, running up. Here's
there
the chook.
He is.
The best smile in surf boats, I reckon.
Absolutely. Miss his moustache, personally, Tom and I do.
I agree.
Yeah, no, he's dropped about 10 years by the look at him.
Bring back the Top Gun.
I wanted it.
Yeah.
That was the poster of Aussies for me.
He looks good as a beach general.
Chooky smile with the tash on. So, there's North Cottesloe. Monavale just behind them. You can see up in alley 4 working hard.
That's the Cockatoos.
Real handy crew.
A bit of a bump to negotiate here.
Up and over this one.
Handy lead given to them by maybe the Odins. I'm so sorry.
We'll rely on you, Tommy, for the Queensland intel. But you see there, it's Chucky Wildman and the Currumbin Cockatoos, without a doubt. Aussie rep team and one of the fastest open women's crews in the country, in the world, I'm going to say.
Pulled a very big gap through that transition. Good for them. Mona Vale pulling back up with Northcott.
Yeah, Mona Vale aren't done yet. It's a real ding-dong for second here. I think we're playing for one of these two crews to miss out. We think Currumbin are going to be able to hold on from here. North Cronulla are not in the picture. So something's major's got to happen for them to come back up to the field. But there's 10 boat lengths there. Maybe not quite that many, but it's Currumbin Cockatoos now on the wide shot. Great camera work.
Doing the work there, setting up for their juniors to finish. So it's going to be red hot.
The Big Voice Media team bringing us to the airwaves, doing a fantastic job, fellas. Thank you very much. And thanks, as Scotty said, to all our officials and work party, because it is a team effort to bring these races to life. And this is the big one, the National Championships of Australia. And there is Currumbin leading this third heat of the surfboat relay.
Look at the send out of their 3-seat there. Phenomenal.
There's North Cronulla in the background trying to catch up.
Cott's taken a sharper line into that can.
Extra stroke, but they've swung it around nice and quickly. Just working it back around now as the right-handed sweep lifts up to get that nose around.
And they'll have some run up the tail as well.
And there's North Cronulla there now with some work to do, but North Cottesloe with the lift, and I reckon that's their open women's, the chin-chin, potentially.
And that's just going to form up nicely for Currumbin up front.
Yeah, he's away for Currumbin, Tommy, maybe.
Please.
It's lifting. Is it going? No, it's fatting up in this middle bit like it does. All going to go here for Northcott again. Another little charge for them.
So up north, it's really giving a good send, but it's just, again, see how it affects Currumbin here, but it's just not giving them the same effect by the looks.
Last 2 days racing in this southern area, boys, it hasn't been consistent across the whole alley except for every now and again, whereas I think the north would have consistent waves right across the whole area.
So what you're saying for the viewers at home is that alley 2 might get a run and nothing in the alleys next to it or up the course. So
or vice versa. There's no consistent alley at all.
Bit of luck, as they say, Scotty. So Currumbin there, the Cockatoos, searching for the finish line now. North Cottesloe doing a good job. Looking over their shoulder because Mona Vale's just breathing down their neck here and they're not done. There's 100 metres of rowing to go.
Currumbin need this surge here because they need everything they've got for their juniors.
1 leg to go, is it, Tommy?
Last leg, and Chin Chin making a move.
Mona Vale trying to work on this one. If they can pull down this little bubble, that'll help them ease the gap, and they're going to.
Currumbin's in the shallows.
There's Chucky.
1 foot up on the chocks there, trying to help keep it balanced and work that nose around.
Mona Vale have caught up to North Cottesloe practically.
The double runner.
There's the Bowman's legs. They're not working. Chucky was going to back her up, and here's Will McDowell.
Will can sprint. I've seen him in a few relays.
He glides. He floats.
Quickest sweep across the sand.
Yeah, I'm not racing Willie.
Impressive young talent.
Good boy too. One of New Zealand's finest. So, as we get around here now, where's North Cottesloe and where is Mona Vale?
Not much difference at all, I'd say. Northcott just ahead of Mona Vale. Yep, they're away now.
Who we got in this Northcott crew? Female crew here.
Well, if it's not the Chin Chin.
I could have been way off, and I apologise to my Western brothers.
No, but they did look like strong open women.
Bigger women, yep. No, so it's Mona Vale's gone past North Cottesloe, guys.
Whoa.
I would suggest this might be Northcott's junior girls, maybe, just looking at the size of them. But it's in Currumbin's hands at the moment, this race. But Mona Vale, look at them. They've actually got away nicely up there in the southern alley, which is top of your screen.
And look at Birds' A crew from North Cronulla, I reckon, coming home from the field now. They are going to give it all to the line, and they've got to catch that gap, and if anyone can do it, the big boys in A grade can.
Welcome back, Cronulla.
So.
And they're both chasing on Mona Vale right now.
And that's Adam Purdy in the back of that North Cronulla boat.
They're taking a seat off Northcott every stroke. Look at him.
Bryce Munro in Mona Vale will be screaming at his boys, and I don't think North Cronulla's out of this one yet. There they are. It's Kane Hughes, big boys. Look at them. Tyrell and co. Purds at the back.
There you go. That's Corey in the 2-seat down from Coolum over the last few seasons. A regular athlete. He's
been together some time, the Purds, and they're a good crew. They'll only have eyes on that Mona Vale tuck because they've gone past North Cottesloe, Scott, and there's Currumbin turning first.
Yep, in and around cleanly.
Cronulla chewing up the distance.
McDowell there on the back of that Currumbin boat.
This is going to be a great race for the all-important second place, I think.
I think North Cronulla are going to
swing
do it.
First. Yep, they're going to swing first.
I think they're going to go past Mona Vale here.
What a row.
A-grade men. Powerful boys. Well, there goes our strategy out the window.
Bait and switch.
That's it.
And it's neck and neck there with Mona Vale.
Straight on a little puddle too.
I reckon Mona Vale don't have a formidable A crew at the moment, so it's probably going to be one of the Colts or the juniors.
Yeah, they're like we said before, they're rebuilding, but it's good to see that they've put two crews into the relay.
What's that you guys were saying about leading from the front?
Looks like a women's crew there for Mona Vale. With Munro on the back.
So that'll be his 23 girls, I would suggest.
And they have been overtaken by North Cronulla Purds. So the North Cronulla crew holding court in second place. That's all we think they need to get through to this 6-boat final. The bad news is for these guys in this race, they'll have the shortest rest.
Yeah, quick turnaround. Might give them a few minutes, but they'll be straight into the final.
Well, we'll kill time and go through the events together in that little gap. But you see there, McDowell, and he's got a comfortable lead there now because they'll catch this little runner across this shallow bank. And North Cronulla have sailed into second. And they've always been one of the strongest boat clubs in Australia, North Cronulla. Sydney branch. Yep, there they are.
Sit there, take a breather, please, please.
Yeah, both crews just letting the ocean carry them across the line now, and I'd say it'll be just a bit of an easy warm-down jog up to the flag. Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's a nice dismount.
Yeah.
Points for finish.
Yeah. Sweet probably had a heart attack there. Getting some sort of ankle twist or something going on with the hammy. You don't need to do that now. And there they are, the Purds. Good work, boys. Huge row. It's Tyrell there. He's a big boy. I'll get through, and there's Boff in the background, proud of his club. There's the Mona Vale team. Very good effort there from Munro and co. And he'll finish it off. Go on, son. Put it up. Yeah, no, good effort from Mona Vale there, especially with a few younger teams competing against these powerhouses. And North Cottesloe, strangely out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Trying to the death, though, and that's what you like to see. Putting it in to the very last effort. So, let's work out this final, Scotty. You're the man. You're our resident official in the commentary team. You're Mr. Do-It-All.
I don't know about that,
you
mate.
Are.
You're too kind, too
you
kind.
You are the man. Official, sweep, rower, commentator.
So we're going to have the Rebels from South Curly and Queenscliff Q Open team. We're also going to see the South Curly Empire and Currumbin from the second heat, was it? Or did Palm Beach got through. Yeah, that's right. Coxie's men had a great race at Palm Beach. Apologies there. Back home in the Northern Beaches. And just from the voice in the back of my ear, we're thinking it's going to probably be 2 p.m. for the final, so we will give those guys a little bit of a rest. The North Cronulla Gold and the Currumbin Team A.
Gee, I didn't think 45 minutes is what they needed, but someone above us did.
Well, it's probably pretty fair for the North Cronulla gents. That was a hell of a row from Purds A's.
Yep. No, that fair enough. There's the sponsors on the screen: DHL, Isuzu Ute, Qantas and Westpac, our national event partners. And we're at the 2025 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships, and in the background there we see the familiar sight of some rain, I reckon, on the way. Big grey clouds up here, Tommy. Lucky I've got my brolly. Beautiful one day, perfect the next. Well, I guess we're going into gap fillers, fellas. What do you got?
Well, there's plenty of swell down south. Hopefully it'll make it up here for the next couple of days. I don't think it's meant to get anything like we're getting it down south, but I do think we're going to see a little bit of a lift in the swell over the next 2 days, which will be good. I think the wind's meant to stay offshore, so it should be pretty clean. And as always at Aussies, Master's got the pick of the swell.
Yeah, isn't that funny how that goes? Fair dinkum, man.
Reliving past glories, to be honest.
When you're doing it, it's like at the Nippers at State.
Yep.
It's usually massive the week before, and then we get nothing.
So it's actually a bit southeasterly at the moment for the offshore breeze, 10 to 15 knots. So not bad. It's enough to make a difference there. It'll be dipping the...
I think your compass is a bit off though, Tommy. I'm going to go with southwest. Offshore. Okay, so we've just been told we're going to have a little pause in proceedings. We'll keep the coverage going and we will join you back for the final of the 2025 Surfboat Relay of Australia. We've got 6 of the strongest teams and one of them or a couple of them made up by multiple teams from one club. So, Tom, Scotty, we'll be right back, guys.
Catch you later.
Beautiful.
See you soon. Moments away here from the Surfboat Relay Final, Scotty. Back on air. The racing due to commence in a couple of minutes. You see the crews getting prepared for this final, and we'll wait for the draw. There's a little technical glitch. We'll try and bring up the live heats and get this draw accurate.
Yeah, for the final here for the Surfboat Relay, mate, the laptops decide to say that it's had
enough today.
Yep, my battery's low. I'm done. Ready to go back to Tugan Surf Club to replenish, recharge. Here we are on screen, mate. We've got Currumbin Team A, Palm Beach Green, North Cronulla Gold, Queenscliff Q, South Curl Empire, and I would suggest that it should be another South Curl. The Rebels.
The Rebels up in Alley 6. So, we had a little chat off air. And before we jinx anyone, we're just going to say good luck to all of these crews.
That's it, mate. We won't give anyone the commentator's curse. It's going to be a...
Some powerful clubs in this race. Some great crews making up these teams. A lot of...
I was just going to say, love to see 6-boat races too. I love the hustle and the bustle on the line.
Yeah. Here we go.
North Cronulla sliding
Sticking
in here.
with their theory with the girls going first in Funky's boat there. So that likely is open women.
I would say so.
Doing a good job. You see crews and boats getting ready. You see just behind the watermark there's a coloured flag or banner pegged into the ground. That's the finishing spot and the starting spot for the changeovers for the runners. There's a technique used by many of the male boaties there, just checking the gunnel. That's the Queenscliff boys. That young man will no doubt get a shout out.
I'm sure he'll get a bit of a ribbing. Got to
go when you got to go.
That's it.
So, Palmy just moving into place there with Captain Spence pointing the shots, finding where he wants to put his boat for the first leg here. So it was Currumbin in 1, we think Palm Beach in 2, North Cronulla in 3, Queensy in 4, and then the 2 South Curly crews. The first one, Spitiri's crew, Alley 5, and that's the South Curl Empire. And then in Alley 6, the black sheep of South Curl, Rob Lowry.
The Rebels.
With his formidable lineup, though, flying. And I got word that that boat of Termites, the War Daddy's going to be retired at the end of this one.
It's finally starting to fall apart.
It deserves a rest. It deserves probably to go up into to Termites' house. And...
what's Michelle say about this, having the boat put out the front at Termites?
She deserves a medal, to be fair. I seen her yesterday, and she keeps it calm around the Lowry household. She's surrounded by champions. Well, her 2 sons and her husband heavily involved.
They refer to him as the husband of Michelle Lowry anyway at the club, even when he got his life membership.
I think she's a life member there.
Yeah, she was before him. And,
good.
They actually had masking tape over when they announced it was the husband of Michelle Lowry, and then they pulled the masking tape off for the Termite. Flags up.
Here we go, Scotty.
First of the medals for the carnival.
First of the Boaties medals, and we've got all the big clubs here, and a true test of probably the top club at the moment, South Curl, with 2 entrants in this race. So there's North Cronulla.
Here come the runners. Pretty even to the boat.
All in and away. All doing a pretty good job of it.
Lyle there looks like Open Men in his crew away. The way they're moving.
Yeah, moving over the front of the quarter bars, Currumbin, but it's the Rebels up in 6 that look like they got the early jump off the beach. That's Coxie in Palm Beach there now.
With his open women. Funky's open women. But I'd suggest looks like Queenscliff A's, and I'd say South Curly, the way they're moving, has started with both their open men's as well, mate.
So it's the Death Riders in Alley 6, the Sneaky Nuts in Alley 5, and Queenscliff Major A's, or A-Rollers, one of those names, but DD's A-Crew for Queenscliff in Alley 4. And they're the 3 crews that have the early lead on this one.
I'm liking the way Currumbin here are getting right in the nose, mate, getting those shoulders back and holding them. And that DKG theirs is flying.
Yeah, we were talking about boats off air, and we got 3 Perrys in alley 6, 5 and 4, and then the DKG down here in the Currumbin boat.
Be a climber for Palmy, and then we've got another DKG.
For North Cronulla, yep.
Yeah.
So there on the right-hand side is the Sneaky Nuts, South Kirkle's A crew. They're in alley 5, probably turning on the yellow can.
From this angle, mate, you could throw a blanket over this first leg for those 3 in the top of screen.
A few more bumps coming through there, Scotty.
Yeah,
that's a good sign.
Yep, looks like it's building a little bit, and wind looks like it's just into it a little bit more, mate. Put a bit of life in the water.
For all the uneducated, those little lumps equal a faster boat coming home. You want them underneath your boat when you chase and run, as we say, and milking advantage. So nothing in this race, and we're going to see 3 boats in an equal turn here.
Queensy just got a nose in first, mate.
On the blue can. Then Spiteri on the yellow, and Termite Lowry, big digging style around in alley 6 on the white can with his Death Riders. And Currumbin not too far out of it, Scotty.
Yeah, sorry, I was concentrating top of screen, and yeah, Lyle's really got him going. I thought Gussie probably had the pick of the turns, but Dito's got his crew on a little runner here and is starting to lengthen their lead. But here it comes for Lyle's crew now, mate.
And Queenscliff milking it. Look at this run there.
Here it comes now for the Curly crew's top of screen. Can that get him back up with them? Hasn't really done anything.
It's going to fatten up again, and Queenscliff are going to have another go at this, I dare say, and it's going to be Currumbin and Queenscliff to take the early advantage here, Scott.
Yeah, Lyle calling on here, mate, but Dito's has got these boys rowing very nice. Look at that. Nose staying down on that runner. Probably got about 8 or 9 strokes out of that dead water here. Don't you hate that stroke when you fall off it?
That's the big one you tell your rowers, though. That's not the time to have a rest. That's when you try and find something up the hill.
You've got to try and keep that boat moving for the
They're
next
really moving at DD's crew, and they're racing other A crews, so they'll be a force in this carnival. Then you see again another lift there, and DD's pointing downhill. Such a good place to be when you're in front, having a run underneath you, and they're streaking away here. So it's only the first leg of this race.
They're holding on to that bloody well, mate. That might even just kick.
They're going to turn it into a wave, Scott.
Yep. It's sitting them there now. That's always good for the runner, just to catch his breath before he has to jump out and get the jelly legs under you, mate.
Yeah, and DD can steer it to the closest point, and you see there now coming across a bit of a tricky, flatter bank area, and he's rowing them across, not mucking around across this shallow bank, driving them to the line, and Currumbin in second. Third place, you've got the South Kirkle Empire with Gus Spiteri.
Here he goes. Look at them legs going on the treadmill there for a moment. Once he hits hard sand, he's moving.
He's moving all right, but he feels like he's standing still. And there's Shero from Queenscliff now, and he's going to take off with his reserve women.
A little bit of a pull up at the pants there, mate. The boardies took a little bit of a drop.
Yeah, and there's Chucky Wildman.
The Cockatoos, Australian representatives.
So this will be a good test for the Cockatoos. They're the A-grade women's Australian rep team, and they're trying to chase down Queenscliff reserve women. And those reserve women crew are a great crew. They had master success or a medal early in the week. And that's with Shero. They've been together for a long time, but as we say that, it's just sucking up and it's shallow as all hell across that bank.
A little bit of messy water for them, and they get hit again, mate. But
another one on the nose there.
Termite's crew at top of screen there look like it's actually Nathan Wilson there with his juniors.
Yeah, and the Rebel team there for South Curly. They're holding their own against Gus's juniors in the Freshie boat, and they're the Tickles.
Speaking about unique sweeping styles, Chooky's got his own little one, his little bob that he does, the Chooky dance, I like to call it. So he lifts with the strokes of the girls.
Lifts his weight out of the tail, trying to force that nose down flat.
Tell you what, look at the South Curly crews go here though, mate.
They'll be sick of the sight of each other too. Training left, right and centre all season against each other. They race a lot. They do a lot of in-house training. And it's working because they're flying right now, stroke for stroke.
Well, obviously that's going to help with the success of that club. When you can have internal competition like that week in, week out, mate, it's going to make you race hardened and you know, as fast as you can be. When all crews under both sweeps, or all the sweeps there at South Curly, but the two main ones of Gussie and Termite, they're always thereabouts at the pointy end.
Absolutely, and that's with all their crews. Usually cap it out at 3 crews each. But you see there now, it's the Tickles in the South Curly team in Freshwater's white and blue gunnelled boat. Just edging ahead past the Queenscliff Reality Queens with Shero on the back of that.
I reckon just from the angle, I wouldn't be surprised if you see the Cockatoos swinging here right up there with them as well, mate.
So there's the Tickles now, first. Nothing in it to second, third and fourth. Scott, you bang on with that call. Here goes the Currumbin Cockatoos underneath us and the closest to the screen now.
Gussie's crew is probably shot out there in the freshwater boat, second from the top. But a little life here under the Cockatoos, and Chooky's gone right forward to milk this. Look at him go.
Way over the front of this one.
No, still down, mate. They're still going. That's got them back up amongst it.
And two boats now out in front, and it's the junior boys, the South Curl Tickles, that performed strongly in the junior boys racing today.
A bit of life under them there again now, mate. You can see that tuck lift, the nose go down as they extend their leg. Gussie with that crouch style there in the right of screen, just talking to the boys, saying, hold your composure.
Well, let's work out who's going to be racing who here for the last leg, because Gussie's going to turn, and it's going to be the Shakers to take that last leg for the leading South Curl crew. Just forgot about who's going to take the Currumbin team out next. And then you're going to have the Hoosier taking it out for South Curl and Alley 6 in Rob Lowry's team there in War Daddy.
I'll tell you what, though, the Queenscliff Juniors have been moving the boat too in the south area today. Just watching them.
There's Wilson getting a little run in Alley 6. But here goes the Tickles for South Curl.
It's a nice lead there for Gussie. Just knock him off.
Earning a breather, coming over the top of that one. He's done well, Gus. Put it into the right spot.
A bit of dead water there, just pushing into the nose one. A little bit of a deep bank, but just near the edge. Get them rowing again now. They'll bounce over that little white water.
There they go.
Queenscliff just stuck in some dead water here, mate. Just trying the reality, Queens. There they go. They've got the nose over now.
So there's the sprinter there from South Curl. He's getting up to his female compadre and he's touched hands, and as he goes, getting out of the way, back into the Gus Spiteri boat now, and they're away. South Curl Shakers, first to take it off in this last leg of the Open Surf Boat Relay. We're racing for medals here, Scotty.
First medals of the campaign for your Aussies 2025. And looks like South Curly away again, mate, here. 1-2 at the moment.
Yeah, and here goes Currumbin and Queenscliff. The junior boys, you said, from Queenscliff. So there's the Shakers. Georgie Rowe and co with Gus Spiteri at the back. They're a powerful crew, Scott.
In the box seat now, mate. I reckon it's going to take a really good row by the other crews to try and pull this lead back with that crew. That's a quality Open Women's crew on screen there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they'll be featuring amongst the places. They had a great race at ASRL, got the silver to the Cockatoos.
Liking that reach at the catch there, mate. Big, long strokes.
And they've just got a handsome lead, don't they? And then second place, the South Curl Rebels. And that's with Robbie Lowry at the back.
What are we left here with Currumbin? That'd be their juniors, is it?
It's like a junior boys representing Currumbin and the junior boys representing Queenscliff.
So we've got the Hoosier at the top of screen there, probably currently sitting second. We've got the Queenscliff junior crew trying to make a din in the Hoosier, and a Currumbin junior crew having a dash here for the minors. But for my mind, mate, Gus has it in the bag at the moment without putting a curse on him.
Well, that's as polite as you can say it. And if he buggers it from here, it's not your fault, Scotty. He's got 10-boat lead, and well, he knows what he's doing, so do the girls. So it's a job to do. They're almost half the race complete. They're eyeing up their yellow can. And Spiteri's going to go in and around. You see in that little right-hand screen, around they go. Two big long ones from the bow side. Then up they go again. So they're headed home now. The gap is closing to Queenscliff. The Hoosier making a little bit of an impression on the Shakers as well.
Currumbin not too far away for the minors. This is going to be a good battle out. A little bit of a catch on the cans there by the stroke, though, by Currumbin. Just fell under. Oh, wave. Wave here.
There's Spiteri's dialed it up. Look at the call, Scotty. And that's the best wave of the day we've seen come through this course. And look at this boat charge forward. We can't see what they're doing to the field. We can only imagine that gap is lengthening now.
He's reached in that pocket and sprinkled a little bit of that Gussie Spiteri wave dust on the water, and I hope they haven't used up too much.
Wow, there it is. I don't know. Well, I'm with you, Scotty. I think it's theirs to lose now. So going through the right coloured gate cans, the first job.
So
Done.
they've turned the tin, they got through the gate cans, so the two major things that can do them in from here.
Catastrophe.
But look at these Queenscliff juniors, mate. Like I said, they were moving the boat very nicely this morning.
Doing a great job representing their club, the Queenscliff team, and not forgetting they're made up by a reserve women's crew, not open women's crew. So that's a great team effort from the Queensy team, and they should all be proud. But it's going to be the South Curl Empire crew, and that's with Gus Pateri, with the Tickles, the Sneaky Nuts, and the Shakers. And there they are. I don't know who's going to have the honour to cross the finish line, but Gus is going to whip them all the way, as you say, Scotty, whip them across the bank. And they're just on the bubble on the back of this wave, getting dragged along, and they're smiling. They know it's theirs.
Yeah, well done.
They know it's theirs. The Bowman's go.
Oh, Gussie, go, Gus.
Captain Courageous. Look at him go.
Look at the smile on his face.
He's excited. They've won the gold. There, gee, the first gold for the South Curl Club. Now the job's not done for silver.
Look at Currumbin charging.
So
DDs are going to get out. They get sent to just to be sure.
Pushing up is the young man from Queenscliff, and he's done a great job to get his team a medal. And there's Currumbin. Wow, third place.
On the podium. Well done to Currumbin.
Huge effort there.
So there we go. First Australian surf boat medals for this season, mate. We've got South Curly, we've got Queenscliff and Currumbin.
Yeah, followed by the South Curly team and then North Cronulla. Well, how exciting. And that was worth the wait. And that was the first of the medals. As you said, there's Palm Beach now bringing up the tail.
I'll tell you what, that grin on Gussie, I might have to change my thoughts about having Chucky as the best smile on the beach. That was one of the best grins running I've seen in a while.
I hope the cameraman usually half picks, or what's the other mate's name there? Malcolm Trees with his camera, but Gussie's eyes light up. He would be that G'd, and I dare say we'll see some photos of that grin on social media later on today and this evening through the carnival, but can't be anything but happy for these guys because they have done a fantastic job. They're a great team. You showed that by Powerhouse Club having 2 full crews in the relay. And Scotty, that'll do us. So congratulations to South Curl Empire, as we said, made up of the Shakers, the Sneaky Nuts and the Tickles.
I'm sure we'll hear those names again throughout the rest of the carnival as we move into the all-important elimination racing tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, that's where it starts to turn up. We've seen crews eliminated now and boats back on the trailer. We're moving back into one area tomorrow.
The word on the street is it'll be somewhere in between both the north and the south, is what I'm hearing.
Beautiful.
But the only constant in surf life-saving and surf boats, though, mate, is change. So we'll wait and see.
Stay tuned. Hurry up and wait.
Yep. Just a quick shout-out, mate. Tourism and Events Queensland, Experience Gold Coast, Kellogg's Nutrigrain, BRP, Yeah Nah Brewing, Finn's Surf Gear, Triple M Gold, 92.5 for all your tunes while you're here this weekend. The Australian Federal Government Sports Commission and SLSA's major national partners, DHL, Isuzu, Qantas and Westpac.
Well said, Scotty, well said. And thank you to our major sponsors and everyone contributing here. Thank you to our officials and our work party, the Tugun Surf Club. Thank you to the Big Voice Media. Thank you to Queensland for having us. You've got to experience Queensland. It's a beautiful place to be. And we're lucky to be racing on North Kira Beach. We've got more of the action coming up this weekend. We're going to wind it up now, but we're looking forward to tomorrow. Scotty, my name's Phil Stavano.
Scotty Edwards here, mate. Looking forward to seeing you back on the live stream tomorrow, guys.
See you soon from the 2025 Australian Surf Lifesaving Championships. Good afternoon.